Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the show. I hope everyone is well. As always, do remember to like the stream on the way in and subscribe if you're new. Who have we got here with us? Gargoyle, Mark, Sonny, Andre, and TW. Yeah, nice one. Thank you, Andre, TW, definitely. Sonny. Mark saying, who's next through the doors? Next week should be good news. Next week should be pretty hectic, I suppose. But we did have, obviously, the breaking news, the a signing. While we were live last night around 10 o'clock. Mano seems to be dividing a lot of opinions. Mr. Araujo. A lot of again, this is the way of things now. It just seems to be are you an Araujo in or out kind of guy? Myself, not massively. Yeah, no, I'm not completely sold on it because just for a couple of reasons, which we can get into it. Everyone has their own thoughts. A lot of people that know the game seem very impressed with it. It's just his drop off. By all accounts, the drop off has been absolutely huge in the last year and a half physically. I know we've seen clips of him in training and running really fast bleep tests and all of that, but there seems to be some real fitness concerns. And he's coming to a much more intense league. So hopefully, if he's put that behind him, you have a good experienced player. But I do not like it as a right back option. I think it's just about okay as a centre half option, but as somebody said, someone said all of the issues that you have with Ibu Kanata, you're going to get the same issues with this guy, only worse. But then you've got a lot of people saying he's absolutely top player. But he was a top player 18 months ago, 2 years ago, and by all accounts, like I say to people that watch him week in, week out, said his decision making has gone to shit. Makes mistakes, makes errors. But it's just, to me, it's not a very it's not an impressive sign by the club. I mean, I would have been much more. I don't see why we're going out and loaning a guy in. Barcelona don't want anymore, by the way. They're all happy to keep him, kind of stuff. No, they're loaning him out because the drop off has been so big, and so let's just be prepared for that. I don't think we've got the guy from 2 years ago, which will be which is probably what everybody wanted, was somebody of that quality of him of 2 years ago. That's the level of player, which is not what we've got. Then we also have the option, as we know, he is on loan, with all of the wages being covered. But if we want to make it a permanent move next summer, we can do so for 55 million euro. Which I don't think they're going to do that. I'd be a little bit surprised. But now that you've all had an evening to think about it, let me know what you think. What are your thoughts on him? Thoughts on the signing? Are you more optimistic than me? How are you feeling about it? What do you think about it? Where do you stand on it? He's done some controversial things as well. I mean, he thinks he's playing basketball there. Change. Can you put a link up, Brian? Did I not put a link in? No. Nothing. That's what you missed. No man, nothing. The linkety link. 55 million euro, yeah, that's the option. If we do want to make it permanent next year, that is the option, but there's no obligation. No obligado, as they say. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. I didn't put a link in. That's all right. Yeah, so it's just that, Ollie. Really, there's not more to it than that. But yeah, let me know. I mean, there's over 30 people here. Let me know, good, bad, indifferent. You happy about it? You know, get involved in the chat, as they say. There's Ray there. I didn't put any links up for anybody. I should put them in the other thing.
No problem, Brian. How are you keeping?
I just forget that stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, good. Right.
We can put aside all the hysteria now.
Discord, there we go. Right, yeah, anybody that wants it now should have the link. Yeah, so not too many people in the chat giving an opinion, but
yeah.
Ollie as well.
There's loads of opinions online today, you know, all day on the various channels, you know, loads of opinions. And I think this now makes having, you know, sat back and let the hysteria pass. And I believe it makes perfect sense to get this lad on loan. Now, he may be a little, you know, there's a risk attached, but look, I think a loan move is the best for us for our centre back, because we can save some money, you know, signing on fee and use it, put it towards another player.
Where are we going? Gargoyle is asking, no, obviously not 55 million for a loan. Irish Weasel saying, hi Brian, Araujo will be either a shrewd Matip type signing or it'll be another Gomez. I think you kind of a close enough to a Matip thing, because I would expect his injuries to crop up again. He's had a lot of injuries recently. I'd expect that to be the main problem with him. Really, that'd be the only. I mean, he's say this. Talk about it. He has certainly dropped off from being one of the best. But look,
but I mean,
I'm not impressed with it, Ray. I'd rather go out and bought somebody or identified somebody and just gone out and, you know, got a well, look, it is what it is. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we spent 60 mil on Jackie, you know, if we did spend 56 mil on another centre back to come in, would that player be satisfied coming in knowing that Jackie is, you know, right behind him, vying for his spot? I'm not too sure, you know. This lad now is bought, I think, bought as a short-term answer until Jackie is fully up and running and ready to take that position, you know. And I know there's risk attached to Araujo, but I mean, this guy captained Barcelona. And not too long ago, very recently, was one of the best centre-backs in Europe, a fantastic player. Now he had his injuries and his his form dipped. We know that. And look, I know there's risk attached, but, you know, if he's fit and, you know, we know Araujo can, you know, work with him, this guy can get back to his best very quickly. And we you know, we may have a dud on our hands, so be it. But at least there's no signing on fee attached. Pure loan. I think it suits all parties.
Gargoyle, yeah. Oh, where's the thing going? Why is it always moving? Sorry, yeah, Mark saying his bad injury record, so goes with Gomez. Fingers crossed he stays fit. He was going for a loan, spends more on wingers. Penny pinching. Don't think we need to pinch those pennies. No, there is no Barcola news. Lee Wizkid is saying this is papering over the cracks. Of course, but I don't mind the nature of the deal. If it's this or someone greener for a full fee who may not have the ceiling of saying in Duke, we can risk this for a year. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
I
okay. It's
mean,
grand.
I mean,
I don't
yeah.
know.
I mean, all last week, right? For the last 2 weeks, all of us, every Liverpool fan, has been screaming, absolutely screaming for. We need a centre back. We need a defence addressed. We need our defence is shit. We've nobody in defence. We've Virgil van Dijk on his own. What are we going to do? Blah 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 blah. And now the club has gone and done something about it. And some people are still, oh, he's an injury crock. We can't depend on him. Blah 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 blah. He's not good enough. Blah 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 blah. This guy is quality. Once he's fit, we keep him fit. Hopefully, if we keep him fit, he'll serve us well. It's a no-brainer. A loan deal. Hopefully, the money saved on a sign-on fee can go towards, as someone said in the chat there, signings, midfielder, and towards the two wingers. We'll see. But I'm happy enough now, with Araujo. Is it better to spend 56 million on a centre back to bring in long term, or maybe a loan deal as a stopgap until Xhaka is ready, and we bring in maybe when Araujo is finished his loan deal, then bring in another centre back and have Xhaka as well. It's kind of a double-edged sword, but I'm happy enough as it is anyway. I'll go with it. His pedigree, he deserves, a bit of belief behind him, considering he captained Barcelona, and at one time he was a fantastic player. And he's only 27. He has time to regain that form again. New club, new clean slate. I'd say he's ready to go. Oh, he's itching to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just slightly pessimistic about why we're getting a loan. Loans aren't really something we do in big, important positions. Like, why are we having to scrape around? Like, why are we having to worry about not being able to afford this guy? We can surely afford what we need to do. I mean, this is, like you say, man,
sure we can. I'm sure we can, Brian. Yeah, but I mean, even though we may be able to afford another world-class centre-back to come in, do they want to join us? There's certain ingredients involved in a move for a centre-back, or for a player in general. Do they want to come to the Premier League? I don't know. Who are we talking to? Do those players really want to come to the Premier League? Are they happy where they are? Blah 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 blah. And all of it. There's variance involved. Maybe there wasn't a centre back available to come to Liverpool long term. Or maybe it is penny pinching. It could be, or it could be a very shrewd signing. We'll know. We'll know during the season how it pans out.
Yeah, I know. I'm just worried. I don't think they weren't fighting to keep him. I mean, he's 27. They're happy to let him go out on loan with no obligation.
Yeah.
If we were doing that, it'd be like loaning out Simi kind of thing. It's just, I don't want to be. I know what he was, but I just don't want to be buying a book.
I understand. Not completely. Yeah, completely. I'm sure due diligence has been.
Buying it.
Yeah,
not buying
I know.
It.
Yeah, I mean,
can a player really settle then, though, Ray? Can he really settle? He knows he's only here a year. If he's going to get all that kind of stuff about it.
Well, I suppose. I hear you, man. That's it's a short time period to settle in and to perform.
Yeah,
but I mean, look,
you don't hear in a year's time, oh, he could never settle because his family didn't move because they didn't know if they were going to be da da da.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure he has a young family, but
we know that he had his injury problems. He was out of the side. He came back into the side. He had a dip in form after his injuries, and he had some mental health issues as well. A bit of a breakdown, and his relationship with the fans was turned a little bit toxic with Barcelona fans a little bit. His relationship with the fans turned a little bit toxic a little bit. So, I think he needed to get away from Barcelona. I think for all parties concerned, and try and rebuild his, get back to his best, basically. But I mean, he's got to hit the ground running because, I mean, he'll be starting with Van Dijk. There's no two ways about it, it'll be him and Van Dijk starting against Newcastle. Jackie won't be fit, obviously. Well, maybe not. Probably not, so that'll be it. So he's flying on Sunday for the medical. So we won't see him. We might see him for the Como game, maybe, maybe. Possibly, I'm not too sure now, but,
What day is the Como game?
not sure. Monaco
Probably
Sunday.
Wednesday. Sunday is
Maybe.
Monaco. Probably something like Wednesday. I know there's like
2-day recovery, I'd imagine. Yeah, training and recovery. Yeah,
maybe something
probably
3 or 4
Wednesday.
days.
Yeah.
Just hope you get a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to play. He'll have to play a preseason game, I mean, because he can't not play a game and just be thrown in against Newcastle. He's done his preseason work with Barca, and he was looking good. Looking good. They say he was looking fit. Just needs match fitness,
Yeah. Yeah, I know you're saying that we all said, oh, it's next Sunday. Just there's a week between games. Fucking hell. Okay, fair enough. There's a week. I know they'll have like the under-21s played today. So Mortal and Dye played today. The under-18s played today. Eric Farkas scored twice. The under-21s played today. So they're probably like between the Monaco game and the Como game. I'm sure there might even be another game for the likes of Kumas and Duque and those guys during the week.
Yeah, surely. Yeah.
But the senior players, no. Okay, well that's it then. That's me then. That's kind of like almost your last chance there. Then is this week coming up? So the week of training, which is basically like the first full week of training back at the AXA between Monaco and Como. Just get the fucking players, man. I mean, we can't. I mean, you have to get these people in, even for a couple of days.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 100%.
After Como, it's going to be kind of full steam ahead. Then, isn't it? There'll be a lot of time for
big time. Absolutely. Yeah. I suppose. Just to touch on Barcola, I suppose. I mean, PSG will have Ferran Torres very shortly, right? And then I presume they're still going for Mikkel Götze. I think they're still going for him.
They are, yeah.
I'm sure once those deals are tied up, I've no doubt we'll have Barcola within an hour. I think that deal is done. Just having come back from holidays, signed a deal, and job done. I think it's all agreed. Like, but like PSG, they're not going to let Barcola go until they're fully satisfied with their incomings, and that includes Götze and Ferran Torres. So I think we can then fully relax when they have those two signed, and we'll finally get Barcola. It'll be done, absolutely. And hopefully Mbaye will be following him then as well, maybe simultaneously or maybe shortly, or even behind or shortly thereafter, signing Barcola, Then it leaves us then with the midfield and right back, so what do you think?
Yeah, like I said, the boys have been. Teds is in. How are you, Teds? Eric is in. Good to see you. Eric. Edward is in as well. Zia is in. Johnny K 200. Ollie, I think that's everyone I say hello to already. Abdul, even though Abdul isn't here, I better say hello to him because he'll be giving out to me otherwise. Ted saying can't wait for the game tomorrow. We'll see a few more of the heads, The senior guy. I mean, we don't have much new to see in terms of players, but we won't see Jacques. We won't see Munoz. Apparently, Munoz still isn't there for tomorrow. I don't know, but that's what I've heard. He's not going to be there tomorrow. Could be wrong.
Right.
So not a lot of new players I can see, but it'll be good to see how the lads look at Anfield against decent enough opposition. We'll get on to who might be starting for Monaco. That of interest to us.
Big time.
But as you say there, but Enrique is eager to have give his new recruits time to adapt to his tactics. Enrique would like to have all his recruits at his disposal quickly. PSG hopes to manage to finalise these two signatures, Ferran and Götze, next week.
Yeah.
End of the week.
Right.
Barcola.
I suppose we can expect to get Barcola then shortly thereafter. Yeah. And then Mbaye hopefully. And
Maybe
I mean, how many more?
maybe next weekend. Maybe this time next week we're kind of
I think so.
nearly
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Fingers
Because
crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed.
that'll be
Yeah,
what, the 15th of August? Yeah, come on, that's getting, come on, yeah, let's,
it's getting close.
yeah, it's leaving it late and there's not relax or there's not worrying and not, but yeah,
Yeah,
come on, he's got to
yeah,
move to England, for fuck's sake. He has to find a house.
yeah.
Give the
Find
man a
accommodation.
chance
Yeah,
to settle in and,
that's it.
you know,
Yeah,
all the rest of it.
yeah. Well, I mean, how many more players do PSG want? Like, they'll have some array of attacking talent one day. Just let Barcola go, for God's sake. Like, it's such an overload at the moment. They will have an overload of attacking players.
Well, Ollie's saying, we did, where is he there? Have it ready to go there. And Mbaye played the full 90 today. He scored in the second minute against Manchester United.
Lovely. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it. I mean, Ollie's wondering, what does that mean, to Mbaye playing them for 90 days? Does it mean he's staying, maybe show him off kind of thing? It's a risky strategy if you're hoping to sell a player,
Yeah.
to play him
Yeah.
90 minutes.
Then again, he's got no Ferran Torres or no guts or no, to play. So, I mean, Carlos Crivelli may have played. I don't know.
He
Dembele may have played.
did. No, I don't know about Dembele, but I saw a replay of the goal, and I definitely saw Kvaratskhelia.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he was playing in Dembele's place, I would assume. That would make sense.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't take much from it. Yeah, I wouldn't take a whole lot from it that he played for 90 minutes. Yeah. Give him a farewell game, maybe.
Wouldn't normally be what you'd do.
No,
as I say, if you're trying to, you wouldn't want to risk, he does his knee and you're stuck with him, kind of thing.
Of course, yeah. It's a bit odd.
It's just tough, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at signing a player. Forest and Palace already bidding for, Forest, or I know what you're saying. We can get onto that one as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, Palace have submitted their bid to Monaco, but Liverpool and Manchester United are monitoring it, preferring to bide their time.
Why are we monitoring? Like, I wonder, why are we sitting back monitoring that one when Forest could snap them up?
Watching them go all the way to London.
Yeah.
Yeah. Liverpool have been interested in signing Monaco midfielders, according to Seb Nonda. As I say, these are the sources. Make up your own mind. He is. He's a chef. No, he's not. He's a chief. Chef just means chief. He's chief editor. Redactor is probably editor. Yeah, editor. Okay, journalist, editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief at Foot Mercato Paris, Lyon, Bouffemont. He's saying Liverpool have been interested in signing Monaco midfielder for months, but have remained patient, but may have to move now. Palace have made a concrete bid for the 22-year-old. Interesting strategy to just sit there and do nothing.
It is.
What does it say? What does it say?
Was the bid? What was the value of the bid, Brian?
Jesus, I reckon it's about 50.
Yeah.
I reckon it's in the same. Yeah, there's no actual price.
Right.
What was the price that I've seen go around on it?
I mean, he's right there, like, and why are we monitoring? Just snap him up.
Maybe we're looking at. No. Maybe it's like the Chelsea thing. We're waiting to see what the price is.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah.
So okay, they've accepted 52. They'll accept 52.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, it's going to cost you €50 million, £40 million, €50 million. I reckon will be cost between them. That's around. I'd imagine around pretty much what Sangare cost.
Yeah.
Or it can be very similar.
It would be, yeah.
Now this would float my boat. I'd like this. This is, a fucking 5-year contract, fee paid, highly energetic, fucking midfield dynamo type guy that, Iraola can get his hands on and,
Yeah,
mold him, and Liverpool's people can get with it, start, working with him and all that. And he's a top young player for the next 6, 7, 8 years.
yeah,
Hopefully.
yeah,
Why so cheap? Well, look, he plays for Monaco. It's not. Yeah, they've never been valued. It's like 43 million, 50 million. This is what these guys should cost. Just a fucking Morgan Rogers. Morgan Rogers is a good player,
yeah.
but 116 million fucking pounds for
Yeah,
Morgan Rogers.
yeah. It just shows Brian did.
120 for
Yeah.
Anderson.
It just shows it just emphasizes the ridiculous overinflated prices of the Premier League and all the major leagues. With the top involving the top teams. Your PSGs, Liverpool's, Chelsea's, and and Cities. I mean, Monaco. Smaller club historically, a good club, but smaller club. I think we could. I think 50 is an appropriate price range, really.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like, oh, I wouldn't be scared because he's so cheap. It's just those prices have been. I mean, that's what a 20, 21, 22-year-old midfielder from Monaco would. That's a fair fucking price.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, not 70, 80 million quid.
No.
Look, it would be good to see if we're. I don't know what does it say to the player though that. Look, I don't know, man. I don't know. Is there anything going on in the background with this kid? Like, again, nobody knew. Fuck all. I mean, not even. I was trying to think. Did anybody put it up? Even in a list of players we're looking at, kind of thing. I can't even. Anybody. Nobody had a fucking clue that was going on.
Araujo, is it?
Yeah, like I said last night, transfer between two of the biggest clubs on the planet, two of the biggest clubs in the world, and nobody had a clue what's going on. So it shows we can still keep some of these things under wraps.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Like I said, I wasn't expecting us to do 4, David Copperfield kind of, ta-da type out of nowhere signings. It can't all stay completely fucking under the radar.
Yeah.
One of them has, I suppose.
Yeah. But who knows? We might have a midstream bomber out of the blue.
Oh God,
of a midfielder.
Stop spamming the chat, Russell. Please stop spamming the chat. United are looking at him yet. That's another reason to go for him.
Oh, big time. I mean, you can imagine if Araujo got his hands on Camara, like, it would be fantastic. What he could do with him, possibilities. Yeah.
Oh, you'd imagine he'd love a player like that.
He would, yeah.
Kind of tactically versatile.
Yeah.
Teo, how are you? Clint Eastwood, how are you? No, we're not scared. I'm only joking. If United want them, let's say. But I mean, it'd be another, reason to take him. I know she's been out all summer, mate. She's been out all summer. She'll be back in September now, telling us all the gossip. Like Paris Hilton. Yeah, if he does it again, Eric, the old TO Blizzard 4. Our club says we're interested in players for months, then gets shocked when other teams actually move fast for a player. Our club says we're interested in players. Well, the club doesn't, obviously, but people say. But yeah, it's to sit around until the middle of August and then all of a sudden, wake up and look at the clock almost and think, oh shit, I need to start work.
Yeah, we're a bit slow off the mark. In general.
It's just kind of never.
Yeah.
It's we're moving in
a snail's pace.
It's slow and kind of. Oh man, it's kind of almost an arrogance to what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We
can get away with this. It's 2 kids and a fucking baloney from Barcelona. okay, if that's what we're doing, that's what we're doing.
Mm.
Yes, Edward as well. She is definitely, she's out. I know it's only the finest. All this has been. Attention seekers, yeah. Attention seekers in the chat. 2 kids. Huh? Oh, I get you. Yeah. I thought you were talking about your domestic situation there. So yeah. Don't know about the blue hair.
It's a bit
Definitely
naff.
don't know about the blue hair. Yeah, it doesn't really. I mean, well, who am I to say?
I guarantee he wanted blue hair come to Anfield. He'll change that.
Absolutely. Yeah. You're right, actually. They had a horrible World Cup, didn't they? Absolutely horrific World Cup.
They did. Yeah,
They broke Marcelo Bielsa. They broke him.
They broke his heart and his mind.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah.
He had a meltdown in an interview afterwards, just in pure Bielsa. I mean, just absolutely, you have to love Bielsa. You have to love Bielsa. You just have to.
Even
you
watching him on the watching Bielsa on the sideline too during the World Cup, Brian, he just looked, totally, he just, he knew, it was the end. He just was just, inconsolable. He just,
I mean, this is what we're looking at. They were actually it was probably one of their worst ever. But apparently, before, like, him and the squad were barely on speaking terms. Him and most of this squad, as if it's one person. But apparently, it was broken, basically, relationships.
Yeah. So he looked broken, all right. Yeah, they broke each other.
Yeah, Sebastian Coates.
Remember his scissors kick?
Didn't work out here. Didn't work out from here, but he had a decent career after he left Sporting Lisbon.
He did. Yeah, he had great potential. Great potential. Just didn't entirely work out. But I remember his scissors kick in it was the FA Cup. Was it against QPR or somebody? Phenomenal goal.
Yeah. Highly rated. I remember the quote was that he was Young Player of the Year at the Copa America, or Young Player of the Tournament, the Copa, and that was back in the day when we couldn't compete for top players. Top players coming to the World time, so we were doing that thing where we were trying to go out and buy the guy who in 5-6 years is going to be the best in the world, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That never works. That never really works out.
No.
Good defender on his day. I don't want to see him play right back. This is my other issue. I do not want to see this guy play right back.
No. He can play right back, but he's purely centre back. I mean, look, it's like this, Brian. He can't play two positions at one time, so he'll play centre back. We'll obviously also need a right back. He can't play, both positions at one time. I mean, so he was. I'm sure he was bought predominantly to play centre back, without a doubt. And
yeah, because if you're playing him right back,
who goes centre back?
Exactly. If you put Jackie in, right, and then he's back, and you're okay. So we'll put Araujo.
Yeah.
At right back as well. Who's your centre half cover then? This is what he used to say last year with Joe Gomez. It's like you can't put Joe Gomez on the pitch because Joe Gomez is your cover on the bench for centre half. And right back.
Exactly.
But if you're starting Joe, then you have no cover.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, like they're going to come out and say this guy is considered a right back and a centre half for us.
Yeah, they know in their heart of hearts, he can't play both two positions, so they're going to have to get a right back or use somebody else, not Sabozlai, but I mean, what are options right back? Calvin Ramsey, I'm not too sure.
What happened to Ray? What happened to Homegrown?
Yeah.
That was the thing. What happened to
that? Yeah.
So surely now, then, if we do buy someone else, they'll have to qualify.
They'll have to, yeah. I mean, yeah. Jed Spence, there
Yeah,
we go.
Araujo won't, and Boy doesn't matter because he's under 18 or he's
Yeah,
under
yeah,
20.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Pong, maybe, but I'd say Spence looks like the most realistic option.
mm,
No, and look, I know there's a question mark over Jed Spence. There's something about him we're a bit nervous about. But look,
yeah,
homegrown. He's homegrown, a good right back. Our options are, the options are limited out there. For homegrown right back. Josh
yeah,
Ashampong. I say he's more
yeah.
comfortable
Well,
playing centre back. He can play right back as well, but I think we.
when you hear them, Ray, when you hear them quoting 75 million for Malo Gusto, what do you think they're going to probably charge you 60? Probably just
Oh
ask
Jesus,
65
yeah,
for this kid. Because they'll
yeah,
know
yeah.
it's a whole Liverpool need. Like, Liverpool don't just want to pick this guy up. They need him.
Oh, we need
They
him
need
absolutely.
someone
Yeah,
that can do this. So fucking pay up, lads.
yeah. That'll be the caveat. Yeah,
You
at a
know?
premium. At a premium.
Yeah, we're desperate. We're desperate for a homegrown player, right back, someone like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's it. But thankfully we've saved a sign-on fee for Araujo, so the money's surely there to splash out in the right back, as well as
Yeah, I wish
Mbaye,
we had like
Barcola.
some Barcelona fan or whatever that we could, one with a brain and all that isn't a fucking blah, but
Yeah,
a rage merchant like this. You get the Barcelona view on it.
yeah. A common sense approach,
Yeah,
an
hard to
objective view.
find.
Yeah,
Yeah.
online hard to find. All right, yeah.
Do remember to like and subscribe if you want to support the channel. Scan the QR code. Simple as that. If you want to help support the channel, just scan the QR code. Channel is monetized. You don't give 30% of your money to Google through super chats or memberships or anything like that. If you want to help support us, there you go. Simple, works quickly, very flashy, very tech. It's like Elon Musk's house in here. We don't. Is he our only other? Oh no, obviously, sure. We had fucking Suarez. But I think that's it. Cortez, Suarez.
You're going. Yeah, that was it. I think.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
True. I mean, it's a country with great football pedigree. As I said, I'm a big fan of South American centre halves, especially Argentinian centre halves, because they have that aggression to their game.
Exactly.
It's a
Yeah.
skillful, they grow up with good technique,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they have a natural kind of aggression in
Yeah.
their game, which it can lead to obviously
Sure.
red cards, blah blah blah. But it's that kind of.
Yeah, they have a good work ethic as well, and a deep desire to succeed as well. Fighting spirit, a real deep desire, aggression. And yeah. Hopefully he'll keep his head on in the pitch.
Who? Teenage defender from Europe. No, Cortez. Yeah, Cortez and Suarez.
Sebastian Coates.
Or Coates. We haven't lost any homegrown as it is, and we have Elliot back. For how long? Mo and Robbo and Eagle were. Robbo would have been. Really? Or does it not count for Scott? Yeah, Lukaku looks like he's off to Fenerbahce. A few decent players over in Turkey. It's just fitness, Ted. It's just fitness, man. Scottish doesn't count, no. That sounds about right. I think this lad is exactly what we need, says Ted's. A nice bit of fire in him. Hopefully it rubs off on a few of our players. Yeah, there's, like I say, it's people have spoken about how over the last 18 months his form has dropped off massively. Now, I'm not sitting here saying, oh, this guy's washed. I'm not one of those people. But I'm just saying what I've heard. Barcelona are happy to let him go on loan. and he's massive injury problems over the last while. So we're taking a risk here. We're definitely
We are.
taking, now everybody's a risk, but we're certainly taking a risk with this guy coming to a much higher intensity league. But I hope he comes in and he regains his form. But he's apparently always had a few issues with kind of what some people call the bozo gene, those moments, you know. But sure, who doesn't, other than Virgil, Thiago Silva, a couple of these guys, and even Virgil can make mistakes. But
I mean, the fact that this lad, Captain Barcelona, he obviously has some leadership qualities as well, Brian. You know, so we'll have another leader on the pitch as well.
Yeah. Get rid of that one. Elliot will go. He's a liability at possession, one of the slowest players in the squad. I think he's, again, wondering why he's still here, kind of thing.
Yeah. He's gone. Surely.
Endo's back fit now. So you can see him. You will see him tomorrow. You definitely will see Endo tomorrow, I reckon.
Yeah.
So we might find out now if you see him on the pitch again, maybe a couple of bids. Opportunistic risks.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If we're doing loans now, I mean, last year we were breaking world records or breaking transfer records in England. So, but if this season what we're doing is loans, go and loan in Hendrick.
Big time. That'd be sweet.
He's available. By all accounts, he's available.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just tittle tattle. It sounds like that one's actually a goer if somebody wants it. I think he'd thrive in England.
I agree. Yeah, he would. Yeah, definitely.
At one of those big clubs, he'd love that. You can tell he'd get fucking switched on by playing for one of those big clubs. I don't think it phases him at all.
No, he's fearless.
Big goals and big games and big stadiums. I reckon that's what gets him going, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Young man, apparently an absolute weirdo behind the scenes, by all accounts. He's just real oddball kind of character. Like, tends to wind up the older players a lot. I've heard he's fallen out. He's caused a few issues in dressing rooms. Right? Like,
right, yeah. A bit of a robbo.
I've watched the video before. It's just some of the stuff he's done is just weird. But when you grow up as a kid, like we told you're the next fucking Ronaldo, you know, and all this.
Yeah.
The next Adriano, well, hopefully not the next Adriano life-wise, but shot power-wise, certainly power-wise. That's what I love about this kid, man. He's got fucking dynamite in his boots.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one of them in a long time.
No.
We haven't seen someone at our club that can just fucking 90 Italy, Serie A in the 90s, Batistuta type fucking smashing the ball in the back of the net.
Oh, yeah. Completely.
You know, where's that gone? Yeah. It's gone from the game. Alan Shearer. Remember Alan Shearer? That's gone from the game, man.
Lothar Matthäus Shearer, Yeah,
they want finesse finishes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Stuart Pearce could strike a ball too, you know, those kind of players. Just pure power.
I was told Spurs want him to replace Richard. Yeah, Ricky's probably going back to Everton by the looks of it. And yeah, Spurs have big plans up front. Savinho, Gakpo, Hendrick, if you want to add him to that list. I'm sure they would be interested in him.
They would,
I'm sure they would be. Every club, because they'd be kind of thinking, I don't know, you might be kind of thinking, like, one of the reasons I wanted to bring him in loan is he could that'd be 2 years away from Real Madrid. And, you know, maybe he falls in love with Anfield. Anfield falls in love with him. And you might be able to do a deal then.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
It wouldn't be just sending him back. I'd be kind of thinking, let's while he's here, let's love bomb him, as people would say. Let's do everything to make him feel like this is, but if it works out, of course, and if it doesn't work
Adorn,
out,
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
he needs to send him back. Really, that's mental. Spurs drew today. They didn't do a single substitution. Zerbi is a fucking head case, man. I'm telling you, this guy is not right in the head. Oh, I would never want him to manage Liverpool. That guy is a hand grenade in a fucking box full of dynamite. Yeah. It's just like, that's mad. If that's true, that is completely nuts. A whole preseason game without me. What is the bench? So the bench is just sitting there staring at him going, what are you doing, mate? Why are we here? Fucking hell, who are they playing? But yeah, I think United beat PSG, didn't they, in that preseason? Chelsea were playing today, I think. Sure. Yeah, get injured before the season even starts, What's your take on him as a manager?
Zerbi.
You get a good season out. You can do a lot. 1-1.
Yeah. Look, over one season he could do well with them, and when I say well, maybe into European spots, not necessarily Champions League, but not far off it. Like he's made some good signings, in fairness, and they continue to make a few more signings, and I think they'll do okay this season. They'll be at the right end of the table, I'd imagine. Probably top 6, 7, definitely. But I think the Derby's kind of manager, Brian, where over one season he'll give his all. Beyond that, then things start to fizzle out, and deteriorate around him.
He's a 2-year kind of guy. I think 2 to 3 max, maybe.
Yeah, things go stale very quickly. The Derby, he just, whether he expends all his energy. He's an intense kind of guy. Fiery and intense, a bit fucking mad. But
yeah, so it's like that Conte thing. It's kind of like,
I
won't be here a long time, and I'll probably cause a bit of chaos before I leave, but I'll win you something. It's that kind of thing. It's like if you get the trophy, it's like
that's it.
Okay, you put up with that, but De Zerbi hasn't got that kind of winning the trophy bit yet.
No. I don't think he'll do it with Spurs, it'll be beyond them.
They're a good FA Cup side. They've always been a decent cup side.
Oh, yeah, historically they have been, yeah.
I could see them doing well in it. Well.
Maybe.
He'll be under pressure though with the money they've spent. He'll be under big pressure to get
absolutely,
Champions League. They won't expect to win something. They'll be like, no, we need Champions League. Like, we need European football next season to pay for this.
If all goes well for them, like they may make Champions League. If all goes very, very well for them and decide, but I can't see it. There's too much going on at the top of the table, too much competition. We'll strengthen. Chelsea are strengthening. City will be there. Arsenal, Man U will be thereabouts. So Villa possibly too. Other clubs will be improving as well. So. It's not just Spurs who'll improve. Spurs will probably make the biggest improvement as opposed to last season from where they were, almost relegated. I'd say their fans will be happy if they finish in the top 6, 7.
He's good, but he gives up when the going gets tough. Yeah, he's just kind of guy that can fall out with everybody and then he's off.
Yeah.
He's saying out of the 9 homegrown. The registered Yaros hasn't gone on. No, Yaros is injured. Yaros is currently still injured. Pexy's gone out on loan, yeah. That's the goalkeeper that went out on loan.
Yeah.
So our 4 are Alisson, Mamardashvili, Woodman, and Harvey Davies is the 4 we seem to be working with. Pexy's out on loan. And Yaros came. The reason Yaros came back from Ajax because he did his ACL around February time, and he was doing okay over there. He was in the first team as far as I know. He was starting for Ajax.
Yeah.
Then he did ACL, so I think that's probably still a couple of months away maybe for him. And Pexi's out alone in hard to pronounce club. I think. Yeah, Editor St. Flash score confirms this RB played the same 11 for the whole game. Only 7 on the bench. I'm sure he didn't even need fucking 7, did he? Did Romero play? Don't know if he did.
Did Spence play?
Probably not. Obviously, this guy did the 90. It's got a bit quiet on this. I know Dortmund are in from. And he's a very Dortmund kind of player, isn't he?
He is, yeah. But he can be a very
Dortmund
player too, Yeah.
Yeah, young, attacking, goes there, gets platformed, gets lots of minutes.
Yeah.
Then they sell him for 120. No Romero, no Spence. Okay.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, and Boy would be a lovely signing for us, Brian. And Boy, he'd be a fantastic signing. Young, but he's got it. He's got the ability to really terrorize that right wing.
Yeah, he's got that whole potential superstar kind of thing going on.
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
And
could be.
I mean, when
you see his kind of thing, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He turned out to be the better one.
Yeah, let's just hope that his parents won't be as intrusive as they once were. I think the fact that he's 18 now, he's a man now, he's 18, so he should be more mature and push the game in a mature manner and show maturity behind, off the pitch and on the pitch. And I think his parents may be told by him to, just chill a bit, and take a back seat a little bit. I'm now of age to look after myself, basically, because I think when he let's say exploded on the scene initially, his parents were telling people, everybody, this is the new Mbappe, this is him, he's going to be a megastar, blah, blah, blah. And they were, pressurizing people and, getting involved in all his deal. Well, he was only 16, he wasn't an adult, but they were really pushing everybody all around him.
Yeah. Alarms, definitely. Alarms. We've always been very good. We've always been very good at avoiding those kind of scenarios.
Yeah.
Our club doesn't get enough credit, man, from these FSG out people, which is fine, if you want to change ownership, but I mean, they really don't look at, things that haven't happened at this club. And I know it's impossible. I know it's hard to look at things that haven't happened at the club, but you look at other clubs, some of the shit that goes on and some of the problems that they have. We don't have these fucking problems at this club. When is the last time we had an issue with a player, like a proper issue with a player?
Of course, yeah.
Some of these guys, you know what I'm saying?
It has just
some wrongings out there. Like we've done a very good job of avoiding some of these problems that come on, and it's hard to praise them for things that didn't happen. But we've got such a fucking recruitment when it comes to that. Like the famous, the no dickheads policy, as they say.
You
can be the best player on the planet, man, but you are fucking poison, and we ain't gonna.
Yeah.
Salah, I suppose, Salah towards the end, that was an issue, but off-field issues with players, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Off-field guys getting in trouble. Look, young guys. Look, if I became a millionaire, 18, 19, I'm going to cause you some problems. Of course, I am. I'm going to try and get away with stuff. That's called being a person growing up, like a young person.
Yeah.
I just mean these problem players off the pitch.
Yeah. So look, at least now we're in the age of due diligence. I'm sure they've done their due diligence on and by and people have spoken to his parents. People have spoken to his
yeah, it's these agents that are half agents, or these parents that are half, and I know that, like, the thing about sending money home, That's cultural. That's a cultural thing in Africa.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah,
You know, and I don't want to offend anybody, but like village is the word that they would use. Like if you leave the village, and villages can be small towns,
mm,
it is culture. It's not you send money back to the village. That's what you do. It's not just
yeah.
rich football to do. That is
So
a
look at Mane. Look
cultural.
at Mane. Yeah, Mane, a prime example of that.
They
Building
all,
hospitals,
but
building,
it's even if you want to become a doctor, you send money back. Yeah, it's
yes,
a cultural thing that if you get out,
yeah,
you know, from some of these incredibly impoverished places, not that they all are.
of
But that
course,
is a
yeah,
cultural thing that you send money back. It's not that he's just doing it. It's not just a footballer thing. It's a
yeah,
cultural thing.
yeah,
I'm not from Africa, but I know this is, you know,
mm,
shock horror. I'm from Africa, but this is not just he's doing this, he's doing that. No, this is part of the culture in these countries is to send money back to the village
yeah,
and to invest in things and do a lot. And when you become a millionaire footballer, yeah, you can not just send money back, but you can build a fucking school in your
mm,
local area. You
that's
know,
it.
it's just what they do. It's totally normal. It's not
It
that
is.
they're being exploited or anything like that. You know, it's nothing sinister like that to do this. It's a completely normal thing.
Yeah, yeah,
But when you have agents now, it's agents and his parents' as agents that are an issue.
that's
Um,
it.
you know, it's
Mm,
just what you do. Like it's just like I say, you go to like when in back in the day when people went to America, what did they do? They sent money home.
of course, yeah,
Send money home. That's what everyone does. Go to America, go to Australia. Well, you went to get away, make money. You send money home. That's what you do.
yeah, exactly.
You know? So especially the people at home aren't able to do as well. So that's just culture. It's not
Mm,
no problem with that at all. He should do that. You know, the more fucking schools and hospitals you can build, go ahead, go
exactly.
ahead.
In those countries, yeah, absolutely,
You know, don't be
absolutely,
fucking
yeah,
wasting it on Lambos and fucking lap dances. Build a few hospitals or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And they
hundred
all
percent.
set up their academies now, don't they? They all have their academies, and they all have like, even even some of these players. I remember that guy from the '90s. Wouldn't have thought he made that much money. Like has an academy in Ghana, or they all do it. They all set these things up.
Mm, they do, yeah,
But yeah, a lot of not so much pressure on them.
yeah.
But
Mm. Well, the fact that he's 18 now, he can, be his own man and maybe, have less influence from his parents, stroke agents, and you know,
from what I've seen from his mum, 18 or 28, I don't reckon he'd be saying no to her. This girl sounds like a real fucking piece of
yeah,
work.
yeah, yeah.
um, Clive, how are you? Evening, fellow Reds, through Arsenal hijacking Barcola deal? I would say no.
No, no.
It looks like they're moving on to try and buy Kenan Yildiz. Sonny is there as well saying low. Kenan Yildiz, brilliant fucking player at Juve.
Mm.
It looks like he's the one they're moving on to. I'd be interested in him. Mm. That's a much smarter deal than the whole Vinny thing. Like Yildiz going to Arsenal
Yeah,
probably make more sense.
it would. A safer
Um,
option.
and costs a lot of money though. Juve only recently,
Yeah,
bought him, so he'll be on a long-term deal and all that.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Alvarez is going to come back to England, mate. Mark Dicko, another new name in the chat. Could see so many people, new names as well. Again, anybody's new, you want to subscribe, go ahead. Want to like, go ahead. No worries, honey. I think everybody's given up on Alvarez. That's one to watch, definitely Alvarez. Barcelona are trying hard to sign him. Now it's Ferran Torres almost certainly gone. I mean, there seems to be a couple of roller coasters yet, but Atletico Madrid seem to be very, very firmly of the stance that Alvarez is not going to be sold to Barcelona.
Yeah.
So I would imagine he might have to kick up a little bit of a fuss to get out of there. But
Yeah, he's probably going to have to do that, all right, Brian? That's it.
Doesn't sound like he's come back to England, though. That's all I hear. This kid does
No,
not want to come back to England.
no, certainly not us anyway. It's it.
Well, you've made it out of Manchester. You've made it out of Manchester.
Yeah,
You've gotten to Barcelona. No, you've gotten to Madrid. You want to go to Barcelona. Are you just going to say, "Ah, fuck it"? I'll go back to England. It just doesn't sound like it.
does it make sense? No.
Well, how am I supposed to say Duke? How can you pronounce? How am I supposed to say Dulco? I'm not calling him Mark DLKO. Let's call him Mark Dicko. We'll just do Dicko. We'll go with Dicko. Why Barca fans so happy? Why Barca fans so happy about Araujo leaving, saying since his mental health issues he's done? You mentioned this. I didn't know he'd had him. He said he had a mental breakdown.
Yeah, some mental health issues. Yeah, I don't know exactly, Brian, what the extent of it, but I mean, look, his head is fine now. I wouldn't have any worries about him now, like, you know. But I think I had a bit of depression. I think when he went into depression, I think after his injuries and his form dipped, he was going through a bit of a mini existential crisis. With his mental health, the depression, maybe or whatever. And but look, I'm sure there's no concerns now for him anyway. Watch him in training anyway with Barca or pre-season training. He looked on it, focused.
Yeah, Jesus, this is right. I mean, I'm glad he's happy and all that now, but yeah. Like I said, just that lack of stability, that lack of certainty with it just being a loan move,
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with Dicko. We'll go with Dicko. That's what Mark Dicko. That works. What is the Camara news? The Camara news is basically Crystal Palace have put in an offer. Liverpool and Man United have got their eye on him, but
what I wonder, Brian,
potentially another Sangari to Brentford. I heard United Sangari as well. Oh,
I wonder.
Liverpool and United said exactly the same thing. He signed for Brentford.
If he does sign for Palace, Camara, if he does sign for Palace, what does that mean for Wharton, Brian? No, obviously, maybe. But he could play with Wharton. Absolutely, that would be a good combination. But I wonder
because they have that Kamada guy who kind of plays alongside, isn't it? The Kamada.
Yeah,
kind of similar to Camara, and he plays alongside Wharton.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, just out of curiosity, Wharton has to be on the move at some point. He's got to have to go. He has to move. We'll watch this space. If Palace do sign Camara,
I would. That's the midfield. It's not the midfield. It's one of the midfields I wanted to see for Liverpool was Camara and Wharton. I mean, the two of them together.
I know. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'd like to have them both.
Of course. Yeah.
In the team, in the squad.
Yeah. I mean, if we don't move for Camara, I have a feeling there'll be another Bomba out of nowhere for that type of midfielder somewhere around the world. I don't know. I have a feeling. Why are we not moving for Camara? Why are we not in for Camara or weren't in for Sangari or someone like that? There must be. I mean, we need one. We have Nioni, but we need a more senior version of Nioni. They must have something up their sleeve.
Well, maybe they're just hoping Nioni just becomes that player. This season.
Yeah. But he's all the actor. Yeah.
He is small. Yeah, no, I get it. He's not a perfect player. Without a doubt, he does have problem. I mean, he's a little N'Golo Kante when you look at him size-wise. Skinny. I'm not saying he's a Kante. I mean, but he's got that kind of the way he gets about the pitch reminds me of him. He's small, wiry. Ward will stay too expensive. Morton, how are you, mate? Yeah, Ted's is saying this poor lad has been ripped apart before he even kicks the ball first. Well, I hope people aren't ripping him apart. You know, I have legitimate concerns, which are nothing to do with him as a person. I do have legitimate concerns over him as a player coming into this team. That's just normal stuff. You know, can he take intensity and all that? But
yeah,
I'm not ripping him apart. Not ripping the kid apart.
No. I mean, we're just stating, you know, the facts behind it, but like we're all going
to. I know
Ted's
isn't the one with us. I'm sure Ted's isn't the one, but he probably just means other people online. He's shit. He's washed. He's finished.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. But we should all back him anyway, you know, regardless, and we'll go with it. Absolutely. I'm excited by him. Once he finds his form. He could be a tremendous centre back. Tremendous.
Yeah, Stiller. There's a lot of Stiller is, you know.
It's still about
We've been talking about Stiller for 2 seasons now.
Yeah,
still is. Yeah, I'm not saying we've been talking. I'm saying the kid is still at fucking Stuttgart. I've been talking about Warren for 2 years. He's still at Crystal Palace.
He is. Yeah.
You know, it's these guys have been there for a while. Yeah, sure, definitely, Ted's definitely. No, I want to. There you go. Sonny.
How are we, boys? You alright?
Hey, Sonny, how are things?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, lads. You alright?
Good.
Yeah, it's fair. Look, it's fair. I did have a little. Again, man, I know what you're saying, but yeah, you know, I'm just not. I'm a bit worried about it. Is all I'm saying. I'm a little bit worried about it. But if he stays fit, gets his form back, he'll be absolutely fine. He'll be a monster. He'll do a job for us. Probably won't get signed on a permanent, I'd imagine. But hopefully, he comes in and he tries his best.
Yeah.
To prove that he's worth a deal, and maybe then he does get a deal. You know, because Virgil could. I still kind of expect Virgil to sign one more extension.
Yeah, I think he's going to get like a year extension or maybe a 2-year extension because I think they're going to assess him, mate, and this season, and maybe around Christmas time when it gets to January, they might offer an extension. It would make it. I don't see why you'd let him just walk out the door. You know, because I know, you know, realistically, most centre backs are finished at 35, but in modern day football now, the centre backs tend to go on a little bit longer. And Virgil van Dijk's never been one of these players, as he was relied on his pace. You know what I mean? A lot of the time, like he's a smart player. You know what I mean? He relies on getting into defensive areas and smelling danger. And I think we could probably get potentially another 2 seasons of him, maybe.
And as well, Sonny, he's so imperious. He doesn't get involved in too much of a physical battle. He doesn't have to, you know. He's dominant in the air and on the ground. He's not really overexerted physically, you know, in one-to-one battles, you know.
You look like Thiago Silva. He's still playing football now, isn't he? He's like 41 or how old? You know what I mean? Like Pepe as well. Like Ramos, they all went in, kept playing. Maldini until they were like 40, 41.
Yeah. They did completely. Yeah. Yep. There's no reason why you can't.
Yeah, I think with a lot of players, it wouldn't make sense. I understand why a lot of people were unhappy when we re-signed Salah on that new deal. Like some people want them gone then, but like with Van Dijk, he hasn't dropped at all, has he? There hasn't been a single season where you'd look at him and go, he's a bit of a there. Like even last season, even a bad season, he was unbelievable for us.
He was, yeah. I mean, Virgil may have dropped overall. I'd only a couple of percent, you know, of the 100. Like he's still as good, better than any centre back in the Premier League, and I'd include Salah in that. You know, even if he's not 100% at his old best, he's still good enough to play for Liverpool Football Club. More than good enough, you know. And he still has his pace, not quite as quick as before, but he still has pace, you know.
It makes sense if, you know what I mean, or the other 3 centre-backs were head and shoulders better than Van Dijk now, and he's 35 and we hardly use him, and you know what I mean, he's injury prone, then it can't, like, but it's not like that. He is still head and shoulders our best defender in the club.
Yeah, completely.
He's still the best centre half in the league. He's still the best centre half in the league. He's better than Salim.
Yeah, he is. He's better than all of them. I understand why people throw names against him, but they always use Van Dijk as, the measuring pole, don't they? They always say, Saliba's better than Van Dijk, and that's for a reason.
I know, yeah.
Mark Dicko is saying, do you think Barcola will start the pre-season with PSG? Well, the pre-season's already started for them.
He's on holiday.
Yeah, I mean...
And I saw today, didn't he?
Yeah, he played 90.
Yeah, which I found weird, but obviously we're trying to sign him. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah. That's just PSG taking the piss.
Not as weird as Roberto De Zerbi. Did you see that?
No.
They played at friendly today, 90 minutes, he didn't make a single substitution.
What? How did the result go? How did they finish?
I don't know, actually. I actually don't know. He had 7 players on the bench. He didn't make a single substitution in the pre-season game.
That's weird. Very weird.
He must have done fit in his bench. It must be all shit.
I figured out what it is. I put it in the chat. I figured out what it is. I just find it hard to lock into players that are here on loan. I find it hard to really,
Yeah.
go invest in it, and, just thinking. And that's the same for the player. The player must think, I'm here on loan, and they want to keep me. It's very, there's a lack of certainty to it.
Yeah.
I tell you, only here on loan. Like, okay, he'll be fine. Doesn't really matter. If he's going to be gone in 12 months, then it doesn't really matter that much.
I tell you who's the cause of that, Brian. Arthur Melo.
Well, we're so rarely loan players. Like, it's not a thing. Like, top clubs rarely loan first team starting players.
Yeah.
Like, how often does a big club loan in a starting centre half?
Yeah, who captained Barcelona? Yeah,
I mean, it's just a very unusual scenario.
I just think,
he's on a full contract. Okay, let's get behind this guy. So if he's going to be gone, that's great. Okay, come in, do a thing, but I don't think Brian in the future, is he?
I just don't think that's where we're going to buy a centre back. Considering we've Xhaka waiting to, I think it was going to be a short-term project, something to step in for a while. And I
think maybe they were probably going to buy one, but they were, obviously going around asking, and probably they were looking, they were probably thinking, like, realistically for cheap, we might be able to get a Tomori, which Tomori's nowhere near, close to the levels of Araujo is. Like, he's in the league and that for Barcelona. But then also on the net, they've probably looked at, like, they've asked other, like cons. They've probably asked certain players, what's the price to the club, and they've probably been told big numbers back. 70s, 80 million. We probably thought we can't afford to do that. If we're buying Barcola, we can't afford to sink 70, 80 million pounds on a centre back right now. Even though it's stupid though, isn't it? When you think about it, because Nate just left on a free. Gomez is injury prone. Like, we should have it. We should be buying them. We should have bought 2 centre backs. In my opinion, we should be buying 2 6s. We should be buying 2 wingers. But it's near impossible to do it all in one window. But they should at least try it. Like, you know what I mean? We could have had a couple more smart. Like, how good of it? Like, we could have got Tanesi on a free. We could have got Araujo on a loan. There's Gomez replaced. There's Kanate replaced. Go and get a right back. There's Jed Spence. Go and get me Camara or Wharton. And then go and get me 2 wingers. We're sorted for 4 or 5 seasons. For the foreseeable future anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. I just think maybe, due to necessity, I think we need to bring in somebody quickly, and I think a loan deal makes a whole lot of sense. Like you said, we'll save 50, 60 mil at least on a centre back. Put that towards maybe the right back. Put a bit of it towards one of the wingers, or someone in midfield. I think it could turn to be a very, very shrewd bit of business, or a disaster. But I believe in the shrewd bit of business aspect of it. I think he'll do a good job for us. I'm sure we'll get as soon as PSG suddenly have tied up Ferran Torres and Götze, we'll get Barcola and Mbaye. Job done. And then go for right back maybe.
Do you think Arsenal will come in for Barco. I've seen a couple of links today, basically saying like Arsenal, are still like the view in the situation.
Yeah. Sure. Arsenal acting like the big boys, they'll huff and they'll puff and they'll say this and that. But at the end of the day, Sonny, Barcola wants Liverpool, and Liverpool want Barcola. So I think, we're in too deep now with Barcola. We're in too deep. I think not to complete the deal, So I can't see Arsenal swoop in and take him, to be honest, because, like he said, he's been quoted and saying he'd rather prefer Liverpool is his preference. So
I didn't know this as well, boys, but I only seen this last night. It's like there was like a video that got shared around. It's like loads of like compilations of Ekatike and Barco, and they're meant to be like really close friends, and might be one of the reasons. Obviously, Liverpool's a big enough club as well, to attract them. But if it is between Arsenal and Liverpool, like just something as simple as having one of his, because these videos, in the French squad of all of his mates, like he does, him and Ekatike are always with each other, like they're running around, joking around, having a laugh with each other, like that would probably sway his choice, I reckon, something like that.
100%, Sonny, and as well as that, Jacques as well could join the party, so a little French contingent at Anfield. That would appeal to Barcola or any player, have his fellow countryman at the club. I mean, what French?
I'm going to Frenchy it up a bit.
Arsenal have only got Saliba, haven't they? Really, they used to be like the French club in the league, didn't they? But they haven't really got many French players like they used to. Like,
no, yeah. I mean, sure, he could be on the move anyway. Saliba, he could be on the move too. Like,
yeah, Saliba is the only French guy I've ever seen.
That's the only one I can think of. Yeah, but back in the day, they used to have loads, didn't he? Like the whole, like practically like 3, 4, 5 players. French.
Perez, Petit, who else?
Henry,
Perez, Vieira.
He was the right back that they have as well. Didn't they have a right back? He was French as well, didn't he?
William Gallas. They had Grimandi is the guy you're thinking of. Gilles Grimandi, that guy. He played right back, kind of left back, everything for him.
Where was Laurent from as well? There, like the full back that they had. Was he French?
He was French. Yeah,
he was good as well. To be fair,
he was. Yeah,
he didn't play for France. So.
Oh, didn't he? No.
Decent player.
Yeah, Pascal Segan. Remember him, the ball guy, another French defender they had.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
They were kind of the shit ones, but the good. Yeah, they had like Henry. Like when France were winning, like everything as a nation, they had Petit, Vieira, Perez, and Henry.
Yeah.
That was 4. Like, and then they had
Anelka as well, didn't they? They had Anelka.
They did, yeah.
William Gallas as well. But those 4 boys, like Henry, Petit, Vieira, and Perez. They were the real big dogs.
They were the core of that.
And now it only lasted a year, man. What a player!
Yeah,
what a player. What he could have been, Will Tord, that's the one we're forgetting about.
Sylvain Will Tord, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that. Yeah, Will Tord used to get into the French team as well. Yeah, we said Perez. Yeah.
How could you forget Perez?
Oh, fantastic player! Fantastic.
We said him first. So not homegrown spot? Yeah, I'm confused. I mean, not confused. I know how homegrown things works, but like the more I'm thinking about it, I'm not unhappy. Well, let's park that. It's not the player I don't like. I just don't like this transfer. Basically, I don't like this. I don't like loaning in a guy from Barcelona who's had serious issues. His form has dropped off massively. Could be on the way back and all that. Big injury history. And we're loaning him from Barcelona. That I don't like that as a transfer. I don't like that the ambition of that transfer. That is a real, and it's not an Araujo thing. It's just our solution to getting what we need. is loaning in a guy that Barcelona, he may have been captain a year and a half ago. He may have been top, but this guy has dropped off bigly, as Trump would say. And he has a lot of injury history. And that's our answer. I don't like it as a transfer. Now, I'm happy to be proved wrong. Great, he signs up, and in 2 years' time, we're talking about it. But
the only way this makes any sense, Brad, like if say for instance we finished the window of just getting Barcola and that was it, I think the whole fan base would go, they go fucking nuts. I think FFG out, I think all that's going to be trending again because they're not going to be happy. But then, if we did do this for a certain reason, you know what I mean? Then the next week or so, we got Camara in, Spence come in, and buy Barcol. They went out and got all these other players. Then I think a lot of Liverpool fans would see why they've done it. That's the only thing I think, like, it makes sense then, you know what I mean? If they were doing it to spread cash throughout the team and like trying to be shrewd, but if it's just him and like Barcola who come through the door, it's not going to go well for them next season.
No,
like I'm not saying it's going wrong or it's going to be, but I just it's not a big club move. It's just not a big club move. We can try and dress up. We got these boys. You don't want to get in Jackie's way or the. I mean. I don't like it as a transfer. I think it's a cheap move.
Yeah.
I think it's a risk we don't need to take.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to take this risk on this player. But I am happy to be proved wrong, and hopefully I will be proved massively wrong.
If Araujo was a far lesser profile player, and we brought him in, a kind of an unknown player with those kind of with that past, I think we'd all be extremely worried. I think because he's such a high profile player, Brian, I think it's a risk worth taking, because we know how good he has been, and we know it's a fresh start. I'm sure he's been assessed, and the due diligence again has been done, and he's fine, and he's ready to go, and he's fit, so it's surely a risk worth taking. I thought it was gas sunny last night when the news broke about Araujo. The bomber that came in live on air. I come off the chat, but the amount of people, Sonny, who were dissing Araujo was just ridiculous. Like, we were screaming for weeks and weeks for a centre back, and now we have one. And some people, not everybody, but some people, I saw it online today on various channels. Jesus, people going bananas, saying he's this and he's that and he's shite and blah blah blah. This guy, captain Barcelona, when he was playing well, he was an absolute monster, playing fantastic. So let's all hope he just gets back to that level, which I believe under Areola he will get back to that level and perform for us at Anfield. Because I mean, other centre backs are out there. I don't think we would have forked out 60, 70 million, on a centre back when we spent 60 million on Jackie, who's maybe a season or so off being ready for first team football. So I think a loan move is shrewd business and it makes sense. I can understand Brian has been, I can understand Brian or anybody, being a bit nervous of it because it's a loan move and it's not what we usually do. But need must, I think, in this situation, need must, because it's a bit of an emergency position whereby we need a centre back and we need one fast. And this guy's the answer, I believe he'll do well anyway. I believe he'll do well. Huge physique, he's got pace, he's got a good skill level, brilliant one-on-one tackler, brilliant positioning sense. In the air, he's very, very good, so he'd be a good partner for Van Dijk. So at least he'll be fit for a new season, and just once he's match match fit, match fit and match sharp. So we'll see over the preseason, lads, how he'll get on. We've 2 games left. Well, 3 is a 3. We're playing Coma twice a week. Are we playing two sides in the one game? Not too sure, but hopefully he'll get a game anyway. He's flying on Sunday to do his medical, and he'll probably go back to France, then come back, get settled in for a few days. And he might be ready to play a full preseason game or part of a preseason game, surely, because he's going to start. We've nobody else really to start with Van Dijk, who's a natural centre back, to start with Van Dijk in that position. So, yeah, it's going to be him, I suppose.
Sorry, I had to answer the phone there.
Fine, Brian, no worries.
No, sorry. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully you can say fish. Oh, lost Sonny. Sorry, lost Sonny.
I just got to the shop. He'll be back in a minute.
Oh.
Gone to the shop. Yeah.
Sorry, I left on your own there. Monaco tomorrow. Como twice next Sunday. Yeah, we're playing them twice.
Cool.
Like we did with.
Just saying, hopefully we'll get to see Araujo. Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember we did that last year? We played Athletic Bilbao. We played them twice on one day, and we played them in the morning, then played them in the evening. 2 different teams.
Yeah,
he's a very good manager, highly rated manager. Fabregas apparently played very good football, very attacking football. So that'll be a good challenge.
Well, wasn't he rumored to be our manager at one point? There was a lot of
he's Inter tried to sign him. Inter tried to get him.
They did
after Inzaghi, but they brought in people.
Yeah. Oh, he's a promising up and coming manager. Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
He's a part owner there, so I know he's kind of a minority, but he's not just the manager at Como. He's more involved than just that. He's sort of they took it over and rejigged it, and he's kind of part of all that. So he invested in the club in a big way. But he'll definitely. Yeah. He will go Barca. You'd imagine he has his eye on Barca. I mean, he's still
100%. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Arsenal. You'd imagine. I mean, if we expect him to come back, surely Arsenal fans looking at Fabregas potentially going back there one day. So that's when he was linked to us. I was saying, well, geez, if he was coming back to England, I'd imagine he'd be. Arsenal might be as well. But look, Alonso went to Chelsea, so.
Yeah.
You never know.
I was just saying that hopefully we'll see Araujo in one of the preseason games. If we're playing Como twice, maybe one of those games he'll play or a part of it.
Maybe. Bernie is here. How are you, Bernie?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Brian. Ray, how are you?
Hi, Bernie. How are you doing?
Yeah, I was just listening to talking before about this. Is it Aruba? Not Aruba.
Araujo.
Araujo, sorry. And Brian, you were saying, I've been thinking about this, and it's a head scratcher. Are we doing them a favour? Are they doing us a favour? Or is it a reciprocal favour, because if he's not fit, but they don't want to let him go, are they hoping to offload his wages to us? Or is it that we think we don't want to buy him straight away because of his injuries? So we'll take him, pay his wages, and if he stays fit, then we'll buy him at the end of the season. So it's like, are we doing them a favour? Are they doing us a favour, or are we both doing each other? A good deal?
I think we're both gaining an advantage from it. I think Bernie, I think we're paying his full wages. That was the deal, and there's no obligation to buy him at the end of the loan deal. So we'll see. We'll assess it then, I suppose. But we're paying his wages, and we're getting the player, and there's no sign-on fee. So I suppose we're both gaining from it. I think. Well, if he performs well, we're certainly gaining from it. He has to perform first and play well, and then we'll be doing Barca a favour, and they're doing us a favour.
Yeah, it's just funny the way it came out of nowhere. I mean, they're the ones we like, aren't they? Really, we love those. Silent and they just appear. But it's just like you think, where did that come from? You know, it's such.
I know, yeah, it's mad. Yeah. I don't know. They're the ones we like, and generally they work out, with Munoz, that young lad, the winger. That was a very, out of the blue one as well. Hopefully we'll have a few more, Bernie. We need, as well as us, anybody we need, a few more players.
Yeah, and it looks like the Spanish banks now, doesn't it? A bit. When the Spanish speaking. When you said before about the French at Arsenal, that was under Wenger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But and then we went under the Dutch with Arnie, and now it looks like we're going Spanish.
Back Spanish again, yeah. Spanish contingent, yeah, with the French flair. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, hopefully now, we've had no sign-on fee for Araujo, so hopefully we have, I'd imagine there's a particular budget set aside for the players we're going to bring in. Hopefully that's the case. When I say players, there's, more than Araujo and Munoz, so hopefully we'll put that towards maybe right back. We've 2 wingers to bring in, so I think if we get the right back, Bernie, and the 2 wingers, we'll have Araujo for centre back. Great. I think we're okay. We'll be okay then,
Well, when you think about Verge, I can't say his name. Is it Aroa or Harua? But when you think about Verge and him, and you've got Jacques and Leone learning from them two, sort of like anchoring the back for us. To me, I like that. I think they're not blocking Leone's way in because this guy's alone for a start off.
Exactly.
We might take him, but they're not blocking Leone's path, and they're not blocking Jacquet's path either, are they? So,
exactly, yeah.
And in the meantime, we've got that bit of heavyweight defense, sort of like experienced defense that we need. So I think it's a good move.
I think so, Mary. Yeah, I mean, I think a loan deal is perfect. I mean, this guy captained Barcelona. He captained Barcelona Football Club, which is huge. And when he was on form, he was fantastic. He's only 27. Like I said, he's not blocking Jacquet's pass because it's a loan move. 1 season, we may extend it to 2 seasons because Jacquet, Jacquet's young. I think after, during the season, I think Jacquet will be ready to start, but not obviously immediately because he's injured. But, that's why we need an emergency centre back brought in to play with Van Dijk, So that makes sense all around, for all parties.
Yeah, it's always the one though, isn't it? So where does that come from? Just turns up as
Jen.
Yeah.
Blaze, how are you? Jen is in. Songs, are you? Songs. I missed anybody else new came in. I think I'll say hello to everybody. 2 sides. First game behind closed doors. He's not that's going a bit overboard. That's definitely going a bit overboard. He's not the second best centre half in the Premier League if he signs. That's not. Jesus.
No, he's got to prove himself first.
Yeah, I don't know if he's even the second best centre half at Liverpool. No, but like I said, Bernie, I'm not getting into this is not a player thing. I don't like this as a signing. I don't like this transfer. When do top clubs go out and loan in centre halves? This is what I'm saying. I just don't like it as a transfer. It is short term. It's a stopgap thing, and this is the opposite of what we were doing last year. Last year we were going out and identifying the best players in the world, bringing them in.
Yeah.
And now we're loaning guys off Barca that Barcelona are happy to let go. Happy to let go. I did want us to bring in a centre half, but this Liverpool Football Club don't go out loaning in guys to start. Maybe we do now, okay? Maybe we do. But I don't like. It's not like I'm not saying Araujo will be a failure. What I'm saying is I don't like this. It's to me it's wrong. We should be going out there. We should bring in some permanently, so he knows he's going to be here for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I don't want to be rehabilitating some dude. I think he's going to get murdered if he plays right side centre half. If he plays fullback for us, we don't have to attach the price either. Just because this guy might cost 55 million, and that we don't have to say, well, who else could you get for 55 million? Just go out and buy somebody for 80 million. I just don't. I hope he comes in and he's great, Barney, but I just don't like Liverpool's idea of how to solve the issue we have is we'll just go out and loan some dude from Barcelona.
It's
No,
it's almost
no.
like they've changed the ethos of the club to me. You know, it's like we go for attacking players, and we take a spin on like the chance that we get more goals than everybody else, and then if we let a few in, great. So we don't need defenders. That's what it looks like, isn't it? You know, as long as we play heavy metal football, we've got a better odds of winning than losing, and that's never been Liverpool's philosophy, is it? You know, we strengthen all areas, and that's the way we've always played. But it seems funny that they didn't do it last year. You know, so it's like it's a pattern now starting to appear where they're not strengthening the back.
No, this isn't just a Araujo thing. This goes across the whole club this summer. This lack of aggression in the market. You know, kind of building on what we did last year, last summer. And again, I'm not having to go with the player. He could be a great player for us, but I'm not buying this as something that's a good thing for Liverpool to do. To go out and loan in a guy, go out and buy a guy. If he's good enough, go out and buy a guy. That means he knows he's come to Liverpool. He knows he's a Liverpool player. And so I'm not picking him apart as a footballer. I just don't like this as a transfer by Liverpool Football Club. Nothing to do with Araujo or Araujo, whatever it is. I just think it doesn't scream big club. It doesn't say, you know, top business to me. It's this guy is really got a problem with injuries over the last year and a half, and we're bringing him to one of the most physically intense leagues.
So do you?
I don't like it.
Do you think then the philosophy now is throw us as fans a bone? You know, with the likes of Barcola, the likes of Isak, the likes of Wirtz, throw us a bone like a really big player. But all the money that we need to spend on everybody around them, we'll just buy young kids or someone like this on loan. Do you think that they think that we'll be kept quiet because we've got a big signing in? You know, I mean, I'm not saying FSG as such, because I keep thinking, you know, they're at the top, but they're paying people a hell of a lot of money to run this club. And the way it's being run, we're not happy with. So whoever's, you know, deciding, and okay, that could have come from the top. It could have come from FSG, where they're saying, keep the costs down. We'll give a big sign in here and there that we can re-sign and sell and still keep money on them. But even that doesn't fit because we let contracts run out. We let players. We didn't sell players for money. The whole system is just falling by the wayside to what we know.
So the Sally is in. Could have gone for Tonali were blown out of the water. No one was going to match that money, I reckon. Who can we see this thing? Who can we buy at less than 60? We're not buying anybody. Like, don't see. This isn't my job, Edward, to say you can buy this guy and this guy. This is up to the club to go out there. What I'm saying, you know, why are we like Barcelona are happy to let this guy go because his injuries are fucked. Let's be real. So we haven't bought him for 55. We're loaning in a player, is what I'm saying. If you're telling me Liverpool Football Club can't go out there and identify a centre half, we've given £60 million and they can go out and they can do it. They will. They'll find somebody and we'll go, oh, that guy, he's great. Look at this guy. Now we're all trying to dress up Araujo as something. What I'm saying is the idea of a club loaning in a guy for a year that Barcelona don't want anymore because he can't handle Hansi Flick's football. And Ibu left, haven't replaced Ibu, didn't bring in the Gahey replacement, we didn't get Gahey. So this is our answer, is to loan in a guy for a year. So that's what I'm saying. This is just it's a small club move is to get a guy, go and grab a guy who's just available from Barca because he's got bad injuries, dropped off massively. They can go out, they'll find someone. It's not, we shouldn't have to name the exact guy. They can go. It's just when is the last time? Like, when does the last time Man City or fucking Real Madrid or someone went and got a guy on loan to play as their main centre half?
Yeah,
I just don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sorry. Don't have to like it.
We send our players out on loan.
Yeah.
We don't normally take loan players in, do we? But,
Like, you want to start on? I think we're doing them a favour, Bernie. I think we're doing them a favour. I don't see how they're doing us a favour.
But is it so we don't block Leone's path, do you think?
No, I don't. It's got nothing to do with that at all. I mean, Virgil could leave next year. You're going to need four. You always need four centre halves. And this, again, I would just rather the guy goes out and actually, the club goes out and identifies a player, brings him in, so that player knows he's here for next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever. How committed is he? I'm sure he's going to be mega committed, but your guy doesn't know if he's going to be here next year. How? It's just. Trying to get real. We cannot spend 300 this window, but if you're saying we can't buy a centre half, fine. If we can't buy a centre half, we have to loan a guy. That's the shit this club is in right now. We have to loan a guy. It's a bad deal.
I think, though, I know, it's like the blame game, but everything's gone to pot since Hughes started buying our players, because he hasn't hit the mark. He hasn't bought the players we needed in. And, it's almost like he's a kid in a candy shop. I can get this, I can get that, I can get the other. But it hasn't really, I don't think, done us any great favours with the money he's had at his disposal.
No, that's fine, Ted's definitely, but as well, man, I wouldn't have bought him. I wouldn't have bought him. Not with his injury history. I definitely would not have gone and actually bought this guy. So I wouldn't have gone for him, basically. He's not someone I would have went for. But look, we've done it. I mean, I'll back it, it's fine. But like I said, I have an issue, not an issue, I just have a problem connecting with loan players.
But
he's only here for a little while, kind of thing. So.
When we're taking a loan player on, do they look at the medical records at their club before we take them?
Of course they do. Yeah. Jesus, absolutely. They know what these guys had for fucking breakfast 3 years ago.
That's what I mean. So
everything about these guys.
They must have been happy, Brian, to with what they saw.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Again, I just would rather a club. Barcola 115. Wait, what? Barcola 150, right wing 60. Yeah, but Jacket was on last year's money. Yeah, but I don't want to play that accountancy game. You sell a couple of players, mate. Sell a couple of players, and that changes big time. I don't know if he's the best centre half on the market. I think we might be. Yeah, it's just a lot of issues here, lads, really. But I'm not going to pretend this is all wine and roses. But anyway, look, he's our player now. So we'll get on with it. But I think it's a bit disappointing from the club.
Who's TW
a little bit disappointing.
Brian, where he's saying the lad's big and quick, but it was bad with his mental health. Is that Araujo, or is it?
Yeah. Yeah, he's had a few issues, not just injury-wise. Yeah, he's had a rough couple of years. So.
Oh, I think I read about this. Yeah.
I know. Well,
hopefully he's put him behind him. He's put it behind him, and he can move forward now.
He can't be any worse. Let's face it. Than Curtis, can he?
Well, Or poor Joe Gomez in his current state.
Or Joe, yeah. So we've got like two wonky guys.
Oh yeah, jeez. Poor Joe's cursed, you know. I know when Joe was fit, like he was a fantastic centre back and a brilliant right back, you know, when he's fit. But poor Joe, you know, we can no longer rely on Joe Gomez. You know, he is severely injury prone.
I think
Poor lad, you know.
Joe's going to retire at the club, and when anyone goes to the game, he'd be selling the tickets. You know, he's not leaving anytime soon, is he?
He's not. No, I think Joe's with us forever. I think, you know, until his last day in football.
Yeah.
I'd imagine, you know. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Or can you imagine if he scores a goal, the whole of the stadium or the whole of the world will be screaming, won't they? You know.
Oh, it's just that he had a stadium in the city will erupt. I'd imagine, Bernie. Yeah, absolutely erupt. If he does, like his poor Joe, yeah. You know, when he's around the pitch, shoot, 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 shoot. All you hear the crowd like shoot. Once or twice he tries to shoot, but it doesn't go too well, you know. But I'll score sometime.
You know, like when he's in training, has anybody actually seen him get a goal in training? Because I've watched him a few times and haven't seen him score.
No, I haven't anyway. I haven't seen too many. Well, I've seen a fair few training sessions, but snippets of training sessions, you know, online. But I've never seen him score. You know, they wouldn't count anyway.
So where are we up to then, guys? With with I know Barcola's still on the burner, isn't he? You know, but is there anyone else that we're in talks with? Are we in talks with that Mbaye or not?
I believe myself, Bernie. I have nothing to base this on now, but I do believe we are in talks with him, and you know, I think they're trying to do a deal for him by certainly. You know, it all depends. Or higher than now. PSG must be satisfied with their signings before they can release any players. So of course they're going to make sure they have Akliouche. They're going to get Ferran Torres now, and they're going to get Götze. So, then they'll. I have no doubt we'll get Barcola after that, probably by next weekend, and hopefully Mbaye will go as well, and that'll be us sorted then in the attack, I suppose we do need, ideally a backup to Isak, but look, we'll maybe. Munoz, I think Munoz can't replace with the centre, so we've if we're stuck we can slip him in there, so that's Barcola by outside of that, Bernie, I don't know. I mean, all the talk is of Jed Spence, a lot of links to Jed Spence. I
don't know about you, right? I'd take Jed Spence. I like him. I think he'll only get better as well.
Of course, I'm with you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I take him too, in a heartbeat. I mean, there aren't, I don't know, too many quality right backs out there who are willing to come to Anfield. The Doués of this world, he's an exceptional player, and other fantastic young right backs. But I mean, Jed Spence is homegrown. It makes sense. He's young, homegrown. A good quality. He's not world class, but he's a good quality right back, and we need a good quality right back. We don't need a world class. We don't need a world beater. We just need a good quality right back who can work with Areola. And I'd say there's no reason why he's not the man.
Yeah. Do you know what? As well, I was going to ask you and Brian and the guys in chat. When you look at, it's very hard to evaluate Isak because we haven't seen enough of him. We haven't seen enough of him in a settled team either, is it? It's not like he's come into the old team and he's just slotted in his place and
sure.
He's not scoring. He's come into a really topsy-turvy team, probably the most topsy-turvy we've been in a few years.
Yeah.
But when you look at him, he always looks like he's scared to me, Isak. He doesn't look like he's confident. He seems smiling, and I know his personality is. He's self-possessed, he's quiet, we know that. But you still look at him, and I just think, he deserves someone around him who is going to constantly give him the ball, and then we'll see
totally,
that we saw before we bought him. And he deserves that because you don't just turn into a garbage player when you come to a new club. You know, we've got to give him what he had
Of
at
course. Yeah, totally, Bernie. Yeah, and I mean, I know he was injured for most of last season, but I think isn't it a blessing in disguise he was injured for most of last season, because if he wasn't, he'd have scored a fair few goals, and we'd still have Arne Slot in charge playing dull football. So it was a blessing he was injured. I know it was an awful injury. He was done. He was done by Van de Ven. Shocking challenge. But I
Yeah.
think, you know, this coming season, you know, if you get Barcola and Mbaye, he'll have the likes of Mbaye, Barcola, Munoz, and Wirtz behind him, playing as a second striker, giving him the ball. He'll have loads of options. You know, I think he's going to be. I expect at least 20 goals from him next season. I think he'll be flying. He'll be flying. Provided we bring in a few signings, you know.
Like you say, like imagine him with Barcola, and even you know, even Rio, and you give him a couple of good players around him, and
Yeah.
we'll, you know, we're contenders definitely from day one.
Oh yeah. I mean, it'll be all about just feed Isak, give Isak the ball as quickly as possible, you know, or give it to Wirtz as quickly as possible, who can then feed Isak in, or vice versa. You know, that'll be key. Just get the ball in quickly, and like with the perfect style now for the direct vertical football, direct, intense, high press. So it'll be all go, 100 mile an hour, heavy metal football to do that. You know, it'll suit Isak.
Yeah, the worrying thing though, Ray, is that we're still back in the same place where, especially if McAllister's going and Jones is going, who's going to boss our midfield? Because
Yeah,
it's no good at having the players up at the top who can do it. If
I
there's
know. Yeah,
there's no barrier in midfield to stop the
yeah.
opposition.
No doubt, like we could do it one or two midfielders, but I think Mac is staying now. I think Brian mentioned. I think Mac is not going anywhere.
Oh, is it?
I don't think so. I thought he was certainly on the move, but maybe he's not. But even if he, let's say for example, if he doesn't go with Maka, Gravenberg, and Szoboszlai, and Nioni, realistically, I can only see Nioni starting. I can see Nioni as the starting midfielder with Szoboszlai and Wirtz. The other player I could see in that position would be possibly McAllister, not Gravenberg. McAllister proved his legs aren't gone. He in the World Cup, he was the second highest. He covered the second highest amount of ground in the World Cup, you know, recently, and that proves his legs aren't gone. He still has it, you know. And when Mac is at his best, he's a good tackler of the ball. He's a good, you know, a very good midfielder, you know. So I can only see him if we keep him behind, battling with Nioni for that spot. If Irola can masterfully turn Maka, change his style a little bit into that kind of number 6-ish role, you know. Although Irola likes to have his midfielders, all his midfielders be able to play 6, 8, and number 10 role, you know. So, you know, whoever's playing the deepest will be the defensive player in that moment, you know. So we'll see, you know. Like we do need a few more out, Bernie, you know. Camara would be a great signing, I think.
You know. I think as well, you know, when under Slot, you know, like once he'd won the league, he looked more relaxed on the sidelines, didn't he? You know, and whereas a manager like Areola, he's on the pitch with them and he's telling them, you know, he's directing it to the nth degree, isn't he? The football, you know, he's in like a scrum with them, telling them what to do every single position, and maybe that's like a really good motivation. You know, like some of the players who were highly motivated before and had got fed up, and now there's a new guy who's come in and motivating them all again to go.
That's it, yeah, absolutely. Sure, Arne Slot only stood around with his arms folded, expected.
Motivate them away to the airport. That's all they need to do. Motivate a few of them to the airport, and that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah. True, Brian. True.
Yeah, run. Yeah, that way. Keep going. Yeah, that way. Yeah, gate 4. Yeah, flight 1 Madrid. Off you fucking go.
Yeah,
One-way ticket.
Start with Hughes. Get him his ticket to Saudi and get him out.
Yeah.
Hugo, how are you? It's another Euro of gems. You know what he did with Bournemouth when they lost their better players. I mean, is that what we're doing now? Being a big club that loses its better players to make doing Mendy with the likes of fucking loanies from Barcelona? You know, as I said, I'm not criticizing the player here. I'm massively criticizing the transfer. That's two different things. The player is not the transfer. You know, I know Edward, you say, oh, help me spend this, spend that. If you're telling me we couldn't afford to buy a centre half this year, I wouldn't believe that. I wouldn't believe that. And I'd say, oh, who can we get this? I don't fucking know who we can get. But I bet some of our boys in the back rooms do. You know.
Well,
So
especially
I'm just not used to this club loaning in players and it working out. Melo didn't work out. Ali Sissoko, Victor Moses, that we loaned in. Yeah, we don't do it.
especially with Canate leaving, you don't not replace your big player, do you? You know, it's like that should have
Eagle
been.
may be going next year, Bernie. Eagle maybe. I mean, I was saying I expect him to stay, but technically he's gone next year. As it stands, he's leaving next year.
Oh, Ebu.
No, Virg is a contract. Well, Ebu's gone. Virg's contract is up next year. So as it stands, he's gone next year. So
yeah, that's what I was just going to say. No, but what I'm saying, Brian, is as soon as Canate, was messing about with the contract, they should have had somebody in at the background, shouldn't they? You know, you don't not replace a player like Canate. So we already had Leone in, but where's Canate's replacement? Nowhere. So
I think I think they banked on Canati staying and Xhaka being the understudy. That didn't work out,
But it's
Canati acted the bollocks anyway. He was acting the bollocks anyway, Bernie Canati. I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah, but you know what, Ray, to that's what a small team, a small club would do. You don't leave the player to dictate the pace, like that. We should have, like when he was faffing about with those contracts, we should have got his replacement in and said, "See you, you won't sign." So
they were trying to buy Gahey when he was still here.
Yeah,
messed that up. Didn't get someone else after Gahey. We all said, okay.
Yeah.
You fucked up the Gahey thing, right? The Gahey thing has gone to pot. Okay, the shit can happen. The shit did happen, right? So, but we knew we needed a centre half. Gahey fell through. So you have basically from the day the window shuts on September until January to get something done. They decided not to do that. Instead, last day January, bring in Xhaka for the following season. So you didn't bring in Gahey, and Xhaka was signed when Ibu was still expected to stay. So we've now lost Gahey, as far as I'm concerned, lost Gahey, lost Ibu, and replaced him with Araujo on loan from Barcelona. I'm standing back and looking at it like that. I'm not having anyone I know little copyright is in here saying he's the second best centre half in the Premier League. I mean, Jesus, can we not have any kind of semblance of just normality here? Like Camara is a shit player, not good enough for anybody. Oh, but Araujo is the second best centre half in the Premier League. Never even kicked the ball in the Premier League. So I'm standing back and this is something fucking Crystal Palace did. This is not something Liverpool does. Loaning in players that Barcelona are happy to get rid of. I hope he comes in here and he's brilliant for us.
Yeah.
But as a club, this is poor. This is just poor.
But the size of our club, we could have gone even to a team at the bottom of the league with a great defender, or in the Premiership even. Not that we needed to, but all I'm saying is we could have picked a great defender from anywhere and still took this guy on loan as a backup. And that it's like he's coming on loan, but it looks like he's going to be our main guy.
But that's it. What's the plan? Is the plan for Araujo to start or Xhaka to start? Oh, I don't know which is which.
I'd say Araujo, Brian. I'd say Araujo for now. I'd say the experience behind him, until Jackie's up to speed. I mean, he's just back from injury, so he's he won't be featuring in pre-season, I don't think. And if he's not featuring in pre-season, he certainly won't be starting for a little while. You know.
Yeah, he does still have that issue.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
I think if
just
it's
on,
sorry, go
sorry,
on.
Bernie. No, you go ahead. Go ahead. You're going. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, to simplify it, we've cocked up at the back. We didn't get, a Canate replacement. We've cocked up in midfield. And we never replaced Fabinho, and Grav isn't good enough. Jones isn't good enough. And as fans, we're screaming out for the last 2 seasons for these players. They're not coming in, and so where are they? Why aren't they coming in?
Yeah, I know, Bernie. Sure, look, I share your frustration to a degree. At least we've had the emergence of Nyoni now, like in midfield. So he's got a bright future. He's top.
No, I
He's
don't
top
mean
class.
against Newcastle. I just mean for the season, like just the season kind of. Who does he see as being the starter? Is it Araujo or Jack?
I'd say Araujo, probably.
Yeah, I'd say Araujo for to start with. I'd say.
Yeah.
This team is screwed, lads. They're just throwing shit at the wall at the back now at this stage. Still don't have a right back. This guy just look, he ain't doing the right back job for us. In the Premier League, I'd imagine, to a high level. Again, that removes his ability to cover centre half. Yeah, okay. And I hope he does well for us, but I'm disappointed in the club. This is their best. This is their best fucking answer to.
But I think Brian. I think
problem.
Well, look, we still need a right back, but I think at his best, Araujo is a lot better than Canate. Canate would never be capable of becoming Barcelona captain ever. He's not that good, not good enough. Whereas this lad has captain Barcelona. If Canate was playing for Barcelona, he wouldn't captain Barcelona. He'd be far from it.
Well,
so
I don't.
if Araujo can if Araujo can get back to his best, which we hope he can, I think look, it'll work out fine for us.
Do you know what though? Right, to me, it's like when Sean Dyche was at Burnley, and like they had no attackers, so they invented parking bus, didn't they, or the low block? That was Burnley invented that basically. And when you look at that they didn't go for attackers; they just went to stop the attack with somebody else, and they hung on around the Premier League for years. They were going out, they were staying in, all the rest of it. At the moment, with some of what we're doing, it almost looks like we're a bottom of the league club. That you're cobbling bits together, but because you're strapped for cash, and there's no way we should be strapped for cash. So I just don't know why we're not going out and getting the players that we want. And I'm not talking about superstars. I'm just saying about somebody who's on the up with with some experience, but with a huge projection in front of them that everybody's saying this guy's going places. Why we're getting all them ready-made to go into the team to replace the deadwood that we're all saying that we want to get rid of?
Yeah. See, the deadwood we have is never going to be part of a squad going forward, I'd imagine. Curtis Jones, Endo Chiesa. So we just we need to bring in players. Obviously, that's a no-brainer. More players, but I mean, look, the window isn't closed yet. There's still a while to go in the window, Bernie. So I'm confident we'll be pulling out bombers, and the QT deals will be done quietly, like we've seen in the last few weeks. I'd imagine there's more players to come in.
I think this transfer give everyone a bit of hope as well, hasn't it, Ray? Because nobody, not one single, there wasn't one single source, one report, even remotely linked us to him, unless you're going back years ago. You know what I mean? But it gives me a bit of encouragement that maybe Liverpool are working, in the silence, and all of a sudden we might get a couple of players through the door that we're not even talking about or even expecting.
Of course, Sonny. Yeah, I think that'll be the case. Look, I'm hoping that'll be the case. I'm not in any way sure of that, but like they've already, Araujo and Munoz, those are the kind of signings. So there'll be a few more to come, you know. And like we were all, I know that it's only a loan deal, but we desperately need a body at the back, centre back, and we have him now. We have a body at the back, a quality body at the back, play centre back for the season. That's all we needed. So a stopgap until Jack is up to speed and be in a position to play, you know, and alternate the position with him. Now we now need a right back. So you know,
I think if you could do it, you would do a right back, a CDM, a left winger, a right winger, wouldn't you? I think that would be amazing, but I just don't see them being able to do all them 4 positions.
No, I have a feeling, Sonny, it'll be the 2 wingers, left, right, Barcola and Baye, and the right back. I think the midfield might just be left alone in the medium term. We'll say till January possibly. You know, Neoni, Mackay. If Mackay isn't going anywhere, look, he'll probably use him. Neoni, Sabozlai and Wirtz, you know. But if we get injuries, we're fucked, you know. So we really do need another 1 or 2 midfielders, you know, because Jones isn't good enough. Endo, no. You know, Gravenberg, questionable. You know, so we're kind of we're limited. You know, with just 3 to 4 players for midfield in 3 games a week, Champions League. You know,
I can't believe he's still having replaced Fabinho when you think about it. Like, he's literally just like he's left his move now in Saudi, hasn't he? He's been there for 3 years, and he's 3 years now. He's left his club in Birmingham. He still haven't done anything.
Do you know what?
I know.
Yeah, Sonny.
What? Sorry, I was just going to say.
Yes, Zia. Sorry, Zia's Zia's joined the panel. Welcome, panel. Zia, Sonny is back from the shop as well. Good to see you all in.
Hi, Sonny.
And everybody
Hi, Bernie.
in the chat. Abdul, I think, is the only new person. I'm saying hello to. Abs is in. Sorry, Abdul. And did I miss anybody else? No, other than Rodney, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't count. Endo will get an extension. Yeah, an extension cord. I don't know.
You know what, though? I'm always optimistic for the club, because I think we work with what we've got, and we get out there, and we've got a good heart, and we throw everything at it, and, you know, we're the Reds, and we do it. But what I don't understand is how can, you know, Arsenal and Chelsea and City and United have a squad and then have, you know, like have a first team and then have a good squad and then have 3 or 4 backups, and we can't get 1 backup. What's, you know, where's our money? What's going on?
Yeah, but there's a different way to look at that, though, isn't there? I mean, they're backups. Yes, they're quality backups, but I think they also lack something in some areas. You know, it's like, you know, I think that they bought Bruno obviously because Rice is definitely going to have a fall off this season. Okay, he's been going at it for the last 4 seasons in a row, and they need someone to refresh that area. He's not going to be the same player he was. Okay, last, I guarantee you, not up until Christmas at least. Okay, but then also if you look at their back line, you know, they're all sort of central defenders that play sort of, you know, on the right back and left back as well. So they're all predominantly also, you know, centre backs as well. So they're not like the top quality sort of, you know, left backs and right backs that you associate with any team. So, I you know, even their front line is a bit sort of him. I mean, Zachary, I mean, you know, he's fallen off quite a bit from his early days, you know, with the use. So it's not, you know, it's not like they have like backups that will definitely make that impact here, unless of course you've got Super Mikel Marino, who seems to be a club and country. But I don't, you know, I think it's a fair, you know, it's kind of like with us. I think the problem that we've got is because we had such a shit show last season. We've forgotten everything that was good about the midfield and the team and everything because they were just completely misused in many ways, in my view. Okay, I don't think they actually understood what the hell the coach was asking them to do. But that said, I think we need to refresh it. And, you know, I think, you know, I've said it now, Curtis needs to go because he's obviously on another planet, yeah.
I never thought I'd hear you say them words.
No, I'm really upset with him. I heard the other day that when he met Iriola, that he came on with sunglasses on or something and said hello, boss, or something like that. And that just upset me when I heard that. Well, I know that.
Zia, I'm just phoning I'm just on a solicitor to get this into a contract that you've said. You've officially said Jones has got to go.
Yeah, well, he has. If he's got his eyes set on something else, he needs to go. Yeah, I don't want
Exactly.
any sort of bit part sort of players half here, half over there, or something. And
Yeah.
Simon, you mentioned about I think you mentioned about this. This new signing, this defender. What's his first name? I can't say bloody surname.
Ronnie.
It's Ronnie.
Ronald.
Ronnie, yeah.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Right, Ronnie. So Ronnie. I think, to be honest, when we signed him, I was like, "Who the f is he?" Like that, because I'd
He's a
forgotten who he
Zionist.
was. Huh?
He's a
I just
Zionist.
is a what?
He's a Zionist.
Zionist.
Oh, yeah, but that's got nothing to do with football. But let's leave that out. He's just.
I know, yeah, I know he's got a lot going on behind the scenes. This good.
And don't get me started.
Yeah.
Isn't,
All right.
isn't he from Uruguay?
What's that?
How come he's linked to that? He's from Uruguay.
Yeah, he's mad into it. He's big into all that.
Oh.
He went over there last week. He was at the wall, he did all that stuff.
Oh God.
Okay. All right.
He met one of the big leader dudes and all that. Yeah, he's big into all that stuff. Yeah, big into it.
Let's put that aside, right?
Oh, totally put it aside, but Hardy had a mental breakdown. People saying he went there for his mental health.
Oh, God. Brian, you're not helping here. Do you know what I mean?
No,
it might just be like a religious thing, you know what I mean? It might, like that people are like making it seem like a bad thing, but it might just be a religious thing, something to do with his family or something.
No, he's not Jewish, right?
Maybe, yeah.
No, but it's his choice, isn't it? And as long
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
Well, that's his
well,
choice.
He's mad into all that.
Yeah, we've had like 8 years of a guy, bowing down on the grass every year. So trying to score. So
What's the difference of the alternative to that? Yeah.
Yeah, so we get the other side now, so it's all right.
No, he's not Jewish. He's not Jewish.
Well, yeah, I know, but same thing. Well, I don't know.
He's a Zionist.
Okay, so he's going to come in. He's going to.
It means he listens to Bob Marley. It just means he listens to Bob Marley.
This guy doesn't make any sense. Is he sure he's okay, Brian?
Oh, me? Oh, him? Oh, right, yeah. No one know. Yeah, he's a right fucking bag of tricks, this lad. Yeah, I know. Let's just see, man.
Brian is
you know
concerned.
what? I actually agree with what you said about your assessment, because you don't know. I mean, it's like, even if we signed him on a permanent deal, I'd be like thinking, where's he come from? Like, when you look at his injury record and obviously this other issue that he's got, these other issues that he's got, where he's dealing with mental health issues, maybe, I don't know. I'm not even sure we can accommodate that, I mean, the last thing Van Dijk needs at his old age is to deal with a nutcase next to him, right? I mean, he's got kids now as defensive partners. Now he's going to have a guy that might be unstable. It just doesn't make any sense.
I think we need a player like him, though. I think it's getting blown out of proportion how bad he is. Like I looked at his stats for he's only had one red card all of last season. Played 34 games. You know what I mean? Like, I think we need a player like that. I think we need a tenacious player like that. Like, we've got a load of wet wipes on our team at the moment. You know what I mean? I feel like we've got a lot of soft players in the team, and we could do with a bit of a, you know what I mean, like a South American tenacious bit of a warrior in the team.
No, I'm saying, like, my problem with, as I keep saying, my problem isn't with the player; it's with the transfer.
Yeah.
It's with FSG saying we need this and we need that.
Yeah.
And instead of going into the market, and addressing it, it's like, oh fuck, what we do? We'll loan a guy off Barcelona. It's not about Araujo for me, and it is. I have issues with him because. He's dropped off, according to people that watch this guy, he's dropped off massively in the last year and a half because of injuries and stuff. So he has problems. Okay, cool, that's fine. But if you can get back from that, you've got a good defender. But I said I don't have a problem with Araujo as a player at all. It's just the fact that Liverpool Football Club looked at what we needed, and that was their response to go out into the fucking loan market. Someone in here is saying you're all wet wipes writing this player. I'm writing the player off and saying I'm writing this fucking transfer strategy off. It's like, this is what fucking big clubs do. They go out and get a local player in. I just don't like this from the club. We should have gone out and identified somebody, brought him in on a partner, just sign him.
I think
You know,
the problem though, Brian,
it does. It's not a good look for the club. Even if you got this guy.
yeah.
It's like we're
Sorry.
one of the biggest clubs in the world, and we couldn't land Gahey, and we can't land another first-class defender. That's what it's looking like, isn't it?
I don't think we can.
We brought young ones in, but we cannot get somebody. So we brought the guy. That's if you looked at it from the outside, from other clubs or fans, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, but it's true though, because there's none about. That's the problem. We need someone who can lead the back line when Van Dijk retires next season. Yeah, we need someone.
We're assuming that.
No,
I think he'll
no.
get an extra year. I think we'll give Van Dijk one more year. He doesn't look like a guy that's ready to leave Liverpool in 12
He might
months.
not be, but he might not be the guy that's ready to be fit for Liverpool.
No, but even if he is, he'll still be 36. It's.
Brian, I just don't know, man. I mean, the amount of games he had played last season, plus the international duty, I can't see him lasting the full season. This season, I reckon he's going to have.
Oh, he will. Of course, he will.
So,
But that's the thing. You know what happens? Like, a lot of people maybe they don't really like to grasp this whole. You don't become a bad player overnight.
Yeah.
At the age of 26, 25, you don't become a bad player overnight. But when you get to the age of 34, 35, in any sport, the drop off is so fucking quick. Like, at the age of 35, 36, you can go from running 200 meters in 9 seconds to running 200 meters in 10 fucking seconds in the space of a couple of months. At that age, the drop off can come quickly, and his drop off will come. So we need to put this guy in a scenario where he only plays league games for us right until towards, we get to the quarterfinals or semi-finals. I think we need to keep Virgil basically as a Premier League only player, as far as I'm concerned. You can't be playing him in the early rounds of the FA Cup and the League Cup. What are we doing here?
So, Brian, is this guy then, Araujo, is he like the bridging loan, that you get in, because he's younger than Verge, while Xhaka and Leone
don't know.
But,
I don't think so. I don't think Araujo is is going to be an understudy to Van Dijk, or he's going to supersede him. I think Araujo,
that's what I mean, though. Is he going to be to supersede him while he's got the
No. I think Bernie. I think why Araujo was brought in and loan is because we have an emergency situation at the back in the centre back position. We need one urgently, and this is the solution to an urgent situation. And I think Araujo will do well.
I don't think it's that urgent, though, Ray. Is it that urgent?
It is.
Is it really that urgent? No, but it's not.
It all depends.
I don't mean it's not urgent, but it's not like there's 2 days left.
I know, but maybe
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe they've sussed out other centre backs and are not willing to sign for the club, or they don't want to leave their clubs, and this is the only option available to them. A loan move to cover the centre back position.
So. I think Wilfred Singo could have done the job. I keep going on about him, but I think he could have done the job.
Who's here? Who? Sorry,
that guy from
Singo.
Ivory Coast. He was a beast. I'm telling you, that guy's a beast. If Manchester United get him, they'll have some player on their hands. I thought he was immense in the World Cup. Like, really, really. No one could get past that guy. And plus, he's just a complete athlete as well at the back as well. So I wish I'd gone for him, but obviously for whatever
reason. Who's going to do that?
Huh?
Who's going to do that, Ollie? Who's going to boot someone in the head and get a free kick out of it? Who's that? If Araujo has some kind of magic powers, he can on the rest, so take that. I mean, he is. I mean, the video is going around of him jumping and catching a ball during a game. He must have got confused by something. I remember it happened. The ball got cleared and he must have thought it was a free kick or something. He just jumped and caught it. The ball was sitting tight. He got sent off for it. I don't know what that was all about. But it was fun.
Remember Odegaard playing basketball. Odegaard playing basketball with his,
Yeah.
you know, that's another example of it. You know,
Bernie, have you got any news?
I don't know what it was
What's going
about.
on?
Obviously, he thought the whistle had gone or something. You know, in the crowd, you got some dickhead behind you with a whistle and blows the whistle.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
I'm assuming it was that. He's not. He's
Yeah.
not a lunatic.
Mm. But I'm just reminded that this situation is just an emergency situation where they can't find anybody else to, you know. I mean, we signed Jackie for €60 million or £60 million, whatever, and
Yeah.
I can't see the club spending another 50, 60 on a centre back who's going to be there short term until Jackie is going to take that position and ready to go. You know.
I don't know. Yeah, but that's the thing. You're saying it's going to be a short term, but I'm seeing as a potential replacement for Van Dijk because I don't think Van Dijk will be able to do all the games.
Yeah.
I want him
possibly.
to, whoever it is, to come in. I want him to.
I think they'll go back next year.
Yeah.
I think they'll go back next year for Scott to replace Van Dijk. I think that's what they'll do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know though, but it wouldn't be. You know, I can see that being. I don't know why he didn't move this year. He signed a new contract with a cheaper lease clause and and he got injured. So.
Excuse me. I haven't seen much of Xhaka. Excuse me, coughing. I haven't seen much of Xhaka, but I did watch Leone, as you know, and I mean he's going to be a beast for us, Leone. There's no doubt about it. If he comes back fit after this injury, we know he was ready-made when he came in, even at that age. So, and I think he is going to be absolutely tremendous for us. But, and I don't know about Xhaka, but it does look like, excuse me, that they're building this really young team, aren't they? You know, and they're just padding out bits of experienced players around them because obviously Trey Neone is going to cement his place, and so is Rio, and then we've got Ekitike as well. So when you look you look all over the place, they're putting in these really young players, and but obviously that's not going to do us now. It's they'll half do it, but they're not going to. You know, we're going to contend with top players. It looks like we've cobbled a team together at the moment.
Bernie?
Yeah.
No? Bernie?
Yeah.
No, Bernie just died. You're fine. Bernie
okay.
just died.
No, I just wanted to know if you had any sort of secret information coming out of the report out of his office or anything.
About who?
About what's going on, really, in the transfer market and stuff. Because last time you came good with something and you said that there was some special meeting going on, and then
that was Leone. I told you that we should look at him and buy him, and we did.
I know.
That's my only claim to fame so far.
Bernie just came back to life.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see my fancy QR code, Bernie?
Yeah, I did. Buy me a coffee.
Very fancy, isn't it?
Did they give you that, Brian, or did you work that out yourself?
Did I work that out myself? Jesus. No, that was three clicks.
Oh, wow.
Any more than 5 and I'm out. But yeah. No, it's very fancy. That frog's paint. There you go. So if you want to find out what happens when you scan the QR code, you might get a virtual tour of, Lady B's mansion in the country. I'm only joking. That's where all the secret meetings take place. That's where she knows what's going on.
Yeah. It used to be the Moors until they all died off.
No one knows at all. No one at all knows anything. Well, yeah, sometimes that's a good shout. But nobody knew about this Araujo thing. I'm just disappointed in the club for taking this route. Again, I'm not criticizing the player or anything like that. It screams mid-table club. It's very Kabak. It's FSG at its worst. Like Rodney was saying earlier on, he thinks they're skint. They're not skint. They can't be skint. They don't spend their money. They only spend the money the club makes, which is enough, which is all they can spend.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they're broke, skint, or anything. It's our fucking money that's there to be spent. You know, it's not, oh, they're broke this year. No, the club had record-breaking revenues last year. Last year, even where we finished, we had record-breaking revenues because we were league champions. We have money. You know, so for this route, again, I don't want anybody to think I'm having to go with the player. I'm really criticizing the club here for going to the loan market. This is something Crystal Palace, even these clubs don't do that now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a massively important position. It's a hugely important position. Right back, right centre half cover. And it was bad enough that they recognized that there was an issue there at right back and centre half and said, well, we're only going to buy one player to deal with that issue.
Mm.
And then the idea is to go and loan. And I'm sorry, but Barcelona are happy to let this guy go at 27. Mainly because of his injury record and his drop off. And fine, but what are we supposed to do with Chiesa with this guy? You know, rehabilitate a player. We're not here for fucking that.
Yeah,
We're here for people to come in and step in, and fucking Ibu's gone bang. Xhaka and Leone, two of the best young centre halves in Europe, and they've got Virgil and they've got this guy. Virgil's going to be gone in a year. Plenty of time, plenty of room for Leone. Leone's going to be a monster. He's unbelievable footballer.
Yeah, fantastic.
If he gets better, if he stays well and gets better than he is now, he'll be at least a top pro. Very least, if he stays fit for next 10 years, fit and healthy for next 10 years and gets better from where he is now, he's going to be a top professional. If he really excels, he could have an immense player. But there's enough time and enough games. I mean, and you go out on a fucking loan market. Arthur Mello, how did that work out? Victor Moses, how did that work out? Kabak, how did that work out?
Arthur Mello, oh my god.
No, it's not a good list, is it?
No, but can I
Price
just
is
say
so
that?
good.
No, but we've had like one successful loan up in my lifetime that I can remember, and that was also Nicholas Anelka, yeah, and that was it.
Yeah, we fucked that up.
Yeah, I know.
For 6 months, we fucked that up.
That up at the end as well. It's crazy. But that said, Brian, right? Last season, Arsenal brought in Papier on loan, if you recall. Yeah, and
But
the
they
other
had an obligation on that.
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah.
thing. The player
they did.
knew he was staying.
Yeah,
The player knew he was going to be staying at Arsenal. It wasn't like, oh, I'm here. I hope I play well. I better play good, and then they'll like me, and then they'll buy me. There's no comfort there. There's no certainty there. He knew it was just a delayed transfer fee. Was all it was.
But the other
Look,
one was that guy from Manchester City, that Moroccan player that they brought in to play the number 10 in Del Casemiro out when a couple of seasons ago under Eric Ten Hag. Remember him? What's his name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I forgot.
Not Tarat. Oh fuck! What's his name?
Oh, it doesn't matter, but you see, I mean,
it doesn't
happen.
matter.
It does happen.
Who are you trying to think of?
The Moroccan guy we were linked with him sounds like Tarat. Went to United on loan for a little while. Moroccan DM.
Oh yeah,
Not Tarat. It sounds like
Amrabat.
That's it.
Yeah, but so it does happen. It's not like it doesn't happen. I think there's been loads between. Is it Chelsea and Arsenal on a few players here and there or something? I don't know. They do so many transfers between each other, despite being rivals. Bunch of rivals. I lose lost count. But it does happen. It's not. But it's just that for us, it feels a bit weird, doesn't it? Because we need that position, like you said, and go out and bloody loan someone.
Would you guys rather let Barcola go and spread the money around and get other players in?
No.
We still do need, at least on one of the sides, either if it's left or right, we do need like a superstar winger to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. We need both of them. Do you know what? Since the rumor came out that we're going to get both, I want both of them. And if I don't get one of them, I'm going to be really upset. I want them both.
You mean
and buying.
Yeah. I think-
Played 90 minutes today. Zia, he played 90 minutes today in a preseason friendly for PSG,
Yeah.
and he scored in the second minute against Manchester United. Played a full 90.
Yeah. He needs to be with us. He needs to come join us. Come.
That's a shock window.
Hopefully we get to see Camara up close and personal as well, in the Monaco game. Hopefully he's still there and we can get to see him.
Yeah. Then a table comes out at the end of the game, and we go, "Right, we're going to do a signing, everyone," and then we're going to sign him if he plays well, Hayes. If not, they'll have to delay it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, who do we have? Like fucking Jamie Carragher up in the stands, and when it comes to 90 minutes, you see Jamie Carragher putting the arm out and he holds the thumb up, and is it going to be a thumb up or a thumb down? It's like
Yeah, gladiator
doing
stuff.
all that.
Yeah.
And he's like, thumbs up, boom, fireworks go off. We launch fucking Jones into the Mersey. We send, whatever we do.
Send him to the moon on Elon Musk's thing.
Yeah.
Get him a little Ryanair over to Milan, innit?
Yeah.
Do you know when everyone says about a player?
Yeah, get Gravenberch on Ryanair. Over to fucking Munich. See ya.
No, but when everyone says about any of our players that they do good in Italy, like you could say, yeah, because the pace is slower, or you could just say because they can't play in the Premier League, the garbage, and that because if like if you've got to go to Italy to play for them, and play a slow game, they shouldn't have been playing with us in the first place.
Yeah, but I could say the same about Vitinha.
What about him?
I don't think he was any good when he was here.
Coutinho.
No, Vitinha. You know the
I
one
thought
PSG.
you said Coutinho.
Yeah, I could say the same about him.
Yeah, but you can say exactly what you said about Jones multiple times. He was there wasn't like a cadre of people, but he was completely misunderstood and misused at Wolves.
Absolutely.
Well, you can say exactly. So,
But,
but I mean, does Jones go to PSG and look like Vitinha? Probably not.
Mm.
Does he go to Inter and look like Vitinha? Yeah, like I said this a year ago, he thinks he's Vitinha. Like he thinks he's Vitinha. So go and be Vitinha. Go and be that guy that basically gets it. Now, I'm sorry if anybody wants to come in and say anything. Nicola Barella is still at Inter Milan. He's still only 30 years old, and he is a phenomenal footballer. Now, would he look amazing in the Premier League? I don't know. But at Inter Milan, Barella is a fucking beast of a midfielder.
Yeah, he's the main man still, isn't he? And he's still got that Chanalogu who's still there as well, knocking around as well, isn't he?
But the guy, if you think that you're going to get, Barella gets he's the guy they give the ball to at Inter. And that ain't going to change if Jones goes there. So it's an interesting, can he play along with him? Like Kivu will have his own ideas, of course he will. But Barella is still a guy, and he's a far superior technical player. He's someone who stayed in Italy, so people will slag him off. But I think if he'd gone, maybe not necessarily England, but Spain especially, he's someone who'll never really get talked about because he stayed at Inter. But Barella is an absolutely fabulous player, especially on his day. He's one of those guys you just enjoy to watch. And like you say, Çalhanoğlu, he's 34 now. Mkhitaryan still there, like the real old squad in bits and pieces.
Still there. Mkhitaryan.
Yeah.
When Curtis said, when you think someone's deluded, but then they don't know they're deluded. When he turned around and said that time, I'm going to slow the game down and control the midfield like Stevie G. And, I'll do like slot ones, I'll slow everything down. Where as fans were screaming to get the ball up the pitch, and he's walking around with it and passing it sideways and backwards. And I thought, you've been at the club all these years and you still don't know that that's how we want to play our game, I just thought...
That's what Slot wanted to play, though, was it?
It's what?
Slot didn't want to play like that.
Well, why did he play like that?
Who, Slot?
Yeah.
Well, because that's his tactic, isn't it?
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, but he didn't thrive under Jurgen Klopp. He didn't thrive under.
I thought
he did.
I thought
I thought the best he played. I disagree. I think the best I saw Jones play, and the most I saw Jones play, was under Arne Slot. I thought Arne Slot did a really good job of simplifying his game, and like
One year,
25, 24 starts last season. I know some of them were right back, but they weren't all right back.
yeah, one season he had a good under Slot, didn't he? I think, that was his.
I thought he played really well under Slot.
Yeah, but it was like a swan song for me, like he, and I just got sick of this. Like, it's ground zero. I've got a new manager. I thought, how many new managers do you need? Yeah, they're going to
Yeah, I
take.
think he got a lot more playtime under Arnie than he did under.
That's because he was fit, though, Brian. That's the thing. He was fit.
Oh no, it's not because he was older and all that. But like I said, I just think I saw the best Curtis Jones. I was like, oh, I get it now. 98% pass completion, all that kind of stuff. You just keep it and all that. That's great. That's what he wants to do. So.
But I would say to that, Brian, half a game, you could get it in the first half, and in the second half, he'd go missing and he'd get subbed, or he'd start walking the ball. His energy levels were
I wasn't saying he was brilliant. I'm just saying the best I saw was under Arne Slot.
Do we have to talk about just pressing that?
Yeah, it's just he ask him to keep the ball. If you ask him to say, I want you to go on the pitch. I don't want you to be a 6. I don't want you to attack. I just want you to keep the ball. He'll do that. He'll absolutely do that. He's very good at that. That's kind of it. Like, if you need someone to do that, he's a good choice for you. Anfield Road, Raymond is here. Anfield Road TV as well. Saying hello.
Yeah, hey guys.
I just want to keep impression every year. Glad to see that Ditton with Slot went backwards. Just want to see the team run through brick wall every week. Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. We do want to see, and we'll probably see the first time you see it at Anfield tomorrow. You get to see, like we said, it won't be. We're not going to get to see much in the way of new names tomorrow. There's going to be no Barcode. There's going to be no Mbaye. There's going to be Munoz. Almost isn't going to be there. Jackie won't be there. So it's a little bit in that way. Fans like to see new players, new signings pre-season. I think you're probably not going to see anybody tomorrow that wasn't already at the club last year. But again, you will see a new manager, new ideas, and new way of playing. Like Anfield Road is saying there, just want to see progression. Yeah, we kind of yo-yoed under Klopp. I wouldn't say Klopp's career was just a straight upward line. There was ups and downs, but that's football. No one goes just constantly on an upward trajectory. But yeah, like I say, we don't get the new signings kind of buzz, seeing them, blah, blah, blah. First time to see Barcola at Anfield, first time to see Wharton at Anfield, first time to see whoever it might be. But it's a new team in terms of a new coach and a new style of play. And yeah, some of the younger players may be coming through and different things. But Raymond is in. I've spoken to Raymond since we signed, according to some people, well, according to Little Copite, we've just signed the second best centre half in the Premier League.
I mean, I'm not going to go that far.
That's not
I'm not opposed to the signing at all. I'm viewing it from the perspective that he's probably going to be a squad depth option that can challenge, to be a starter. I think the club has committed that Jacquet is probably going to be the starting center back. I mean, bought him for $60 million. They offered him the number 5 shirt. So as long as he's the backup center back, the depth option that can challenge for that starting position, I don't have a problem with it. The only thing I don't like about the signing is that it just shows the irresponsibility and the lack of planning. That's what I don't like about the signing.
Well, you're the same as me. I'm not criticizing the player in any way. I kind of am. But I'm massively criticizing the transfer. The transfer itself, the idea that we need something and our response to it is to go and loan a dude from Barcelona.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's not great for me. We know we need a right back, we know we need a centre half. the idea was coming out, we're going to get one player just to cover both. Oh, okay, that's fine. And then our idea to do that is not only to we're not going to buy a guy that can do both things, which is rough anyway. We're going to go and loan a dude from Barcelona. There's no ambition there. That is not a serious signing for me. It's not. He's here for a year. It's not great.
Yeah, but I think that's what the club wants to do. I think they fully committed.
Well, the club is wrong.
With
then. That's what they want to do.
Yeah, but I think they've committed fully with Jacquet and Leone. I think one of them, they expect one of them to be a main starter for the next 5 years. I think I agree with you. I was listening that they're probably going to give Van Dijk one more year. But what this transfer shows me is that, yeah, they're willing to sacrifice the defense right now because they want to solidify the attack. And I don't really have a problem with that, because when you really deep what we're trying to do in the attacking line, if we do get Barcola and Mbaye, let's say Mbaye just takes that next level, sort of like how Ekitike did. I think if we get both of them and Mbaye can take that next level, I think we have the best front line in the entire league for the next 4 years.
We don't have those players yet. So what we've done is
but in theory, what they're trying to do.
Exactly. So, but what we've also done is the more I think about it, this is a problematic player in terms of his injuries and in terms of, again, not the off-field stuff. His drop-off has been big. According to Barcelona watchers, this guy was 2 years ago, what a player. Very much like we're talking about with McAllister. They're happy to let it go. This is not a guy that says to me, you can rely on this guy, because we could end up with another fucking Joe Gomez here. I agree. This is poor. And I want to, again, you say to a player, you're here for a year. No chance we're buying this guy for 55 million. Again, it's not the player I have a problem with. It's just Liverpool going out making loan deals. Go out, identify the talent, buy the talent, bring it in. It's just look. If we had an Ibu still in this squad, or if we had a Mark Gahey in this squad, then I'd say, oh yeah, this is fine. This guy can only play 20 games a season. We're doing something here. But this is like, people give out about FSG. Well, I rarely give out about FSG, but this is low ambition. I'm not saying the player, okay? I'm talking about the transfer. To go out and say, oh, fuck, we won't buy anyone. We'll just try and pick up a guy on loan for a year. Won't cost us anything. And you say, we're putting this money towards other things, but those things haven't happened yet either. Again, I'm not criticizing this player, okay? It's just this transfer.
I wonder, Brian, if they're doing like Liverpool Mark II, when Klopp came in and we had the Fab Four, they got Coutinho, Fabinho, Mane, Salah. It was all working up front, but we were hopeless at the back. We were leaking goals all over the place until they spent on Verge and Alisson. I wonder if they're thinking that's what we do this time. We do the same thing. We shore up the front and get all these top players in. We know we're going to leak at the back, and then next season we spend big on the back. I'm just wondering, if that's what they're looking at.
Yeah, I think that's what they're probably going to do.
Thanks. Just want to say thanks to you. Zia's gone. Thanks to you. Thanks for being in. And also Ray left a while ago. Thank you to Ray for being in as well. Sorry, just want to say goodbye to lads. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, Brian, do you think, this is Mark II, where we got the Fab Four in at the front until we sold Coutinho, and his sale enabled us to buy Verge and Alisson. But do you think that they thought that worked for us before, So we'll replicate that again. We'll put all the money into up front. We know we've got problems at the back, but then next season we'll put everything into the back.
I think generally like the hierarchy in FSG this window, they were hoping and praying that McAllister, Jones, Elliott, Keys, and a lot of these players would have potentially been sold by now. And I just feel like not many players, not many bids have come in for our players. Maybe that's hinders quite a lot in this window.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, the way I look at it is I think the club are putting all their eggs in the Jacquet basket. I think that's what the fans really need to worry about. I don't mind, regardless of what you think about Araujo as a player, I don't mind him being the background character. I don't. I think if Jacquet can really fill the shoes that's expected of him by the club, I think we'll be fine. I think if because he's not necessarily an injury-prone player, I think we have a rotation of Van Dijk, Jacquet, Araujo, Leone, and Gomez. I don't mind that for one season, but let's solidify our attack. Let's see if maybe Gravenberch can get back to that level. Let's see if Sobosai can maintain that level or take a step up above. Same thing with Wirtz and Isak. I don't mind that back line for one season as long as Jacquet actually proves himself. And when you look at Jacquet as a player, he aligns himself with the Iraola center back. He's good on the ball, he's good in the air, and has a good pass on him. That's an Iraola center back.
But it's right. It's just a wing and a prayer job, isn't it? It's like, let's do this and hope for the best. Almost, we're looking for a sure thing, really. You're looking for a well-executed plan, and you've got all the players in. But at the moment, we're looking for let's do this, and let's, we don't mind if it comes off. But what if it doesn't come off?
Yeah, that's true. But what I think the club are going to do, I think let's just keep Araujo out of it because again, we don't know what to expect. There's a world where he completely flops. He's Arthur Melo 2.0, or there's a world where he actually gets better in a new environment. But I'll just keep him out of the conversation for now. I think what's going to happen next year, I think Van Dijk gets a 1-year extension. I think we do buy Kwanzaa. And hopefully one of Leone and Jacquet takes that starting spot. I don't mind that plan. I think right now, spending $50 million on a Kwanzaa from Aston Villa, there's not really that many great options.
No, we said no as soon as they said. We said Kwanzaa. They said yeah. We said how much? They said 60. We said night.
It's too expensive.
I think
He'd be a brilliant profile for us, wouldn't he? You know what I mean? He'd tick a lot of boxes for us and play two different positions. But he's like similar to Araujo. Like he's at that age now. It's like you don't really want to be paying for players in that age bracket really, unless it's like world class. You know what I mean? And he's a good player, but I wouldn't be like kicking down the door to get him. Like I would have him, but like for 60 million, no chance.
Yeah, and the thing about Araujo, I mean, I just don't see a world. Logically, it doesn't make any sense at all why we'd be buying him, expecting for him to be a starting center back. His injury record is absolutely ridiculous. There's no way in hell these guys are this stupid to buy him with the mindset of him being our starting center back week in, week out. There's no way. I think he had 24 appearances last year for Barcelona, 11 of them being starts. That's unacceptable. He's not going to be the starting center back. So I don't mind him as a backup option for 1 year. And again, we're not even talking about the possibility of him improving. Because if he could just get to like 65% of what he was, we have one of the best center backs in the world. If he can just get back 65% of what he once was. I remember 3-4 years ago, the whole fan base was shaking their asses about him being the Van Dijk replacement. And I understand he's had a massive downfall since. But again, I mean, in a different environment, we don't know what could happen. But as a backup option, I don't mind that. And he allows Leone. Yeah, but he allows Leone.
Transfer. I'm not criticizing the player. It's the transfer.
Yeah, I
It's that
agree.
we're going out there and janky shit in the loan market to save a few quid. That's what this is. That's what this is.
Yeah, I agree. It's lack of planning. They should have been had a Van Dijk replacement for years. They failed. They should have been tried to sign Konate earlier. They failed. But right now, I think it might. I don't mind it if Leone can have a decent level and Jack actually proves himself. I don't mind it for one season. As long as we shore up the attack, as long as we can try to improve the midfield, whether it's the players we already have improved or we sign one more that can challenge them and take one of their spots, I don't mind that. Because if you look, let's say 2 years from now, right? Let's say the attack is firing, right? Let's say Gravenberch can get back to his form. Let's say we do sell McAllister, but we can replace him well. And let's say, Leone and Jacquet do take that step up. Let's say we do get Kwanzaa, and then we have Van Dijk for one last year. I don't mind that setup. I think if things go well, I think we can challenge next year.
Sorry, what? Challenge for what?
The Premier League next year. Again, my expectations this season aren't to win the league, but they should try to. I'm not expecting Iraola to win the league. Like I said, it's go far in domestic cups, and
This squad has no chance to challenge Premier League, in my opinion. No chance.
right now, but still, we want them as fans. We want them to try, right? If Van Dijk, Verts, and Isak and Iraola all came up to a press conference and they all said, "Guys, Liverpool fans all over around the world, we're not going to try to win the league. We're just going to go for top four." We'd all be furious, right? Our expectations are to finish top four, but we still want them to try to win the league. Unfortunately, the club hasn't put Iraola in a situation where he's given the opportunity to over-succeed. So my expectations are top five, top four. But still, I think if things go our way, there's a possibility where we can win the league. I mean,
This is a club that won the year. This is a club that won the league a year ago. This time last year, we were Premier League champions. This time last year, we were sitting here probably talking about Ekitike, maybe at this stage, halfway through August, talking about Ekitike, Isak, when's it going to get done, Verts was already here. And now, this is where we are. The drop-off here is incredible, but it's real. It's real. This back line, if you want to call it a back line, with Kirkes, let's talk about Kirkes. Behind Kirkes, you have Tsimikas and you have Chambers. Right? Behind Van Dijk, you have nobody. Behind
irresponsible,
Jacquet, you have nobody. Right? Right now. Nobody. Currently, our first choice right back is Frimpong. Bradley won't be back till fuck knows, Halloween. Right? If we're lucky, he's back in a month. 35-year-old Virgil. Two kids, incredible young players, Jackie and Leone, never played in the Premier League before. Not 1 minute played in the Premier League before. Make mistakes. They're going to make mistakes because they're centre halves. You make one tiny mistake as a centre half, it leads to a goal. Make a mistake on the wing, nobody notices. Make a mistake as a centre half, a young centre half, in a game against Man City, leads to a goal. Pressure is enormous. No right backs. Next cab off the rank at left back is fucking Tsimikas.
That's why to me it makes no sense, Brian. Like what they've started. Obviously, last window, it feels like Liverpool were basically saying we're changing. We don't normally go out and do this, but we're going to go out, get where it's Isaac. So a lot of fans were expecting, what I mean. But if we're getting these sort of players in this window, we're not going to get all the desired positions that we want. But it would have made sense, obviously, as soon as the window opens in January, as soon as this window opens, then it would have made sense. Get the CDM, get the centre back. You know what I mean? It does. To me, it's got no future planning about what we're doing. Why would you spend all that money? Similar to what you said about Tottenham. Why would Tottenham spend all that money? Revamping all the midfield and the defence, and then not finishing it off and sorting the attack out. But we're back to front. We need to sort our CDMs and defence out now.
Yeah, I know Kieran's been there for us, sitting in the background. He's available or
Chapo
whatever.
people.
I don't think it's. I don't want to disagree. Ray is saying the succession of centre backs will be Araujo and BVD, then Jake and Leone, then Nduke and Dye. I don't think it's that linear. Like you're talking Nduke and Dye, that's clearly, hopefully, the plan. Nduke and Dye will be starting for this club. But Jake and Leone are only 2 years older than Nduke and Dye. And it's never that linear. Like you're talking, like none of us know if we're going to be here in 4 years' time. Let alone who's going to be playing centre half for Liverpool. It's not. It ain't that linear. It can't be that linear. Again, it's great to have all these guys, but that back line right now at the moment is an absolute shambles. It's a fucking shambles. If this club can't go out and spend 40 million quid to just bring in a fucking right back. This is not rocket science. We're not Coventry. It's not like we have to count these pennies here. We're the Liverpool Football Club. Just go out and buy a fucking right back.
And do you know those?
Seriously.
You know those two young lads, and the other guy who played in the pre-season. I know they're only young and they're only new and they've come through, but I thought they were, well, put it this way, they'd have to do a hell of a lot of improving to get to the level of...
They're under 18s players, exactly. They're under 18s, 19s, 20s. These guys are years away from being...
Yeah, they're nowhere near. Yeah, so I wouldn't even factor them in anywhere at the moment. They're just nowhere near good enough. If they
and Bernie, like I say, they're only about a year and a half, maybe younger than Leone and Jackie. Leone and Jackie are fucking... That's how young those guys are.
But when you look at the difference in maturity in the play...
I haven't even seen Jackie play yet.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I've only seen Leone, but I just thought those young lads, unfortunately, let us down at the back. They just weren't good enough. And then when you think about it, you think, well, hang on a minute, they're playing for Liverpool. It was just above them, really, and how long will it take for them to get up to speed, if they ever do, because we just don't know if they ever will.
Exactly. You don't know what's happening in 3-4 years' time. There's trophies to be won. I get it, there's a plan, but Bill Shankly said it. Liverpool exists to win trophies. We're not here to see what happens in 6 years because we bought some kids. You have to compete. It's great. You build up your academy, you bring in top young talent, and you see which ones work out.
Yeah.
You don't say, we've got these guys, and in 4 years' time, they're going to be doing this. Because in those 4 years, how many trophies can you win in 4 years? Your role isn't here to make sure that in 5 years' time, these guys come true. It's not about that. Those things need to happen in the background. It's not being arrogant, but Liverpool is here to win trophies, compete for trophies every single year. It's not, your role is good with young players. I mean, I just can't understand it. I'm really let down by this club. I'm really, really let down by this club now. But this transfer, again, not the player, not Araujo, the transfer.
Do you know the best thing that came out of the pre-season for me was trading Leone, because I thought he's so composed and mature and confident in a quiet way, even more than Rio. I just thought, because we've seen the likes of Sterling, who looked fantastic for us and then just died off until he went to City. We've seen players look great and then never, look at what's his name, Elliot, come in, and we thought this guy is going to be it. He's fantastic. And then, he had the injury and he never came back. And don't get me wrong, we all think Rio will do it, but he may not. He might never get past so we won't know until he's playing on a regular basis. So we've got like work in progress all through the team. We're looking for instant players that have got a proven record and can just do it.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We are 100% not doing that, Hugo. We ain't doing that.
Trade-off.
Yeah, as in Seedorf, we're not doing that.
Trade-off.
Yeah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. I mean, I admire it, but I'm not doing it.
Yeah, he will come on more. You can tell that, can't you? He'll be introduced.
You'd hate that as a player, though, wouldn't you? You know what I mean? If you're an up-and-coming player and you're like, they're like, oh, you're the Algerian Messi. You'd be like saying to people, no, shut up. Don't be telling, you know what I mean? Don't be saying shit like that.
Yeah, I'm Leone. I'm not Trader. You know, you want to be yourself, don't you?
Yeah,
I mean, depending on the lineup tomorrow. Sorry.
No, sorry, it'll be Trey Neone, it'll be Szoboszlai, Wirtz. That'll be it.
Yeah, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that Trey starts against Newcastle. I'm getting that feeling, especially if he starts tomorrow.
Well, if he starts in the group and then he goes off the group, he could do something different. Of course he could, but I think he likes. But of course, like he's not. Iraola doesn't have some kind of special ability that the rest of us don't have to know the Trey's ready, to know that he's going to be able to do it. Because he clearly is, right? But how do you balance that? That's going to be, I mean, it's not an idea. People say, oh, it's great. Oh, that's great to have a player like that. No, I think to be putting a manager like him in a situation where he's wondering, does he need to start Trey Neone at Newcastle, a fucking 18-year-old? This club is really letting me down this year. Like, I can analyze, but for me, the most important, the easiest, the most effective way of looking at a football club is to take 10 steps back from it and take a big wide look at it. Stop getting twisted into this and that, and take a step back and look at it with a widescreen lens. Because that's what you'll see is what's really going on at a club. Forget names, forget Araujo. Look at what we're doing. Take a step back. We needed a centre half and we needed a right back. We're loaning in a 27-year-old injury player. That's our response. We don't have a deep lying playmaker. We don't have someone to compress the ball. What's our response? Neone. I love Neone. He's going to be an amazing player. But this is like Isak and Wirtz. Like I said, this is schizophrenic transfer behavior. Last season, we went out and we broke records. We broke records last year. Transfer records in England. We bought Florian fucking Wirtz. Man City wanted him. Barcelona probably wanted him. Bayern Munich wanted him. Everybody would have fucking taken him. And we took him to Anfield. And this year, we're getting a Araujo on loan. We're getting a guy on loan when we don't have a centre half or a right back.
And what does that say to the world as well, Brian? Imagine if it was the other way around. Imagine if, like, Barcelona and Real Madrid rocked up at Liverpool now, like, oh, can we have Gomez on loan off you? You know what I mean? We can think, and what the fuck are we doing?
Pretty much, yep. You're not far off. Don't like it. I say, I love the good on you, Araujo. Good on you. I hope you do well, but like I say, a loan signing in a huge pivot. And again, how many times do I have to repeat this? This is a brand new manager. And when you bring in a brand new manager who's completely changing the way we want to play football, and you give him nobody, basically Munoz, okay, cool. Couple of young defenders, great. But you're giving this guy nobody to change the whole way we play. He's going to have to change Grav. He's going to have to reinvent McAllister. Good luck to you, mate. Good luck to you. That's all I say, because the Araujo goes down for 6 weeks. Once again, we are asking Virgil van Dijk to literally do superhuman levels of consistency.
Like, if that gets injured, the whole castle collapses.
Forget it.
Like, we're done. Like, that's doomsday. That's the real doomsday if that gets injured.
What happens if Isak goes out for 6 weeks? Isak can't play every single game. Kirkus, our backup to Kirkus right now, is called
Who's at right back? Who have we got?
Nobody. The Invisible Man. Owen, welcome to the panel. Owen, welcome.
Hi,
Hello.
Yeah, big up
Hello,
Owen.
everyone.
Hey, Owen.
Great to have you with us. Just as a matter of admin, Raymond, there's a lot of background noise on your mic, sir. I don't know if you could possibly mute your mic.
Oh, my bad.
when
Sorry.
you're not
Yeah.
talking. No, it's good.
Raymond lives in New York. There's a lot of noise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
I'm not
can't
quite-
Never. I would never live in New York. Never.
You're in what's it called?
Where are you, Raymond?
He's in the big city.
Maryland.
That's right. Maryland.
Yeah, he's down in Maryland.
Maryland.
What state's that?
Yeah, Maryland.
Maryland. That's the state.
Maryland is the state.
It's state, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, Baltimore is in Maryland, you know, where they had
Annapolis.
Oh, Baltimore. Yeah.
Anyway,
Somebody's got a. Oh, that's Raymond's got his indicator on. Annapolis, state capital, Maryland.
good to know.
That's where the wire is set. So
Yeah,
anybody
that's
likes the wire, that's where it's all
Amazing.
set in there.
But anyway, Brian, I'm looking at. I've been away for a little while. I've been actually in England, in the south coast, and I'm looking at a fossil that I found myself. And AI reckons that I found a fish scale that was about 80 million years old.
Oh, wow.
And I reckon.
Going to play centre half.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That was when the Premier League finished, wasn't it? And we haven't signed a fucking right back since then. Excuse my language. But yeah, that's as long as I've been waiting for a right back. And a number 6. Is any I don't know what the heck is going on. I share your dismay, Brian, and everybody else who's feeling it. Because like we spoke a lot, I wanted 11 players or a minimum of 8, and we've got sort of 2.5 really, like a lone player.
1 and a bit.
Yeah, or 1 and a bit. Yeah, I mean, if you like. It's what do they call it? A dereliction of duty? Is that the expression?
Can we get someone up in front of the fucking Hague? What's the Hague version of football?
Yeah, that's right.
Can we get up?
It's absolutely, yeah. It's
Richard Hughes in the dock.
That's it.
Yeah.
In the stocks with rotten tomatoes being thrown at him.
So exactly. So many good players.
Yeah, go on on his ass.
But yeah. Sorry, Sonny, I missed that.
Saying, Richard Hughes go all Henry VIII on his ass, innit?
Yeah, put him in the stocks. You didn't find a fossil called Curtis Jones, did you?
Oh, good. Yeah. No, it's yeah. I mean, what a great break I've had. But I've been every day checking my phone as everyone else does, and nothing. Meanwhile, all the good players. It's not as if there's no one on the market. Lots of good players have moved this summer, but just not to us. It's mental. So yeah.
There's been a couple of deals that have shocked me. That were like Liverpool used to be quite smart, getting little smart deals for the line. There's been a couple that have gone through, like the Sangari ones, Antonio Silva, even the Hayden Hackney one that went to Everton. You look at it, look how much he went to Everton for. You can't tell me we couldn't have done with like a Hayden Hackney coming into the team right now.
I can't believe they've got him.
Perfect. Yeah, those 3 exactly, Sonny. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. At the moment, right? Because we finished the season, lest we forget, in relegation form. 3 wins from 11, and 3 very lucky wins from 11. All 3 of them were completely jammy. We're in relegation form, and what have we done? We've signed, Munoz, Jacke, if you count that, and Araujo on loan. It's absolutely insane. If I was thinking, if we get 12th this season with the current squad, in fact, we don't have a right back. I think Iraola's done a good job. I don't know what anyone on the panel thinks of that. 12th is a good result. I honestly, genuinely think that.
Fairly doomsday.
12th in the league.
Yeah, that's a bit doomsday.
I think it's optimistic. It's optimistic. We were in
right now, yeah.
Even under Roy Hodgson, we only finished 8th. You know what I mean? Like, no chance of that happening.
No, Roy Hodgson, we were 16th at one point, but yeah, it was. It was Kenny Dalglish who took us from 16th to 8th. But yeah, it was. I don't know. I honestly think 12th is a bit optimistic, to be honest.
Shout out to the double K.
Do you know what, Owen? Even if the team weren't playing well, the fans would not allow that to happen in the stadium. You know, like they'd be uproar, they'd be roaring the players on. There's just no way. I don't think we'd end up there.
But the thing is that the club needs to be scared of it. I seen it myself last season going in the gate. Like, you know, you feel it a lot more when you go to the games live in the match. You know what I mean? Obviously, you see it on the telly as well after games. You know, the boos and stuff like that. But that atmosphere is the darkest I've seen in a long time. And I think, obviously, the coach change and that's going to change things. If we have a decent window, that might. But if we don't have a decent, you know, window and they don't back Araujo, all that energy, all that anger that was going towards Slot, he's gone now. That's quickly going to get, you know, turned round on FFG, and I think we're going to have a full season. It all depends on how we are next season. But if we have a bad season next season because they haven't backed Araujo, all you're going to see all over the internet is FFG out. We need them out. Like, that's going to be trending 110%. I put a bet on that next season.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I always think that because I speak to my uncles, my cousins, or my mates, they're all season ticket. I go to the game myself as and when I can because it's hard. But it's I speak to them all, and like you can tell with every single one of them, they're all singing off the same, you know, hymn sheet type. They're all angry. They're all like, but they're all like at the moment they're like, oh, we'll see how the window goes. But if we don't back him and we don't have a good window, it's a bit of a sliding doors moment right now. Like, you know, Pep's gone. Oh, there's only really Arsenal at the top of the hill that we need to take. You know, like that they're not exactly scary, really, when you think about it. Like that, like that's the only team we've got to chase down right now. Chelsea are not doing much. United, like, you know, they always like not. To me, they don't really worry me. United, obviously, with Carrick, that doesn't seem like I'm like very ambitious from United. I thought they were going to do something, get a big manager in the window, but yeah, they've stuck with Carrick as well. Tottenham. They've spent a lot of money, but we know what Tottenham are like. They're great pretenders. But I just don't understand why FFG hasn't really like backed them, because there's like it seems like there's, you know, the door's open. Pep's left the door open and left the league. And if we would have backed Araujo, we could have been viewing it going into this season so differently.
And do you know what? Like when you look at Maresca and Alonso coming in, you know, you think, well, Areola is, you know, he's a talented manager, but, you know, not at their level almost. And he needs the backing, doesn't he? You know, he really does. But on saying that, Sonny, he might not want all these big players around him. He might want these younger players that he can mould into his way of playing. And I think we've got it. If people don't give him at least 12 months, I'd rather give him a few years, to be honest with you, because it's a work in progress. But I think if anyone turns on Areola, I just don't think they're a decent fan for me.
Areola's come out though in interviews and said that he needs players, he wants players, he needs wingers, he needs defenders. So he's only come out and said that he needs players.
He's used to getting backward, to be fair. You know, even like at Bournemouth, you know, a smaller club, they backed him, you know what I mean? They always got him players, and even like they worked wonders for him, getting like very decent names in at the time for him. So he's kind of like, that's what he's going to be. That's what he's probably expected, you know, even more at Liverpool. He probably walked into Liverpool thinking, oh, I'm going to have an amazing window this window. And he's probably sitting there thinking, like, what the hell? I've been sold this dream, and now I can see why Klopp got fed up with them.
Yeah. But, I mean,
Yeah, everyone's making great points, especially what Lady B said. I thought it was very interesting. Like, what if Iraola pushed for Araujo? Like, we don't know these things, and it'll be interesting to see how, you know, he implements his style. I agree. I do like his play style. I would be willing to give him the full season. I know there are a lot of people that, you know, they would sack him if he, you know, 3 games in, or, you know, if he had like a bad first 3 months. But I would give him time, because I like what I see already in preseason.
Yeah, I would. Once we see his football on the pitch, and it's that fast, you know, heavy metal football that we're used to, if our players can do it, that's the thing. If some of the guys we've got, you know, at the moment, who he's inherited can do it, and that's my big worry, I'll be honest. I don't think some of them have got the pace, but if we can do it, and you know, and he can achieve what he wants, I still think we give him at least 12 months, minimum 12 months. If we can all see an improvement on where he's going, I think the fans will go with him.
Yeah, because Iriola turned down about 5-6 clubs to come to Liverpool, so the talk must have been like positive, and now he's not getting backed after turning a lot of clubs down, like Benfica, AC Milan,
Yeah, I remember that.
Saudi
Yeah,
teams.
AC.
Turn loads of teams down for Liverpool, and this is how it's treating
Who
them.
wouldn't have? Yeah, but if you said to me, you can go to Liverpool, and the only thing you're only going to get 3 signings, right? Or you can go to AC Milan, Benfica. I'm like, stop the question. I'm going to Liverpool. It's one of the biggest clubs on the planet.
Yeah, that's it.
He's going to Liverpool. Like, I hear what people are saying, and I've been saying this way. You need to back a new manager, especially if you bring in a new manager that's completely changing the style, and completely changing the style. Okay, to be one thing if the previous manager was Iraola, who used high intensity, needed a bigger squad, needed more rotation, and you were going to an Arne Slot style of player, uses more periodization, lower intensity training, doesn't need that bigger squad. Okay, that'd be one thing. If you hear what I'm saying, I could build it up that way. Okay, well, he doesn't need. But what we're doing is we're going from the previous. We're going from a guy who's using a much smaller squad because that's his way of doing things. And we're going to a manager that wants to use a bigger squad. And we've done nothing. It doesn't really make any sense to me. We've left this manager out. We've left this manager really. Again, he will come anyway. Most managers would crawl over broken glass for a Liverpool job. They don't give a fuck what transfers they're going to get.
But we've still got a couple of weeks. We've got a couple of weeks left, haven't we, in the window?
See, that's where I differ though. When the transfer window opens, I want me players in before Newcastle. We're not at the end of the window.
Well, that's what we used to do, didn't we? Remember Klopp? Like I get them in really early, but all I'm saying is it's not dead yet.
He did a few deadlines himself. He did a few last minute stuff. It's not only. I mean, it's club business. It's club business. It should be done better than it's been done now. It's been, like I say, Bernie. I take a step back. It's helpful those just to get out of the. This guy, he's got 27. He's in the top 90 percentile for that. No, take 10 fucking steps back. Look at what's happening. And then you will see what's going on. And this stinks. This stinks. This is weak. This is unambitious. This is Crystal Palace loaning in a fucking centre half. Go out and do a deal, buy a fucking top player and bring him into the club. Stop fucking around.
And they can't do any of this all. We had a bad season last season. We still generated £780 million. You know what I mean? Like the money's there. We make absolute wedge every single season.
100%. Sonny, we made record money. What are Verts and Isak? Sonny, what are Verts and Isak sitting there to do? They're not here to watch Araujo rehabilitate his career. They're not here to say trainee only, develop into. They're here to win fucking trophies. That's what we sold them. That's what they're here to do. That's what we told them. We need you to come here to score the goals. To do what? Finish 5th? No. Isak, we're breaking the record in England for you to come here to score goals. To do what? Win fucking trophies. Not finish 5th. It's a joke.
And you look at all the other top teams that we're going against as well. All the teams around Europe, everyone understands that the 6th position is the most pivotal position. PSG understand it, so does City, all the big teams do. Real Madrid, the overload, they always have one, standout world-class player in that position, but they'll have loads of them. Look at what Arsenal are doing now. They've already got Rice there, they've already got Zubamendi there, and they go out and get another one, go and get Bruno Camara. We're still sitting there 3 years down the line trying to replace Fabinho. That to me does not scream how big clubs act.
Do you know what it is for me as well? I think, when you've been there before, where the Moors were there and different ones. what's happened now for me is like our managers or owners, apart from Gillette and Hicks, they used to treat this club like a family, and there'd always be a face that would come out and face the press, or a spokesman would come out and they would face the cameras and they talk about what we're doing or where we're going or what we're looking for, and it would put the fans' mind at rest, and that disappeared, so many years ago, and it's never been brought back. So we're all left in the dark. Nobody knows what's going on. If somebody came out and did a press conference like Gordon or Billy Hogan or somebody and said, look, this season we won't be going for defenders, and I know it's going to upset everybody, but we're putting all the firepower into the front, and then we'll correct it next year or something like that, like we did with when we bought Verge, and they'll be our signature signings next year, a new goalie and this, that, and the other. But even something that just to keep us all in the know, but we're all in the dark and everybody's very unhappy, and I just think it's really bad communication from the club.
Yeah, just made them with the owners, because one window that's concentrating on midfield, and next window we concentrate on defenders. Then instead of just getting one of each, if you possibly can.
Yeah,
I don't know if Owen is still there. I just want to make sure Owen is still there.
I'm still here.
I know your time is. If your time is limited or anything, just let me know.
No, it's actually fine. Actually, this evening I'm here for the long haul.
Well, as our Paris correspondent, I want to know, because I've watched the videos. I watched a couple of videos from the French, and I'm not assuming if you say I don't know. That's cool. So I'll probably keep it a bit short. But I've seen lots of talk. Obviously we're in for Barcola. Everybody knows about Barcola. You've been away, and maybe since you've been away, this whole Mbaye, I hope I'm saying that correctly, has come up, this idea that we're big in for Mbaye, and it looks like he's leaving Paris. But there is a big noise in the background about this kid's showing up late for training, the parents being an issue, the background agents, a lot of messy stuff in the background. But he's played. He played today. He played 90 minutes. Scored against Manchester United. So what is there anything? If you say you don't know anything, but what are your thoughts on that deal? Do you know anything about this kind of backstory on Mbaye? Is he a problematic kid? He's why
I
are
don't
PSG
know. No, I don't. I cannot attest to his character, but I do know someone who played with him and with the PSG youth team, and just said he's basically unbelievable in terms of talent. But footballers will talk about other footballers with, effusively if they deserve it. He won the award, which you probably know, called the Titi Parisien, which, before you chuckle behind your hand or whatever, the Titi Parisien is actually the best young player. It's like the young player of the year. And when you're in a youth team with incredible young players, then that is not an easy award to win. The PSG youth team is ridiculous. So I can't attest to his character, but the fact that he won that award makes me think that, okay, maybe he's immature. I don't know how mature you were at 18 or 19 or however old he was, but I was completely immature. And so
I refuse to believe it.
He might have a sort of Dembele streak.
But have you heard? Are you aware of these stories that I'm talking about? Are they common?
No.
I mean, no.
I don't know, but then
that's good. That's good. Maybe it's been an overblown thing.
I haven't done enough homework, because I do know a lot of PSG fans around, and I will ask them more about it, and I'll come back to you on that. I just can't tell you. I cannot comment on his character for now, but just the talent
as a player,
it's ridiculous. Yeah.
So they're prepared to let him go, which is interesting. Like, he's this good, and they're prepared to maybe let him go. I mean,
if they get, have they already signed Akliouche? I think they have.
Ghost is nearly done. That's nearly done.
And now
And
you've got the
Torres,
Ferran Torres news, yeah.
yeah, they've just Torres is basically done as well. I know he's not a winger, but it's in a squad addition. So they're basically within the next week. Enrique has made it clear that he wants all the players. Well, he didn't make it clear, but he wants them in this week. So that'll be Ferran Torres, Akliush, and Mika Gotst. Goach, come in that next week. So,
which is great.
Kangin Lee is gone.
Great for them. So, I mean, basically, the way we could look at it maybe is it's like us signing. His name's gone out of my head. Not Eddie Nketiah, the young Nwaneri. Yeah, Ethan Nwaneri. You know what I mean? Because Arsenal are completely stacked in his position. Like if they signed another one, then they'd probably look to offload Nwaneri. An amazing technical player.
That's been mentioned, by the way.
Yeah, United were linked him, weren't they? United were sniffing around him supposedly, and Chelsea.
I think it makes a lot of sense. He's a brilliant player, and so I think.
Well, I'm still holding out hope for your big shout on the Endrick thing. It's getting closer to him leaving Madrid by the looks of it.
Okay.
It looks like he's available for loan again.
Fingers crossed.
So
that would be
who
amazing.
knows? Man. Like I say, you get him in, and like I say again, I say football makes hypocrites of everybody. That is a loan signing I would get behind, because I think it's quite different to what we're doing with this, especially. But this is a guy that I think you could bring him in on loan, 2 years away from Madrid, fall in love with the club, fall in love with the city and the Anfield and all that stuff, and maybe sign him. I don't think he's probably going to go to Italy. But anyway.
Yeah.
Apparently Arsenal went the race as well for Barcola.
Yeah, they're trying to stir the pot with that one. I think they're in for Yildiz. I think the one by Yildiz is their actual target. Seems like they moved on to him. They're just trying to throw Arsenal into Liverpool, Arsenal. You put Liverpool and Arsenal in a headline, doubles your traffic. I think that's what they're doing on that one. Barco's, if he's going to leave PSG, I think he's going to join Liverpool. But it looks like Yildiz. I mean, they got burned on Vinny badly. Hilariously, because they have the world's worst online fan base, as we discussed last night. Horrible online fan base, and not in their nasty breaks way. It's just that they're all upper middle class twats pretending to be from London.
Delusional as well.
Utterly delusional. Online all the time. They spend their lives online, pointing at stuff, making videos, pointing at things that's behind them. That thing where they make videos and they have a green screen behind them, so they have to point at it. Have you seen this? And they'll point at a screen, 28 GA and blah blah. They'll point at it. It's just
what makes me cringe with that fan base as well. When there was a video, I think it was AFC TV, doing that Jokeres celebration in the street. Did you see the video?
I didn't see it, but it sounds awful. Yeah.
Is that when they were doing all that the Bane celebration, when they were doing the mask across the face and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Football weather girls, basically. Yeah, weather girls. A shout out to the weathermen, but
grown ass men running around.
If you do have to go, Owen, remember, if you do have to go, there is a question I want to ask you before. If any point you do have to leave.
Go on.
I want to ask you a question before you leave. But I won't ask you now, but just make sure if you have to go, just make sure if I haven't asked you. Because it's just, it's trivial. It's trivial. What are people? Yes, what are people? They, them, Lamine Camara, Monaco, Crystal Palace, Manchester United, Liverpool. I think is a guy we should go for. Okay, fine. Doesn't look like we're going to do it. But we're seeing, good talent from France, Monaco, Lens, Sangari goes to Brentford. These guys go, and if this is an idea that we would have gone and out and got these guys, but we didn't. We needed to get rid of players, move on players. Okay, as I said before, if Adam Wharton is still sitting there at Crystal Palace, then maybe we're not interested. And the same goes for Sangare, the same goes for Camara. But
this for me, Brian, would be absolutely stupid if we've left both Sangare and Camara, who like it seems like the whole fan base, crying out for now. Like either one of them sort of players. Doesn't matter which one you picked. Like we were both happy to see either of them come in, and like we've both just allowed them. The cheap deals as well. It doesn't even seem like they're expensive deals. One's 40, and the one's meant to be 45, 50. Like I just don't understand how like one window we've got enough money to get Isak and Wirt, but when like up and coming stars like this are coming into the league, oh no, we can't afford that.
Yeah, if Camara goes to Palace, that's a backward step for him. Going from Monaco to Palace is crazy.
Well, no, you go to the Premier League, it's the shop window. You play well one season in the Premier League, everyone's looking at you. Kudus said it when he came from Ajax. He was questioned. He says, "What?" Dutch reporters were asking, "Why are you going to play for West Ham? You were the kind of guy that can go." He just said, "Look, he had an offer." He said, "I'm not going to play for West Ham. I'm going to play in the Premier League. The Premier League is basically the biggest shop right now."
Yet, though, has he? Kudos.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about that's how it works for every player, but he was saying that it says it doesn't matter if you're playing for West Ham or blah, blah, blah. The Premier League is where you want to be. That's where you go. You want to be seen by the world. That's where you go. So I'm not saying Monaco isn't. Monaco is maybe vaguely, slightly a bigger club than Crystal Palace, but not much. Not much. But it's the Premier League.
Is someone a bit higher level than Palace, maybe?
Well, he hasn't gone there yet, mate. We'll see what happens.
They'd have to pay him well bigger wages, wouldn't he, as well, even though it is Palace, like a Premier League teams, you know what I mean? Like even the smaller teams now can offer big wages, can't they?
But that's the thing, we keep talking about it. I keep saying, like, the likes of Brentford and Bournemouth and Crystal Palace are blowing European teams out of the water, big name European teams, for money on every level. Like, we're saying Crystal Palace, yeah, Crystal Palace are a tiny team, but in the last 2 years, they've won a European trophy. They've won a cup. They're a tiny team in the Premier League, but financially, they can blow Roma out of the water. Any team other than PSG in France, Crystal Palace can offer more in wages.
Yeah,
which just shows the power of the Premier League.
I thought he would have been perfect for Brighton, Camara. Because Belieber's out for about 7 months, isn't
he?
Yeah, he's injured, isn't he?
No, I'm not having him. Yeah, definitely. No, I think he's a different player. But that's the thing. He's a Bournemouth, Brighton, Brentford, high data run, clever teams. But now those teams that used to have to use data and find a guy for 2 million, they can now identify a guy. Brentford paid 40 odd million. One of those teams Brighton just paid. Yeah, these guys can go out and like pay 50, 60 million pounds for players. Brentford can. Bournemouth go. These guys can pay big money. Like they took Kluivert from Roma because they could offer him more money. Bournemouth took Kluivert from Roma because they could offer more money. It's these smaller teams that they could have the data and the analytics and all that, but they can also fucking. There's only, if you look at every other club in Spain, Barca and Real, maybe Atletico. After that, Spain, Italy, France, other than PSG, other than maybe Inter, all these middling Premier League clubs can pay just as much, pay even more and way more in wages. So that's what's making it harder. That's why the Premier League is stronger now. People are saying I couldn't understand why people were saying last year the Premier League is getting worse. Yeah, the football is getting worse, but it's not. It's actually the Premier League is getting stronger because the likes of Brentford and Brighton and Bournemouth, everybody has at least one or two players now, other than one or two teams that could play for a top 4 team. Sunderland got promoted and they spent 180 million quid. It's a tough league.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
small
and even
teams are
this,
getting better, aren't they? But the top 6 teams are getting like worse, but the mid-table ones are getting a lot better.
yeah, it's evening things a little bit because, like, back in the day, you know what I mean? Like, Fergie just go hoover up like all the talent in the league, and Liverpool used to do it. Like, whoever's the top dog, like, that's what you do. You get all the like best players in your own league off the smaller teams, and it feels like we can't do that anymore because these smaller teams now can be like, oh no, well, like we want 120 million pound for him. Like, that's like
Exactly.
back in the day, you know what I mean? By now, Liverpool would have got a Wharton, they probably would have got Spence, they would have got all these players that we're linked to, but we just realistically can't afford them all now because the price tags these smaller clubs slap on them.
Yeah, if you have okay, congratulations, Rodney, for whatever congratulations is for. Mr. Top, is he had another kid? Has he? You got 15 of them already. Have you got 2 fucking things going on in the chat?
Got a bigger squad than
Have we got
Liverpool.
2 Rodneys? Yeah, Rodney's got a bigger squad than fucking Liverpool.
Congratulations, Willie.
Yeah, okay. Oh, he's changing his avatar to show. Oh, I get it now. Okay. I just thought there was 2 Rodney. Imagine 2 Rodneys. What the hell? Well, he's raising a brood of them, so I hope his wife is chilled out. Jesus, you know. He needs something to calm that brood down.
We still haven't established with him, Brian, whether he's a Tottenham or a Liverpool fan for this season. He still hasn't
All
established
things
that.
to all people. Rodney is all things to all people. That's the only thing. We can put it that way. Yeah.
Rodney's fluid. He can go either way.
All depends on how the season's going and his mood's going.
Yeah, he gets on the tube, basically. He gets on the tube, looks at the league table and goes, yeah, Arsenal today.
I actually knew
my own reaction, I'm just so disappointed. I don't the overarching thing. I'm just so fucking disappointed because I backed this ownership. I backed this scouting department. I backed all, and I know it's there. I know they know the players. I know the money is there. I know all these things are there. It's not their money, it's our money. We can't even spend their money. You know, doesn't matter how rich they are. We can only spend, we can spend it. We already generate that. I'm just so fucking disappointed in this transfer window. And I'm not a shiny things guy. You know, but mainly because, like I say, it's a new manager. And with anything, what do you bring in with a new manager? I know we didn't do it with Slot, but that was weird. You bring in new players, you bring in new energy, you move a couple on, you bring a couple in. I didn't want to go with the naysayers because I back FSG, not because I think they're brilliant, but because I think they make good decisions and they built this club up really well. They've done a good job. Our books are clean, no debts, we have no points deductions, we have no fucking any of that nasty shit hanging out. You can open up our books, you can look at everything. There's no charges coming for us. We are as clean as a whistle. It's been done right. We spent what we earned. We don't overspend. All that stuff is brilliant, right? Could we have done more? Okay, cool. But this, and I've been saying it now for ages, Bernie, John W. Henry is 80. How long are FSG going to be here for? What's the long-term plan? Are they? And now you get, after that, you get the talk of investment, which hasn't happened yet. And it won't be a minor investment. Maybe someone owning a third of the club. So it smells to me like exit strategy. And I was talking to the lads, my brother-in-law, this is basically his job. He works in this whole world of people buying companies and mergers and acquisitions. He says, oh, they're out. He said that happens, they're out. He said they're not selling, it might take 3 or 4 years, but that's step one of out. You're gone. You know, you don't do what they do. And like you're saying, that could be accelerated if you have an investment group that wants to come and take over a third, and all of a sudden then you get a whale comes into that investment group and says, why not? We're not going to buy a third, we're going to buy 90% of it. But he says, this says these guys are out. And I've been saying that, Bernie, for how long? What is the plan here? Because this feels like drift to me. And now the more I look at it, it looks like And I get it. You get the club. It's won everything underneath. They got it back to the point. The last season looks like a lick of paint, or the final layer of gold almost on the club. You know, it's just like we've got it here. We've won this. We've won. The ground is amazing. The training ground is amazing. We're debt free. We can do what we want. And here's Wirtz. Here's Isaac. I don't think the energy is there now to go and become that team again. It does another 8, 9, 10 years of that under FSG. This seems to me like this is. I can be completely misreading this, but I'm just.
I agree with you, Brian. You know, it's looking like that, and you would expect it because at that age, no one expects to. What you know, you can only have so many cars, you can only have so many holidays, and you know who's he leaving it to? So I can understand him wanting to get out, but I still think if you're going to go, wouldn't you leave the club in the best shape it could be?
I think that's what they're looking at. It's about as good as it can get now. It is about as good as it can get now. I know you keep
the highest value it's going to be as well. You know, it's the highest value it's going to be right now for like the time.
The energy to keep it going, that part. I know you're saying, Bernie. You're saying, yeah, but you still need to reinvest. I know, completely agree.
No, but what I'm saying is, you know, like for them, they have it valued. So, you know, say it's valued 4.5 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, whatever it's valued at. Is it going to make any difference to them if they don't invest another couple of £100 million in players because it's already in the billions?
It's our money. That's the thing. They don't even have to invest their own money. So it's like, where's the ambition? Where's the arrogance? The arrogance you need to dominate a transfer market.
Yeah, if they're not.
I think the energy is gone from it. I think the energy. I genuinely think they thought we got it to as far as we're going to get it. Now what do we do? I don't think they have the energy to say another fucking 10 years. Because if they were Liverpoolians, they would. But they all want to go home. You know. So this guy's. Look, I came here from Boston 10 years ago. When do I get to move back home? The energy is gone. The drift is there, and this is drift. It's absolutely epitomized by this Araujo transfer.
Yeah, they've achieved everything they wanted to achieve, haven't they? And apart from anything else, even if you thought, well, they've improved the stadium, the AXA, the fan base, the merchandise. If you looked at all of the
10 out of 10.
everything they've ticked off what they said they would do. And they've expanded the stadium. They got the most out of it that they can get. They've won trophies for the fans, and they've improved the value to where they're going to make quite a lot of money. In fact, tons of money. So there's nothing left for them to do, basically, is there, other than go?
Exactly. They built it up. These guys, the charlatans, they bought us for 300 and they'll sell us for 4 billion. How the hell do you think they got the value from 300 to 4 billion? If they come in and run it worse, it wouldn't be a club anymore. They turned it into a club that was in the fucking high court for fucking bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And they turned it into a club that had Jurgen Klopp, Champions League wins, 3 Champions League finals, 2 Premier League trophies, completely rebuilt the ground without leaving, without shutting it down. All those things. Guess what? Now it's worth 4 billion because that's what it should have been. So I don't, like I say, if you buy a house, Bernie, for 100 grand, and you say, I bought a house for 100 grand. Oh yeah, nice one. Now rundown job. Okay, cool. And you tell me a year later, I sold that house for 4 million. I'm saying you must have put a hell of a lot of fucking work into that house.
Yeah.
You must have fucking turned that shit around completely to get 4 million. You didn't just sit there and went, oh well, the market will go up 4 years now. Oh yeah, sell it for 4 million. No, you had to obviously completely rebuild that, change it up, and made it what it should be. But you cannot criticize them for that.
But you still take it to market, Brian, like showing it in its very best, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, at that stage, does it show it in its very best if you've got the top players in the club? Because you look on the books of the value of the players, or
this isn't VVD, Ronnie, is it? Do you remember VVD 75 million? Araujo isn't VVD. There's a leak. There's a leak in our £100 million bathroom. Stick a fucking cheap rubber washer in it. It'll hold for 6 months.
Yeah,
this is not a proper fix.
And what I'm saying is, if just say it was like you're saying, you were selling a house. If they come out and they said, look, your house is worth 400 or 500,000 or something, and then they said, you could do with buying a few new things to do it up, but it's not going to make a difference to the value. It's still worth 500,000.
Yeah, it levels. It just levels it.
Yeah, you're not going to spend the money, are you? Maybe that's where they're at.
I don't know. Sour taste in my mouth. Can't believe what I'm seeing.
We don't know yet. I'm an optimist. I always think 2 weeks to go. Let's see what they come up with.
Am I the only one who likes this deal?
No, I like it. I think he's a good player. I've looked at him. I think he's a good player.
It's fine if we buy the guy. Go out and buy him for 60 million quid and he's our new guy or whatever. But if that's a thing, I just don't like the fact that that's the ambition of the transfer. It's not about the player. It's got nothing to do with the player. It's just a loan. Liverpool Football Club, we're doing loans now.
It just makes sense if we go and get like a midfielder, a right back, and 2 wingers. Then it does make sense to loan, because then it means that we're spending money in other positions. Then,
yeah, if we don't do that, then
I can't argue with we're not pure hypotheticals. All we have right now is that this guy is coming,
and he's a very good player. So just
but I'm saying you're saying it'll work. It'll make sense if this, and this happens. Yeah, but I mean, like I say, we're in the hypothetical zone there. If they happen, great. But I mean, all I can deal with right now, factually, is that this is what we've done. Is we bring him in.
But if Areola wants him and Areola knows that he can get the best out of him back in his Barca days, then I'm all for it.
So am I, dude. So am I. But this is what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing this footballer. I'm criticizing the ambition of the football club in choosing to address this scenario and this weakness that we have by going into the loan market.
Well, my stance with FSG anyway, so it doesn't need to be said, really.
I mean,
they always seem to do like the cheap patchwork job, and you know what I mean. Like Fabinho goes, we get a cheap Endo. Trent goes, we get like a cheap, Frimpong he's not really a defensive right back, and we knew that at the time. And Salah goes, and it doesn't look like we're going to adequately replace him as well. Like it always feels like that a lot of the times. Like some positions we deem worthy, like someone will leave and they'll put a lot of money in replacing that, but other positions, they always do these like little patchwork, little signings, to try and patch it up for like a season or two.
We also have JK here.
Oh, there, man.
It's called, man. It's called.
Hello.
This is supposed to be the new idea, JK. This is supposed to be the new manager, new energy, fucking high pressing. Here we go. And we've left him holding the bag. We've left him holding the bag containing Chiesa and Jones and Endo and Tsimikas. Guess who's back? Tsimikas is back.
Oh, great.
This is what am I going to give you? What am I going to give you? Munoz. I'm giving you Munoz. It's not right, JK. I don't know how you feel about this, but this isn't, like I said, in my not going into the analytics, just taking 10 fucking paces back and looking at the club from afar and saying, Liverpool signing an injury-prone dude from Barca that was like good a year ago. Is that what we're there doing? Is that what they're doing?
It's like, normally I'm the most positive we're winning the league title next season. I've always said that my whole life and that, even Roy Hodgson days. But this just seems a little bit different this season. I just can't get a little feeling that we're going to go for it. We're going to have words, Isaac and all these boys, don't get me wrong. But after our first 11, it's not looking great. And you know how football is. We've got 4 competitions. And we've got 11 sort of decent sort of players. And that's about it.
Sorry,
I just thought, you know what? They might look after this manager a little bit. They gave Arnie Slot everything. And he couldn't handle it. So maybe this manager can handle them players from last season who came in who weren't great. I ain't gonna say it's like new signings. Well, it is in a weird sort of way, but we still need 3 players minimum. I don't want to go into a season without a right winger. No, we didn't even replace Salah with a player. The quality of that player, we ain't even replaced him as a player. Yeah, Munoz just come in, but he can play out the left, right, middle, or whatever. He's just a squad addition for me. But all in all, Barcola, Ryan should be coming in, and a central midfielder. I would have loved that. Fernandez is going to Tottenham. So it ain't great, man. It isn't great. I think this lad's been connected to Palace. I think this lad on the screen.
We got to step in. Yeah, we got to step in. Give me these legs. Give me this energy, Jacob.
Energy, you know what I mean?
Just give me the fucking energy to fight. He doesn't have to be a starter. He can. I mean, he's what McAllister was, great at. Just getting around it, fucking getting into people, tackling for days. 5'7". We all know what these short guys are like, man. You all know what these short people are like. If you're 6'1", you're 6 foot, you're walking at your store, and you can see this little short guy, you think, oh fuck. You gotta play 5-a-side, never played your big, and you see this little short guy, for fuck's sake. This guy's gonna be at me all night. All night. He's a short guy. That's what they do.
Casado does
Can't help themselves. They're piling around, but trying to get into everybody all the time. He's got that about him. He's absolutely, just give me him in the squad. I'm not saying make him our starting number 6, but just give me that kind of energy in this team, along with Sabozlai. Sabozlai's got it. You want energy, you want legs, you want lungs. Sabozlai's got it. We can't just have one. We've got these other guys.
You need 2, don't you? In a perfect world, you'd get like a senior 6 and obviously like an understudy. So you
Jones wants pipe and slippers, man. Jones wants his pipe and slippers. He wants it to be there. That's what he wants to go. Slow, quick, slow at his pace. Fucking Grav is like, hey man, it's like a beautiful world. It's like a beautiful world, man. Where's that guy running? I don't care, man. Where's he going? It doesn't matter, man.
It's okay,
man. Grav is like, where's he running? It doesn't matter. I'll just stand here. It's cool. My dog right there. Doesn't give a shit, man. Grav doesn't give a fuck.
We lack a guy who can protect Wirtz and Szoboszlai when they've got the ball. Have you noticed, like, for me, if I'm a DM or a player in that sort of position, I'm going to, as soon as my best player's got the ball, I'm going round him just in case someone else tries to get in there. I'm knocking him out of the way, that sort of stuff, Where's that player who does that for us when Wirtz and Szoboszlai's got the ball, for example?
Gravenberch is like watching us getting scored against. He's like, wow, man, how did that happen? It's just like, crap, what are you doing, man? He's like, oh, look at this shit. Where'd he come from?
Yeah, I can picture that.
Behind you, dickhead.
You can see him sometimes mid-game, you know what I mean? He'll get run past and he just sits there, like, slowly walking.
He just looks at people.
Like he's thinking about what he's ordering.
Looks at them running past.
Like, I'll get some bread, I'll get some milk.
You know what I mean?
He's just wondering, whoa, how did that happen? It was...
You know what I mean, bro?
Intervene, dude. Yeah. Inter-fucking-vene. No, it's just like, he's like, oh, what happened here? This is awesome. I got my phone out. He want to get his phone out and film it. Look at this shit. And fucking do something about it, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that kid. Jesus. I think
all we can do, lads, now is sit tight to the end of the window and then see the lay of the land, see who's come in, and hopefully we'll have brought in the 2 wingers and that right back, and possibly a midfielder. But I doubt we'll bring that many in. I can see 3 more players come in, right back and the 2 wingers, certainly. But we need, just hang tough, hold our fire, and we'll hope and pray.
Yeah, it just depends who goes out now, isn't it? With the midfield,
That's it, Kieran. Yeah. Surely they can offload Jones. Good luck.
I wish they put the energy into the pitch.
Joe is here.
The way they do into the, like coming into the AXA in the sunglasses and the baggy clothes, like, they were on a catwalk. I wish someone had knocked that out of them. They used to come in the sweat. They were coming into to train now. It's like, you know, they're all.
We had the Spice Boys. We had them. It's not a new thing.
No,
It's
but
definitely
now,
not a
Brian,
new
you
thing.
know,
But
there's, you know, where's the macho men? They're all like, you know.
wow, you can't be saying that now these days, Barney. It's 2026. Macho men. Come on now.
About the weather
Yeah,
girls.
the long
Coffee and
gone
sushi. Coffee and sushi. I said weathermen as well. I said shout out to the weathermen. I mean, it's usually actually. What was that song? John Ketley. John Ketley. Is it John Ketley is the weatherman, the weatherman. John Ketley is the weatherman, and so is Michael Fish. Do you remember that song? And so is Michael Fish.
Well, didn't one of them get the tornado wrong? Was that Michael Fish? Was it? He said the weather's going to be good.
There's no bad weather, and then there's like the biggest hurricane in history hit England. Yeah, oh shit, yeah. But there was that song, John Ketley is the weatherman, and so is Michael Fish. Great song. I think it's very healthy. Oh, okay, thanks. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's good. Good look. And all absolutely, Rodney. Definitely all the best. I don't know who you're talking about, but hope it goes well. Oh well, hopefully, yeah. Cool. Jesus, all the best, Rodney's granddad. Definitely. Sorry about that. Hallelujah. Yeah, that's the worst. I was saying it's great to see a full roster of panelists. Sure, we'll give him a chance. Joe is in, JK is in, Ray is in. We've been talking all night.
Hey, what's up, lady?
Hey, Joe.
Hey. Yeah, man.
Give our newer panelists some time to talk. Anyone? Yeah, the boys below the line there.
I'm not gonna lie. The day when there's no show, I'm gonna be questioning like what's happened, and I want to wonder what am I gonna do with these like next 2 hours that I've freed up in this life. So big up to Brian.
This is it. See, Bernie, we call it, Joe. What I call it is EastEnders syndrome. Right? It's EastEnders syndrome. So basically, what it's supposed to be, you get it to the point where it's those people who watch soap operas. So every night when they see 7 o'clock or set, they're like Emmerdale is on, Coronation Street is on, EastEnders. They have to. So it becomes such an ingrained part of their life that you end up in this place every single night of the week. So we've gotten there. We've absolutely gotten there at this point. Now people are sitting there going, when is the show going live? This is what this is a soap opera. That's all it is. It's based on that idea. And I've snagged you all now. You're all sitting here going, jonesing for a fucking show. Is there a show tonight? Well, I've won. The first time someone sent me a message saying, is there not a show tonight? I knew I'd won. That was it. And someone came in here last night and called me a low view channel. A low view channel. Oh, these people, man. No idea. No idea. This is by far the second best channel on YouTube live right now. Without a doubt. Without a doubt it is. Did Rodney call his son Merlin?
He was talking about it.
Did Rodney call his son Merlin?
No, he didn't, but he was thinking about it.
Jesus.
Yeah,
his wife was basically, which eye do you want blackened, if you want to call him Merlin? Like, which fucking leg do you want me to break? Merlin.
Yeah, but I was telling him one of my neighbours called his son Maverick.
Oh, jeez. You do realise these children have to go to school, right, with other children.
You know, when kids play Snap, can you imagine if he didn't win, you know?
Imagine it.
and you know, she used to shout over the back, Maverick, your tea's ready.
Yeah, look, he said exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. His wife said, how big a fucking black eye do you want? Yeah, imagine being called Merlin in school. Jesus, you're fit. You want to get big, you want to get real big real quick, Merlin, because you're getting bullied for the next 14 years.
Merlin.
Ask Merlin.
Mail it.
Ask Merlin, he'll know.
Put a spell on us, Merlin.
I knew someone from South America and from kind of the jungle of Bolivia, and he was telling me that
Total
they just
Owen thing to say, by the way. Total Owen thing to say.
no, but it's true. And he was saying that they just name their kids whatever. So he knew two babies. One was called Hitler and one was called Gorbachev. Hitler and Gorbachev. Because somebody in this village in the Amazon somewhere just thought they were nice names. Had vaguely heard of them.
Imagine that being Ronaldo in Brazil and you just hear, "Come on, Adolf, Hitler, come on, Hitler."
That as a first name, Hitler and Gorbachev as well, just because it sounded pretty to me.
They wouldn't have been aware of the history, I'd say, would they, Owen?
I mean, I don't know. It's just a different idea of what history is.
Yeah.
Important to them, I guess. But anyway, I am actually.
Well, while we're on the subject of names, this is my petty little question of the evening for Joe, for Owen. Joe, Owen, as someone who is a language teacher who lives mainly in France, anyway, we signed a French defender this season last January. How would you pronounce his second name?
Oh, it's very easy. It's Jacquet. Jacquet. Okay. It's not.
So
Jacquet.
if I was to walk up to you and say, we signed Jeremy Jacquet this season, how much would that annoy you?
No, it don't annoy me because
then you would be, I don't know, anglicized.
Yeah, I just don't think that
in French.
People don't really understand, isn't it? Like, there's a lot of people that just don't understand language.
So, but if it was going to be Jeremy Jacquet, surely it would be Jeremy Jacques E-double-T-E.
Correct,
Right,
like a
exactly.
Corvette. You would pronounce the E-double-T-E like a Corvette. You would pronounce it as a T. But Jacquet without the T.
It is 100% Jeremy.
Is Jacquet French for
Jeremy.
Jazza.
Jazza Jacquet. Oh, I like that. Jazza Jacquet. We're going with that.
big Jazza.
Yeah, Jazza Jacquet.
Owen, can I just ask you, is Jacquet French for jacket?
No, it isn't. Une veste is a jacket.
Yep.
Veste,
Right,
V-E-S-T-E.
okay.
But
What is it in French then? What does it mean, Jacquet?
What does it mean, Jacquet? I actually don't know. I like it. If it's a word, it's an obscure word that I don't use every day.
I think it's just a name.
Yeah,
it's just a name.
But it might. I don't know where it came from. Maybe Jacques, the name Jack, but I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
But yeah, but thank you very much, everyone. And I mean, don't get me like I don't know other languages, but no, if you've got any Slavic language questions, I know how to pronounce it, even though I'm not very good at speaking any Slavic languages. But that's one people get wrong quite a lot, like Dejan instead of Dejan, Lovren, G is Y. But anyway, I could talk about that all night, but I shan't bore you. Let's hope for some more signings. Thank you very much to Brian.
It wouldn't bore me at all. I could talk about that shit all night as well, but that's me. I could talk about. Yeah, I could definitely sit here for an hour and just talk about how to pronounce footballers' names. It'd be brilliant.
I think we're only getting 2 more signings, guys.
2 more. I mean,
Joe.
So we've got the jacket. We've got the jacket. Are we getting the pants and shoes? Is that what we're doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing, Joe? Come on, man. Where's your confidence? This ownership.
It's in the toilet, mate. My confidence is in the toilet, man. Because
this ownership, I stuck up for a long time, and these guys are letting me down right now.
I can't even blame the ownership. I can't blame them. I can't entirely blame the ownership over the guys.
Let's just say the administration. Let's just say the running of. Okay, let's not say it's Sean Henry's fault that we didn't sign. Okay, but the people that are fucking supposed to be doing things.
Yeah, like it's just in the toilet, man. I think that we're only going to get 2 players. I think we're going to get Mbai and maybe Jed Spence. That's it. That's what I think is going to happen. Then we're going to start using the youth guys to come in. We're going to get Josh Abe is going to get promoted.
Joe. Joe, I don't want to interrupt you. Then we're getting to you guys. Mbai's fucking 18.
Yeah, this is
This
what
is a
I'm
kid.
saying.
Even if we buy him, we're buying a kid. We're buying a guy who, I know it's a bit of an odd one, but in a year's time, Josh Abbey is only going to be a year younger than Mbai is now.
No, Josh
Like
Abbey just
Mbai,
turned.
it's
No, Josh
Mbai is
Abbey just turned
basically
16. Just Abbey just turned 16.
exactly. So fucking this guy's 18 now. In a year's time, this is how close Abbey is to Mbai. Mbai ain't no fucking finished article, dude. Is what I'm saying. Like we've got a guy that's only a year away. It's only 2 years behind Mbai, but
Yeah.
Mbai is the answer. He can't be. This is another youth player. He's younger than fucking Kumas. He's around the same time or the same age, maybe as Kieran Morrison.
They're taking a piss. Like honestly, like
This
you
is a
get
youth
a new
player.
manager, you get a new manager. You're supposed to back your manager, isn't it? That's all. Look, I don't care. Bring guys in, but just show that you're backing your manager because that will get the fans on side. They will just at least believe. Okay, at least let's just give him a try. Let's just give him a try. Like you see, like Araujo, whatever this guy is who we just purchased. All right, cool. All right, fine. He's with the club. All right, we're gonna back him. Not a big fan of the signing, but you're gonna back him anyway. At least do that. Get some guys in that we can back. At least let us believe that you're trying to do something. You know?
And he can't do this whole like, just the right players went out there routine. Look at what Tottenham have been able to do. Look at the amount of players they've brought through. Like we could be done with a window like that realistically.
It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe right now. Did they play Monaco today? They did, didn't we? We played Monaco, didn't we?
Tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow. Okay, I was up late last night, so I was probably looking at. Okay, cool. So it's tomorrow. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that game, and hopefully, Richard Hughes can sit down Lamine Camara and say, "Come on over." If that'd be nice, and if we get Lamine Camara, I'll be happy to see that. Okay, then we maybe can get him by, or maybe Barcola. I don't see us getting Barcola. Like, we know what the price is for Barcola. And we're doing the same thing we did with Lavia. The same thing. Dilly-dallying over the 5 million, the 10 million. You're already paying 100+ million. So why are you dilly-dallying on the last amounts of money? Why?
I think we will get Barcola, lads. I'm sure of it. PSG are just waiting until they get the deal over the line and the Ferran Torres deal over the line. We have Akliouche. So when they're happy, they'll release Barcola. We'll get him. Rest assured. We'll get
And we know the
Barcola.
fee. We know the fee for Mbai because he agrees a deal to go to Leipzig. And
That's
he's
it.
playing,
Sure.
he's playing 90 minutes.
million euros or something like that, wasn't it?
Wait,
He's playing
please.
90 minutes today, so is the deal even closer? He's playing 90 minutes today.
Wait.
Yeah.
And Mbai is going to Leipzig. Is that what I'm hearing?
Like they agreed a deal, and like now we've meant to have jumped in on that deal and tried to swoop in, but like supposedly agreed a deal for like around about 35 to 40 million euros to go there.
I thought it was Bayer Leverkusen. Okay, cool. So it's some team. All right, cool. So it's still the same situation. We're about to get this guy. I think we're probably going to end up with Mbai and another player, maybe Jed Spence, or I don't know. I don't know, man. But we're 3 weeks out. It's the 8th of August. When does the league start?
Yeah, Leverkusen did drop out. No, you're correct. Leverkusen were in from. They dropped out.
Okay.
Leipzig were in from. Dortmund are still in from. Apparently, it's not a done deal at all. Like he's a very Dortmund kind of guy. You know, Dortmund signing a young winger from a PSG that has too many star players, and then 2 years later sells him for 150 million. It's a very Dortmund kind of signing, and by Leverkusen worrying they're out. But I haven't heard a shit ton about like, we are 100% in for this guy. Yeah, we're interested, definitely. But I don't know. It's like
games now, friendlies, I think.
Yeah, like today, Jacob, the guy played 90 minutes today
Against United, yep.
You
we
know,
ain't getting these guys. I think this is all nonsense. There's some guys that we've connected with. We ain't getting them. We're just not getting them.
I feel that as well, in a weird way.
Yeah, we ain't getting these guys, man.
If we bid a huge amount of money for Diomande, we have the money for Barcola. The money's there.
The money's been there.
Barcola wants to join Liverpool Football Club. He wants Liverpool.
The money's been there from last year. We've had this isn't just this year. We've had the money. We've had the money for years. We've had the money all the time.
Yes, Joe.
We just don't pull the trigger.
Yeah.
We don't pull the bloody triggers, man.
Yeah,
and the reports are as well. The report what Liverpool want, Diomande and Barcola, so they wanted both of them. So the money's clearly there, isn't it?
Yeah, and a couple of reports going around now as well, saying that numerous journalists have basically said that we're looking at numerous positions, looking at right back, centre back, and CDM. Yeah. Obviously, we've got our centre back, but
let's just be clear and understand that PSG will not release Barcola until they have the wingers they want. They have Akliouche, they have Götze very shortly, if not already, and now they're in talks with Barcelona for Ferran Torres. When they get their players, we will get Barcola.
Release Mbaye then, because there's no excuse for Mbaye either, though.
Oh, he's for sale. Yeah, we know he's for sale. For whatever reason, good or bad or whatever. But
so
I say he's for sale, but they played the fucker for 90 minutes today. I mean, that's a big risk. If you're trying to sell a footballer,
you wouldn't play that. Yeah.
90 minutes every time you're on the pitch, you're one tackle away from being out for a year.
Yeah,
forget shop window. He was spent last year in the shop. Who knows who he is?
It's not unusual to buy two players at the same time from the same club. I mean, I can't remember the last time we did that.
Why is Mbaye gonna want to come to our club? Like, if we get Barcola, right? Okay. Why is Mbaye going to want to come to the club?
Left and right, we're the biggest club in the world.
We need 4 wingers.
You'd be looking at our squad depth and then right wing positions now. Even though he's a young player, you'd be thinking, there's only Munoz there now, realistically, you know what I mean? So there's a pathway there to break into the team.
Every top club has 2 players for every position. We'll have Barcola and Rio on the left wing, Mbaye and Munoz for the right wing. Mbaye would predominantly take that spot, alternated with Munoz, So that's. I mean, he could go to any club in the Premier League. He could, and he'd be in the same position.
So he wouldn't be, if he came to Liverpool, he wouldn't be in a better position. He's in a better position right now at PSG.
PSG, Joe, are willing to get rid of him.
Yeah, they're actively trying to sell him. Yeah,
they want to sell him. They don't want him. We do.
I don't know, man. It's frustrating seeing it all, man. We got 2 weeks basically to get guys in.
I know.
And Araujo, I had a feeling we was gonna get someone in by yesterday. I knew that's what it was gonna do, but come on, man. Like, come on. Like, I'm not saying that the guy's crap or nothing. Like, good. All right, cool. You're trying to bolster up the defense. Okay, brilliant. Thank you for thinking about the defense when you should have thought about it about 2-3 years ago, but fine. You got somebody in. But the places that we are desperate, like, it's got to be right wing. Like, that is the desperate, like, you can't be dilly-dallying for 5 million. 10 million, 5 million. You're already spending 100 and something odd million. Why are you going to be haggling for the last 100 meters? Why at this point? You want the guy to come in. You want the guy to come in and let Iraola manage him. Let him coach him. Let him get him ready for the season. He's a foreign player. You need him early. He's going to have to get a house. All of this stuff. Like, just get the guy in.
So I suppose, for all we know, Joe, I don't know, but for all we know, a price may have been agreed between Liverpool and PSG for Barcola. Who knows? He's currently on holiday, so maybe he'll sign his contract with us when he comes back. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
They need to hurry up flogging players. That's probably the worst thing right now. They need to get rid of players.
Yeah.
I'll leave it still on holiday. Like, he finished playing for France. He wasn't even a starter for France. He wasn't a starter for PSG, and this fucker's still on holiday. What the fuck, man?
Well, they all get 3 weeks. And he played right up till the the final, the third game, same day. So it'll get 3 weeks, basically.
Yeah, but
Do you know what?
Yeah, no, he's on. I have no problem with the fact he's still on holiday. It's just, you know,
I'll get the deal done.
Yeah, but I don't think they're
Get a
haggling
deal.
over. I don't think they're haggling over 5 million. I think
it's more.
No, Jack. I just think it's like business. They're doing a dance, aren't they? It's a negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
You come in with your price, you come in with yours. They know they're going to meet. They know what the middle price they're going to meet at is. But and that's what they do. It's not like it's not like they're going to say, "Oh, right, we're walking away for 5 million." It's too close. They're just saying, "Well, here's ours, here's yours," and they know they're going to meet in the middle, and that's what they do, and they get the paperwork ready. It's going to happen. I can't see it not happening.
I agree, Bernie. Yeah, I agree.
It would have been nice if he was going to be like he won't play the first few games. That's what I don't like about late signings. They never seem to be ready for the season and after. You know what I mean? Look at Isaac last season; it was a mess. I'm sick of that crap. They could have signed Barcola before he went on holiday. Say, listen, you signed for us, Joe. It's done. We don't have to worry about that left wing topic.
We're going to find that we purchased him, but then we have to wait till next year for him to come and join the club. All of this crap over and over again. I'm sick and tired of seeing all of this. It's so annoying, man. Just get
Now's the time to dominate British football. Like, what are we doing? Because when you think about it, Pep's gone. Chelsea got a new manager. United, Carrick ain't done nothing really. Arsenal, they're Arsenal. But all in all, there's an opportunity for Liverpool after they won the Premier League season 2 years ago to dominate.
So do you think that the like they're doing a Crystal Palace or Newcastle, they're waiting to get their player in first before they let him go?
Who like they got that lad in from Monaco, didn't they? Already last week, actually a few days ago.
Akliuche or something.
Yeah, that's the lad. Yeah, they got him in. I think it was 2 days ago or something like that. I seen a picture of him. So they got him in. They wanted Diamande. He's gone to Real Madrid. So they've got that sort of guy who's going to replace Barcola already in. So I think it could be just the final part of the deal now. And I think the distance between the two clubs is pretty big, I reckon.
Do you?
Yeah, I reckon, because I reckon Liverpool are offering 100. They say they want 150, so it could be 50 million in it.
But he's 28, isn't he? 27, 28.
Who? Barcola?
Yeah.
23.
23.
No.
23.
Oh,
yeah,
23. Oh, right.
Yeah. I was thinking, is he that old?
No, well, right, because I was thinking, gosh, he's a lot of money for his age. So he's 23. I thought he was
he's
28.
young. Yeah, he's young. Him and that other lad are pretty young. So in that way, that's sound. You know what I mean? He can give us a good 6-7 years if he wanted to. But I don't want to do that same thing we did with Isaac and all that, waiting for players to get ready for the season, and that it don't happen.
Yeah,
we learn from our mistakes.
I hear you, JK. Yeah, absolutely. Sooner the better we get them in.
Diamond is 120 million, right, or something.
Yeah, he went 140 million euros.
That's how much Real Madrid's paid. So this is the thing. So Barcola is definitely better than Diamande at this present moment in time. So I mean, I don't know, man. I really do hope that we get our deals over the line. I just feel so like there's something about this whole thing. This doesn't sit right.
Yeah, it ain't right. Something's not right, man. We've been faffing around because realistically, we knew Robertson, Canati, and Robertson are all going. So that's 3 first-team sort of players who are just gone, bang. And who we got? We got Harvey Elliott back. We got Chiesa. We got an Endo. We got Curtis Jones. All sort of guys who we could have sold, in my opinion.
Bedwood.
Yeah, I would. I would have sold Gapco, McAllister, Jones, Endo, and Tsimikas.
Yeah,
I would have just sold them all. Like, let's start moving now. Let's clear.
Yeah, I agree, JK. Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're just holding on to people who don't really show quality, and they're always injured.
Yeah,
as well.
You get rid of all them and get 2 players and cut their wages. Look at the wages we're paying all of those for nothing.
Yep.
The only good thing I can say is that they're keeping Gakpo so that giving him that new contract to keep his value up. Otherwise, this year he would have went for free, right? So
Yeah.
the only thing I can say, that's good. But that Gakpo should not be at this club. He shouldn't be at the club. Like we should have had this. I'm fucking pissed, man. Like tomorrow, I was hoping to see a team that's going to look closer to the starting 11 that we're actually going to be playing during the league. That's what I was hoping for. And then we play Cuomo, and then let's start the league. That's what I was hoping for. But these players are going to be coming in last week of the season, man. If not, they're not coming in.
Well, do you remember last year with Isak? I remember McManaman and Fowler both saying never underestimate not having a pre-season with the club. It's the worst thing that can happen. It takes so long to catch up and be in the team, and you can't hit the ground running. When you're not there and you're not bonding with your mates, and getting that understanding, the 1-2 between you and everything else. And I think that's the sad part, that if they are coming in late, they'll have missed the pre-season and missed all of that start off, and we're going to expect them to just gel in the team from day one.
Exactly. We saw what happened with like you said, Lady B. You saw what happened last season, and this time we have a new manager. So I don't know. And whoever else said it, like, we've known about JK, we've known about Salah, we've known about Konate, we've known about Robbo. Like, we've known about them going for such a long time. For us to be this lollygagging around, I don't know, man. Like, it just looks off. I know I'm not going crazy, because it does look off. It looks off, man.
It's off.
And do you know, I don't know if I'm wrong on this, but I was a little bit disappointed in Verge, because I know that, you could tell Areola said at his press conference, it was a bit sad because he wasn't going to get all the players back because of the World Cup. But Holland went out quite early on.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, Virgin's had it his few weeks. When he does turn up, he's as brown as, but you can tell he's been in the sun for, he's like a piece of wood. And I'm thinking to myself, new manager in, you're the captain. Get your holiday out the way and get back in. Wouldn't you think he would have joined them in America rather than just turn up at the airport? Because I was disappointed in that.
Yeah, that was a bit weird for me as well. And I seen Virgil on his own with Gapco at the training ground, AXA. I was like, I'd rather they went to US, had a little holiday there, didn't play, just chilled.
But
was
because
there as captain.
And Dom looked like he was the captain out in America, didn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He took charge. And was Virgil happy with that?
I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna absolutely vomit in a minute if you say that again, Lady B. My God.
What? What have I done now?
So Bozzaman.
Bozza was acting like captain, bro. He was.
Romano's just dropped like 20 minutes ago, basically saying the Ferran Torres deal to PSG is basically close to happening. So that's good news for us, I suppose.
Brilliant, Sonny. Brilliant.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
That's cool. And as long as Rodri goes to Barcelona, that's another good one for us.
That's going based on what you said, Ray K, right?
Say again.
That's based on what Ray K was saying. Like, that's based on what you were saying earlier on, right? That they're going to get this Torres dude, and then we're going to get ours now, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Not immediately, but it'll happen. It'll happen.
Yeah, 20 minutes ago he dropped, basically saying the deal's underway. It's all going to get finalised and stuff. So yeah, I suppose that's good news for us as well. For obviously getting them buy-in, Barcola.
That's it, Sonny.
Yeah, because they've got that. They got Monaco lad the other day, and then Torres in a few days. That's 2 players in.
And Götze, I'm not sure. Have they completed the Götze deal as well? Have they? PSG.
That looked close as well. Yeah.
Yeah. When all those when those 2 deals are done, bingo. Barcola. Off you go to Liverpool.
And bring that other lad. I reckon for 35 million. I'm taking it. He scored against Man United today. I'm like,
he's a very, very good player, JK.
Yeah,
absolutely. Bring him as well.
Good. You know what I mean?
I'd have him in a heartbeat. I think he's a great talent, isn't he, for us? coming in.
He is.
It's
That's
just
what we
good.
need.
It's a good sign, isn't it, for us? Obviously, we're actively trying to buy two of their attackers, and at least PSG, they're out there. They've already got one of them in. Like, obviously, they're close to getting the second one in. Like, it's good for us. Like, it's similar to last season when we were trying to get Isak, and we were just hoping and praying that Newcastle go out and buy a striker.
You got Voltemari, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, similar situation.
But I don't mind doing business with PSG either because I've been saying, well, Brian will tell you, I've been saying to him for a long time, like, I don't want players who, for us, who PSG wouldn't entertain. If our players ain't good enough for them, they shouldn't be good enough for us because they're our yardstick at the moment because they beat us. I'm like, so for me,
But
what?
we want to buy two of their players that aren't good enough for. I mean,
yeah, but no, I don't mind that, Bram, because if they've got a big squad and they're not, but they've still took them on in the first place. We've still got. I think we can still do something with them. It's. I'd rather do that, when they've played at the highest level than go somewhere where they're an unknown and we're going to take a chance on them. So at least these guys have had good training, good nutrition, good discipline. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, there's no shame in shopping it to like.
Whatever.
You were saying the last person we bought off PSG was Mamadou Sakho, weren't it?
That was a
Yeah.
Absolute nutcase.
He was.
But they were the farmers' team then, weren't they? They weren't as good as they are now. Nowhere near.
True, yeah, true, Bernie.
I used to support PSG.
Yeah, because
in the way that you support, I support is the wrong word, but they were my French team that I like because they were. I mean, again, before the fucking Qatari thing, and it wasn't even Ronaldinho. Even it was just, I don't know. He's just fucking. Knowing me, I saw a jersey or something.
They've always had beautiful kits, haven't they? They've always had
beautiful jersey. Them, but I just think it's amazing. Paris is, if you look at it, especially if you look at the Ile-de-France area, which is a part of Paris, and which will be a catchment area, say, for teams in England. And the players that have come out of that area in the last 20, 25 years, some of the greatest players ever played. The talent factory in Paris right now is off the charts. And it's one of the biggest cities in Europe in a footballing country. And it has never had, up until 1977. Now, Paris FC, which are coming back, and there's no clubs in Paris. No, there's PSG. It's insane. The talent factory that's there. It's like, if you basically, Paris is like, if the only team in London was Chelsea. That's what Paris is like. PSG being in Paris, right, is if like the only team in Chelsea that was in the Premier League was London, or the only team in London was Chelsea.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. It's completely bizarre. Like, Paris Saint-Germain were only formed in 1970s, late 1970s.
Mad, isn't it?
It's completely crazy. And you look at the players that have come out of that, just that Ile-de-France area, which is the sort of the catchment area for Paris. You're talking about someone, the best players of the last 20 years. And they don't, the only top flight club they have is a team that was formed 40 odd years ago. Like I said, this is if in London, the only team in London was Chelsea. Completely bizarre. It's a complete anomaly in world football, Paris. Oh, don't conceptualize. Yeah. Well, Saka was a madman, though. Klopp did not like him. Klopp
No,
did
he
not.
threw him straight out the door, didn't he? One little mess around, and then Azkaban the prison, taking the mick out of Klopp when he was trying to be serious with the players, and that was it. Gone.
They tried to say it was three things. They tried to say that it was, the Alcatraz thing, where he decided to make his own like video, which they'd all be doing today, by the way. Well, they wouldn't be, to be honest. But it was, he did that, and on the tour, he did the thing at Alcatraz. He showed up late for breakfast or lunch. Come on, hardly a fucking sacking offense. And he also showed up late for like the bus to the plane or something, basically leaving. So they're traveling somewhere, and he showed up late for that. So it was a bit of a 3 strikes and you're out. But I've always said that when a new manager goes into a club, if they can, they will get rid of the most popular player in the dressing room.
The sacrificial lamb.
If the most popular player in the dressing room is the best player, no chance he goes. No fucking chance. What you want, your ideal thing as a manager, is to go into a club and the most popular player there is just kind of okay. And you remove him. You get rid of him to show. It's a classic manager move. To go into a dressing room and get rid of the most popular guy. But if the most popular guy is Messi, no, you're not going to do it like that. But it's because this guy, you can tell, almost has a dressing room. Doesn't always happen, but it's a classic manager move. And I think he came in and said, everybody, you can tell everybody loves Mama, right? Everybody loves Mama. You could tell, great crack. Look, obviously, it's great fun, Bit annoying, he shows up late, but everyone loves him. Bang, get him out. So he can go. So if you think I won't get rid of him, you're wrong. Jurgen Klopp, Milner and Henderson did an interview. I'd advise anybody to look it up that thinks Jurgen Klopp is all happy clappy. Milner and Henderson, Jurgen Klopp ran that dressing room based on fear. Fear. He said, you see him in front of the cameras? No, that's not how it was. You lost your place very quickly under Jurgen Klopp. And you're gone. You're out. You're done. It wasn't he keeping everybody fucking, it's all great here. No, that guy, he said it was fear in that dressing room. He ran that dressing room based on fear. And you had to perform. If you didn't perform, you were gone. You were out. We see things in public. Like I said, what you see of Jurgen Klopp in public, that's clearly a character that he's playing. I'm not saying it's the real guy. It's not obviously you can only play so much of a character. But these guys are saying you didn't fuck around with Jurgen Klopp. You didn't mess around with him. He'd get you out and you were gone. So that's what you need in this thing. That's what you need. You've got some people getting their feet well comfortable under the table at Liverpool Football Club. Gakpo just thinks he's a Liverpool player now. On 280 grand a week, whatever he's on. He just thinks he's happy now. He's 27. He's at Liverpool. No, fucking throw a bomb under that guy, man.
Exactly.
Throw a bomb under Gravenberch. Fuck you, man. You want to be here. Earn it, man. Nah, fuck this, lads. Come on. With this window, Joe, you know me, man. I want to back these guys, but this is rough. And like I said, sometimes you don't have to overanalyze. You get into the numbers, you get into the weeds. Take 10 paces back and look at it in a widescreen and tell me what you see. I see us signing a centre half on loan from Barcelona to solve our defensive issues. That's a low rent move. That's not an ambitious move. That's not good.
It's desperation. I said it yesterday. I think it's desperation, Brian. It's desperation. From the time you got to get a loan this far, you got what, 3 more weeks in? That's the kind of behavior you do at the end of the window.
Oh, eight hours left. 8 hours left on deadline day. Your gate falls through. Shit. Get on the phone. Araujo. Okay, get him done. Bang, done. Okay, cool. We got some. Big teams. When is the last time someone loaned in a fucking starting centre half and won the Premier League?
Yeah, I don't think we're getting any more. I don't think we're getting anyone else defensively. You know? Like if for me, I would just get Jed spreads and call it a day, and then we can hustle through. Hopefully, we can hustle through. Because then, if worse comes to worse, VVD gets injured. Okay, now you can drop back Gravenberch into defense.
Oh, Jesus.
No, but this is where we are right now, isn't it?
I know.
This is where we are, mate. So at least we got somebody, but then we just have to we got to fix this winger situation. It's just like imperative, isn't it? It's not like, it's imperative we get someone on the right wing. We have nobody. Who are you going to put out there? Gakpo? Going to put Gakpo on the right wing? Who are we going to put on the right wing? Munoz. You're going to have Munoz start every single game, new to the club, and expect him to do what exactly? Is that fair? Everyone's going to judge Munoz playing right wing?
You know they will.
A lot of time I'm just shaking my head, man. I want to be optimistic. I'm going to watch the game tomorrow, and maybe Iraola has got a plan. Because I like his style of football. He's got us playing good. We just lack the personnel. I like the way we play right now. I do. I really do. Just back him. Give him what he needs, isn't it? We're not far away from being in a competitive position. Right now, I don't see us competing for a Premier League title. No chance. No chance. 1 or 2 injuries and we're done. And we will get injured with that type of tempo. Anyway, I probably said the same thing that everybody else has been saying from like 3 hours ago, but this is my therapy session, so. Oh dear. Guess a minute silence, man. A minute silence because man, that's what it's gonna be for this season. I think I'm just not optimistic. Last season, I was over the moon. I was over the moon last season. I couldn't believe what we were doing. Now we're just a complete 180. We turn around and went in the other direction.
I can't back this, man. I can't back it. Back the player, I hope he does well, but I cannot back this response from the owners. You need a right back, do you? You need a defender? Yeah, fucking how about this then? Do you? This lad on loan, the Barca are happy to let go of. He's dropped off. Injury prone.
Wait, how much was the Brentford right back? How much would he have been? What's his name again? Begins with B. Yeah, K, that's it. Like, how much was he gonna really be?
Probably 60 million or something like that, but no one bid for him, so nobody got a price. But yeah, probably 60 million pounds. I know.
I looked at Frimpong this preseason. Maybe he's going to kick on and do something, but I am definitely not convinced now. I'm not. He's going to have to be a right wing, because I actually think if we get a right back guy, Frimpong is going to become a right winger backup. That's why I'm saying I only see us getting one winger. I only see us getting Bacola or Mbaye, not both. And then they'll make Frimpong.
Fuck you, guy. Fuck this. Yeah, some. Jesus. Sorry, Joe. Fuck you, man, whoever we are. Someone get rid of him, will you? Sorry, I'm doing something. Someone Eric, just get rid of that guy, will you? Call him. Hey, it's all you need. It's all you need. It's terrible. It's just such terrible fucking business. It's so low ambition. You
I'm
know,
sorry,
that's what it
Ollie.
is. It's so low
I'm sorry,
ambition.
Ollie. I'm very sorry. Ollie
No, he
telling me to
wasn't
F
talking to
off.
you. No, he was talking. No, he was talking to the other. There's another
Oh,
Joseph
oh,
that's coming in and being a prick. So he's telling him to fuck off, not you, not you.
oh.
No, yeah, yeah. There's another Joseph that's coming in and being a prick. So he's going to get kicked out now in a second, I'm sure. But yeah, not you. That's unfortunate, actually. Yeah, someone called Joseph. That's not Joe. Yeah.
I was thinking he was so upset he giving me my full government name. I haven't been called Joseph in years.
Joseph. Yeah. No, I hate to be pessimistic about it. I don't want to be, but like, I mean, again, the player himself, I'm not really that bothered about because, as I said, I find it very difficult to engage with a player when they're only here on loan. You know, I kind of don't want to not fall in love, but you know that kind of thing. It's like, oh, that guy is okay. But I don't really care because he's only going to be here for a year. You know, I don't really want to go too deep into a player that I think he's only going to be here for a year. He might get like an Artemello thing. He doesn't get picked. Someone else comes in, then he's injured for 2 months or something, and then the next thing you know, it's January or it's April, and he's gone in a month. So he could very easily be one of those kind of players. Like if we'd signed him for 50 million quid, and he's on a 4-year deal, I'm like, okay, well I can get invested in this guy, but just the fact that he's here on loan. It's hard. I mean, I'd imagine for that guy himself, he's here. Am I trying to audition to get the job, kind of thing?
Honestly, though, it's also like, Brian. It's also like, you know, with Richard Hughes leaving as well, you get the loan guy. You're the one who's negotiated that, and then you've gone, right? So now this loan dude, whatever his name is, the Barcelona defender, right? Like you said, we might not even use him. He might just get injured, or he might be great. But if he's great, and then he don't want to come to us at the end of it, we've just wasted energy. So now you've got January window coming up, and then no director of football. No director of football.
It's a good point. No, it's a good point. Why, not only that, why are we investing a year of our whatever it might be, promoting a guy, bringing in a guy? Why are we taking a year of investing in a centre half and putting in that investment into Araujo if he's not going to stay? It's just it's such a fucking Crystal Palace move. It's such a mid-table club move.
It is. I don't care what anybody says. I agree wholeheartedly. It is not how a big team moves.
No.
Like big teams with big issues. We've got big issues, not small issues. We've got big issues. A big team fixes the issue. Period. We just lost arguably one of the best defenders in Europe, okay? In Konate. We just lost the biggest right winger in the country. And we've known about it for God knows how long. For God knows how long. I don't know, man. I don't want to. So upset yesterday. I'm happy we got the defender, but I was expecting a bit more, man. A bit more. I was expecting a bit more than that. 2 weeks left. Who's our first game? Newcastle. Joe Gomez is finished. What's his name? Jackie, injured. Leone injured. You know, Virgil van Dijk. We don't know what's happening with this guy. He needs to get up to speed. He's old. We can't. It's not fair on the lad. Yeah. And you've got Simicas backing up to Kirkes. And Kirkes showed me signs of nonsense again. So I want to give it to him that it's pre-season. But he was giving me signs of the bullshit that I saw last season and the beginning of the season with Kirkes. Yeah? Then we got Frimpong. Frimpong is not it. He ain't it. Yeah? And then no Bradley. They're going to be walking through. And then we also What happened when Curtis Jones and Gravenberch started the other day against Leeds? We just turned into a joke as soon as they came on. They're just walking through us. We're just like some crepe paper. Just crepe paper, just walking through. Just doing what they want. We couldn't. It's a joke, man. And then
I want to address this Casino joke. Casino is saying, because the club believe in Xhaka and Leone. Really? So you're saying that because the club believe in two centre halves, who we all believe in, certainly Leone, that's good enough to have two young kids that have never played Premier League football before, as good as they might be. It's fine to just have them and a 35-year-old Virgil van Dijk. I mean, Calzino, come on, man. Or Calzino, I got the other one wrong. Calzino 5, you know. I mean, come on. You're not aware of the fact of multiple competitions. If you think they're going to hang their hat on Virgil, Araujo, and then in 2 years' time, Leone and Xhaka are going to be world beaters. This is how can you not even we're not asking for 4 new centre halves. We're just asking for 1. Yeah, I can believe in Xhaka and Leone all I want, but do I think that they're going to be our starting centre half partnership next year? No. That's crazy to just think that you can just have those two guys. Virgil can leave, Araujo can go back, and then in a year's time, Leone and Xhaka is a starting centre half partnership for Liverpool. Like, that's speed running it. You know, this is not good. You need just the idea that it's this kind of, I don't know what they would call it psychologically. It's this thing where like, oh well, this is what we have, so I'm going to say this is good enough, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's oh well, this is what we're saying. This is brilliant. It's like, no, fucking just stop. Like, you can have this, and you can have experienced centre half and experienced centre half, and Xhaka and Leone. Fuck me, that's a great combination. You know, these guys are kids, man. Neither of them ever kicked a ball in Premier League football before. Not one fucking ball. Let alone won a game, won a title, any of that shit. And we think these guys are going to be, they are going to be great players. Jesus Christ, I know people are getting younger. I get that. I know footballers are getting younger. But is Liverpool Football Club really going to start with a centre half partnership that's basically the same age as Virgil combined?
Oh my God! See, when you say stuff like that, yeah, because see,
I mean, they're about 40. They're about 40. Xhaka and Leone combined, what, 40, 41? Virgil's 35.
Yeah, he's not far off it.
I mean, this is what we're doing here.
Even my mate who's United fan messaged me like the other day. I was like, "What the hell's going on with United with Liverpool mates?" Like, you know what I mean? Like, from outsiders looking in, like even our rivals are looking at us thinking, like, "What are Liverpool doing right now?" Like, you've lost a lot of, top class players, and we don't really look like we're going to replace many of them.
Yeah, Barcelona don't play in the Premier League, man.
would you expect to okay? Let's just say
Derek, of course they do. But Barcelona having a 19-year-old centre back is the most Barcelona fucking thing of all time. Come on. Calzino is saying Xhaka is meant to be a starter. Yes, Calzino, but is that a good thing? Ask yourself question 2. Is that a good thing? Do you want that? A kid that is a 20-year-old centre half will make mistakes, big mistakes, will have a career arc, will dips in form, up and down. That's what young kids do. You want a young kid to come into Liverpool at the age of 20, immediately be our centre half, and then, okay, makes a mistake in a big game, which will happen. You know, we cannot assume that, okay, this is what we have, so now we're going to pretend this is good enough.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough.
And I think a lot of, actually, I'm not going to say a lot, I don't know, but I get the impression that some of our fans, you know, they watch other teams, and because other teams are doing it, that they expect it to work for Liverpool. And I just don't agree with that. If anybody does think that, oh, because other teams have loaned before, so we should be good with our loan, comparing our loan to loans of other teams, comparing our transfers to other teams. Like Joe Gomez, when we got Joe Gomez, he was 17 years old from Charlton Athletic, shall I say, right? What, 3 million or some shit like that? Outside of that, if anybody could tell me a defender, and he didn't start straight away, right? He had to ply his trade on the left back. He had to ply his trade all over the place before he became a star. If anyone could tell me which centre back has come in who's like 18 years old, 19 years old, 20 years old, and we've been like, wow. Not saying it can't happen, right? But when does that ever happen at Liverpool? And that's what I'm going on. I'm not saying it's right, but that's why I'm a little bit pessimistic, because I haven't seen that shit at Liverpool before. I ain't seen us depend on kids in defence before in my entire life. Not saying it can't happen, but man, is this where we are now? It don't make sense, man. It don't make sense.
It's just a lack of ambition, like, and you look at how, you know, like what they were like planning less than like a year or 2 years ago. You know, Michael Edwards come in, they sold him the promise, you know, we're going to buy another couple more clubs, and you know, you're going to run all that, and like in such a short space of time, we've gone from that to now, like that's not happening. All these people are leaving now. We've had to change the manager because the manager that they picked wasn't good enough, and they're not even backing the new manager. And it's just like we're just going round in like a repetitive cycle, just like not really backing any of our managers. We didn't back Klopp, we didn't back Slot, and now we're going to do it with Araujo again. And like they can't, like basically they're expecting their Araujo's system to work miracles next season, but that system's unbelievable. It's like my favourite system to play in football, but the thing is with that system is you need a big team. You need, you know what I mean, two in every position, because people will eventually go down and get injured.
They're gonna wait. They want VVD to play 38 games this season, 40 plus games this season. That's what this looks like to me. It looks like they're expecting VVD to play 40 plus games this season.
Do you know what I mean? I know, you know, it's like a blame game, isn't it? And it doesn't do us any good because we've got to move forward. But you know, like for over 100 years, our club had a rule like you couldn't, you know, if you worked at the club, you're a footballer or a manager, you had to be within 30 minutes driving distance to the club for obvious reasons. And then for some reason, they let Slot, you know, sort of commute to Holland, and they let Hughes commute from Bournemouth. So for me, it's 1 foot in the city and 1 foot somewhere else. It never should have happened. They didn't have the commitment. They've made all sorts of mistakes, especially Hughes. Honestly, I hate the guy. I really do hate him, because I just think anybody, if he was given a checkbook and said, go and get Isak, how much you want for him? 100 odd million. Yeah, we'll give it to you. Worked, yeah, no problem, we'll give it to you. Anybody could have done that. I could have done that, given that checkbook. You know, so they brought him in. Whoever brought him in Slot didn't patrol them and watch them and make them account for what they should have done. And for me, they've let the club down big style, and we've gone downhill ever since then, for me. You know, so they're trying to, you know, change it, getting rid of Hughes. You know, Edwards is going, isn't he? And Gordon's coming back in. But we're the fans who have to inherit the diatribe and the mess they've made of it, and have the, you know, ability and imagination, and you know, we'll carry on buying the merchandise. You know, we're loyal fans. They've let us down in a big way, I think.
They have, and I remember you saying, Lady B, about Richard Hughes about a couple months ago. I remember, and it's
Talk
true.
about
I think what you said before is just coming. The chickens are coming home to roost. The
yeah.
guy's pissed off. He's pissed off. He's gone off to Saudi Arabia, and we're relying on him to bring in our players.
Do you know what, Joe? I said it in his first season. You know, when we won the league, because they only brought one player. I can't remember who the player was. He only brought one player in the first.
Really?
Who was it?
Oh no, sorry, Chiesa Mamadashvili. Remember?
Yeah, in our first season, and I was on 12th man's site. And I said, if Hughes doesn't do something, I want him gone next season. And he burst out laughing and he said, that's a bit soon. And I said, I know, but what's he done all season? We've had nothing. He's been quiet. We're getting nothing out of him. You know, we're used to getting players in and getting the excitement and knowing. And it was left to the fans to identify the players. And we did all identify the players, but not so much me, but all you guys identified the players we needed and watched them being sold off everywhere else but to us. And we had to just put up and shut up, and they expected us to keep supporting, keep buying the merchandise and everything else. Somebody should have got rid of him, and whoever took him on didn't do their job right as far as I'm concerned. And even Slot, I mean, I didn't like Slot's football, never liked it. He did get the league in the first year, but I think he was thrown under the bus as well. But,
Yeah, he was in January for sure.
I'm not, it's this. We've never had this in the club that I know of, apart from Gillette and Hughes or Hicks. Sorry, they were bad, but I just think it was like style over substance with Hughes. He was a poser. He came in looking the part. We all thought, oh yeah, he looks like James Bond or Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, and
somebody got catfished. Somebody got catfished. Bernie saw the hairline.
He
She
looked like
saw
Tim
the
Dog.
jaws.
Go on, Lady B. Go on.
Well, no, he did. He was like Pierce Brosnan.
He's seduced you. You were like, oh, he's a suave character. He must, it's moving in the. Everyone felt the same. We're like, look at this guy. Everyone was like, oh, he's a bit of a.
Brian, it takes a bit more than that,
Well, I know, but he did. I couldn't believe he was an ex-footballer. When I found out, I couldn't believe it. I looked him up, and he was literally like, it looked like Pierce Brosnan, like in a play, like a shot from a movie about football or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like this guy actually played. Yeah,
but he wasn't a great. I don't think he was a great player.
No, sure, neither was Jurgen. Look, you want bad players. Okay, that's what you don't want. Good players to be managers and all. No, you want like players who only made it in the lower leagues and stuff. Klopp was he was a lower, one of those. Well, not lower league, but he wasn't a top player. You want these guys. That's what you want. Is like those guys. I couldn't make it as a player, so I'm determined to make it as.
Yeah, true.
This kind of thing. That's what you want. Like I want to stay in the game, but Carragher and fucking Roy Keane can just go on their podcast every week and talk shit. Get paid £1 million a year. Yeah, I have to make it as a coach or make it as a thing.
But Brian, do you remember Roy Evans? Like in those days when they all come up through the boot room and everything. Do you remember with Ronnie Moran and all those?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what you call it, Roy Evans? I was at the Grand National, and there's a load of us coming out. We all got on a train going up to Ormskirk. We were all going out for a Chinese afterwards. Roy Evans was on the train, and he was on his own. I think his family had already gone ahead or something. And somebody said, "Oh, there's Roy Evans," and we were packed, because it was at the National coming out. Everybody's all in the gear with the hats and everything. And the quite a few said, "Hi, Roy," and he smiled, really humble. And everybody sang to him, "You never walk alone," and he was crying on the train.
Mm-hmm.
And
wow,
honestly,
nice.
And I thought, you know what, the humility of the guy, and he's been our manager, and we've gone from that, to the likes of Hughes, Poppycock, walking around like he owns the place. And he's,
Fucking hell.
She changed her books, hasn't she? One minute
you
he
know,
was James Bond, now he's a criminal.
well, you know the
Oh, I know,
Romans.
yeah. Bernie don't
You know
fuck around, man.
You know the
But I know what you mean.
Romans.
I know
You
what
know
you
the
mean.
Romans. What did the Romans do for us? Well, what's bloody Hughes done for us? You know, he's left us in a nowhere place at the moment, as far as I'm concerned.
If you lived in a squat in Toxteth, would you be happy?
I don't care where he lives, as long
Well,
as he
you
does his
quite
job.
clearly do care where he lives. The fact that he has to live within 5
Oh
minutes of the club.
live within 30 minutes of the club to make sure that you're there every day, and your train or your plane can't be, get lost in bad fog or something. Coming from the other end of the country, it's ridiculous. We never should have allowed that. It shows the commitment. I want Peter. Like Iriola had said when he was interviewed at Bournemouth about the Liverpool job. My wife and I are moving in July. Guess where they're moving? And that was before he was offered the job. He's moving to Liverpool.
Right, okay. What is Richard Hughes going to put out the cones on Tuesday mornings? Is that what he's going to do?
Look, for
Richard
me,
Hughes.
Richard up there put out the,
You got-
No, I know what you're saying. Look, no, you need the boys around the club, but this is what's happening now, Bernie. It's becoming so diluted, and it's really showing this year. This, like Joe, you said you thought I was being, conspiratorial and all that. What's happening with this club? Where is the direction?
This is it. It's
This is
happening.
it, man. This is fucking it, man.
It's messy,
This is an ownership that spent a schizophrenic amount of money last year, and this year is like, oh no, we don't need to do anything. We'll just get a dude on loan.
Yeah.
This is a team this is an ownership that's like, it says to me, it ain't, the energy isn't there anymore. The aggression. This is an ownership that went out and spent £75 million, a world record, on Virgil van Dijk, because they knew we needed defensive reinforcements. Now, I'm not saying there's a Van Dijk out there, but what I'm saying is this is a club that had the ambition, the money. We've always had the money. Don't ever think we don't. We've always had the money to go out and just say, Virgil, nothing but the best. Wait 6 months, get him in January. Alisson, nothing but the best. Pay 57 million fucking pounds for a goalkeeper. Nothing but the best. To go from that, Isak, incredible transfer record, England, wow. Wirtz, the whole world wanted him. Bayern wanted him. Man City wanted him. Bang, get it done. I know, Bernie, you're saying it's easy. It ain't that easy, but I know what you mean. I've said the same. But it was a good deal to get done. And then to go from that to, we've got a huge big fucking gap. Right, okay, let me scratch my head. Open up the phone book here. Araujo fucking on a loan for a year. Take that. What's that? What is that?
With an option to
What
buy
is
for
that?
47.
Yeah, what's the
What the fuck
point
is that?
spending all that money on, starting the process, and then we still need a CDM, still need centre, different positions, and you don't finish, obviously, the project. It just makes absolutely no sense what they're doing.
You know why, bro? I reckon because of Edward and Hughes. As soon as the season finished, them two are going. That said to me everything I needed to know. I was like, oh, fuck.
Edwards already gone, man. Edwards came back to do a job that didn't exist. He came back to do the whole fucking multiple thing. We're not going to do that. What am I doing here? I'm gone. He had nothing to do with Liverpool transfers. Nothing.
You almost feel like they patted us on the head and said, we'll give you this, okay, now go away, or something, like we're kids. That's how you feel like, that they don't really understand the ethos of the fan base.
I don't get it at all. Munoz, good signing. Fits Iraola, great, nice one. I see it. You see Iraola, you see Munoz. You think absolutely makes 100% perfect sense, that transfer. Where's the rest? But also, I think a part of the problem, which you can't blame a club for, is the fact that we have 3 or 4. Pick your 2 or 3. Mac, Jones, Simicas, Endo, Chiesa. That's 5 people there that don't have a future at this club.
Don't.
They don't. You know, clearly you can say Mac might. Okay, maybe there's a renaissance. But Chiesa, Endo, Simicas, Jones, that's 4 people on a lot of money.
Hold on. Brian, you're saying renaissance for a guy that's 27.
I know. I was trying to throw people a bone before people said, "Oh, you're getting rid of 5 players." You know, people, "Oh, you're getting rid of all these 5." I was trying to throw one, you know, in there. You know, but again, yeah, you know, I throw Gravenberch in there as well if it's up to me.
Do you know
You know,
what,
but these are fringe guys, just fringe players.
Brian, I was just going to say, without being disrespectful to those people, you know, to like Endo and Kaiser, they must have thought they'd drawn the lottery, won the lottery.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Liverpool
Endo
Football
especially.
Club. Yeah, Liverpool Football Club.
God, yeah.
On the books, still after 2 years, doing nothing. And they're seen as, you know, in the squad, and they're getting taken all over the world. What, you know, have we become a boys' charity or something, you know?
Yeah, Endo was 30 years old at Stuttgart, and he's thinking, I've made it. I'm a Japanese guy, you know, I'm playing for a top team in Europe. Not many Japanese players
he won the
get
league.
to play in the top league. Do you know what I mean? He's 30 years old. 30 years old, and he answers, like, his agent rings him up and says, Liverpool want to talk to you, and he's like, yeah, yeah, nice joke. Fuck. Seriously. I'm Endo, I'm 30, I've never played above this, and you're telling the Liverpool fucking football club want to actually sign me.
Yeah, and then he says, no, it's a project. Do you remember Chiesa?
Yeah, come on. Like the idea, we should feel sorry for Endo that he didn't get to this. Sorry, if you feel sorry for Endo, your brain is broken. He signed for Liverpool Football Club at the age of 30. Nobody knew who he was. This guy won the lottery. Chiesa was in the bomb squad at Juve. Bro, they want to get rid of him. We brought him to Liverpool, gave him some of the best rehab on the planet. Best doctors. He won a fucking Premier League. He's come out and said he doesn't regret 1 minute of. It's disgusting the way we've treated Chiesa. What? How is it disgusting? We took him from Juve, gave him some of the best fucking facilities. This guy said he wouldn't trade this shit for a second, because if you think for okay, you may have wanted him to play some more, right? Fine. But what do you think Chiesa's other options were? Chiesa, when he left Juve, came to Liverpool, got some of the best rehab on the planet. He was broken when he got it. He's still kind of half not fit. But he gets paid 150 grand a week, and he's won a Premier League title. Do you know how many people have won a Premier League title for Liverpool? Not many. Okay. You think he's been treated abominably?
Even Gerrard hasn't won the Premier League. For crying out loud.
Just finish, Joe. If he hadn't have joined us, if you think he's been treated so badly, if he hadn't have joined us, what do you think would have happened to his career? Do you think he's going and winning something somewhere else? Do you think he goes to Madrid or Barcelona and plays 30 games a week and wins it?
No chance. No chance.
Won the fucking lottery. This is what infuriates me when people say he's been treated badly.
He hasn't had to put a foot on the pitch, and they've written a song about him.
Yeah, he's adored.
He's got the best song, one of the best songs we've ever written.
Yeah, he's got his song is amazing. To be fair, I love it.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, he had all the I guess the bells and whistles to become like a cult to get a cult following, and he's still a cult following. He hasn't performed. He hasn't done anything.
It's mad.
Yeah. I mean, fair play to him. I don't dislike him, but I'm not. What I'm saying is, it just infuriates me when people say, "Oh, he's been treated horribly." Bro, what are we talking about? Seriously, what are we talking about?
You know what? Zach Jones said all he had to do was do okay. because we already loved him. So can you imagine if he'd actually been a good footballer? He
Oh
would
my
have
God.
been.
Oh,
He would
yeah.
have been on a pedestal, wouldn't he? You know, the best. You know, the best next coming from Jesus or something. But he didn't, and we still love him. He's still singing his song.
Oh
Yeah, I
man.
know.
Like cult heroes are like Dirk Cow,
60 years.
Origi.
6 years.
Yeah,
You know.
Origi's the king of cult hero, and he's
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know. I'll even go to say Lucas Leiva. I liked Lucas Leiva. I really did. A lot of people
Yeah,
hated
I
him.
did.
I liked him.
Maxi
He's like
No,
Rodriguez. I put in that category as well.
Yeah, Maxi Rodriguez. Yeah.
Yeah, Maxi
Lucas, I
Rodriguez.
think,
I
is
like
our
him a lot.
ultimate cult hero. I think Lucas is the ultimate recent day cult hero. If you start, say, like most people, let's
Lucas
just say
Leiva to me was like Lazarus.
25, 20. Yeah, yeah, he's not like that's the thing about a cult hero that some people don't. A cult hero has to be kind of shit, basically.
True. I know what you mean.
Look, Suarez can't be a cult hero.
Facts.
You can't be brilliant and be a cult hero. Sorry, it's part
Lucas
of the deal.
Leiva.
You want to be a cult hero, you can't be the fucking best. Like that's not how it works.
You know, Lucas Leiva for me was like Lazarus. You know, he kept dying and coming back.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was like everybody hated him because they thought, God, this guy can't play. And the next thing is he puts another shift in, and he has a good season, and he's loved again, and he was up and down, like honestly, wasn't he? Like Lazarus, almost like Jordan Henderson. He was written off, and then had a good season, and he's back with a bang. But Lucas Leiva was the epitome of that for me, I think.
Do you know that if Fabio Aurelio stayed fit, yeah, or
Greatest
like
player of all
played
time, by the
more,
way.
Oh, yeah, he was a brilliant player.
he would have been a proper
Great
cult
player.
hero, man.
No, the great. He is the best left back that's ever played for Liverpool. Is Fabio Aurelio? I
I'll
don't
put
care.
the most talented for sure.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, him and Xabi Alonso in the same team was pure filth.
Yeah.
Pure filth. I mean, you saw the free kick he scored. That is this kid, man. Jesus.
Fabio Aurelio, mate. I'm
What
telling
a
you.
player.
But he
One of
gets
my
us from
favorite.
England, man.
You're in my wheelhouse, man. Fabio Aurelio is my top 3 favorite fucking people in football. Is Fabio.
Oh, do you remember how good he was at free kicks?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Look, there's gifts that you get in football. This is back in the day when Anelka came in. I keep fucking talking about this. I saw Anelka's first game for Liverpool, and I thought this guy was playing a different sport. The technique and the first touch. I thought we were good. Heskey.
Why you can't be like this, Brian? A different sport, bro.
This guy, Anelka's first touch was like what was to come. This is how good you have to be. Aurelio was like, yeah, he played a lot of games for us. But the technique, that, like, we were so English. Danny Murphy, Jamie Redknapp, these kind of people, good players, but the technique level goes up when you get these guys coming in. And Anelka, I thought, like, I haven't seen someone, okay, I get it. Yeah, Heskey, love you. Even Owen was incredible.
Yeah.
But when Aurelio was playing at left back, this is the level. Like, Jesus, man, why always be, this guy isn't that good. I mean, people say, Diaz. I'm like, why am I supposed to be moved by Luis Diaz? Why do people want me to sit here and say Luis Diaz was brilliant? Luis Diaz was incredible. I've watched 25 fucking 30 years of Premier League football, and you want me to talk about Luis Diaz?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
No, he's good, but he's not like, oh, wow. Like, we've seen all of this before.
Yeah.
We've seen all of that.
Exactly. Have you seen fucking Thierry Henry? let's not start talking about Diaz. Yeah, you want to pin it to the highest level. Yes, when you want to pin it to Henry off the left, Diaz becomes top 40. Good, but nah, come on. Seriously. You know, the levels of wingers have dropped big time.
To
Big
be
time.
fair, yeah, Brian, you see when we sold Luis Diaz, a lot of people saying, oh, we shouldn't have sold him. I think that was the right time to sell him.
Perfect on some, yeah.
I really do.
No,
I really
perfect. The
do.
age, the price. The problem with selling wasn't that we sold him. The problem was not replacing. He's 28 years old, 70 million.
Yeah,
Boom.
I think it was good. I think that was
Got
good
it.
business. But I just think that
Perfect.
because we didn't replace him properly,
Yeah.
and we allowed that signing to happen so late in the window, that's what made it bad. FSG's timing for things, it seems off. It just seems off. The timing is off. We will let go of players. It's like Szoboszlai. You pass when you should be dribbling, and you dribble when you should be passing. That's like FSG. Like they will hold on to a player too long, so they go away for free. Or we keep a player for for short, and then we let him go, and then he gets injured. We buy injury-prone players that cannot play.
I think a lot of our fans as well forget that role was being shared by Gakpo and Diaz, and neither of them were good enough to be the first team player.
Exactly.
And people say, oh, you know, we shouldn't have got rid of Diaz. He kept disappearing, so Gakpo was brought in, and that was the way it was. Gakpo wasn't good enough. Diaz was brought in, so we had two half players. I thought with them too.
They were good together because how many goals did they get together? I think they got like 30 goals between them that season. Yeah, I think they got 30 goals between them. I think.
Yeah.
Or I think like 40 plus GA or maybe 50 GA between them. Maybe somebody who likes the stats can inform us, but they did well together. But separately, oh my God. When when Diaz left, my God, Gakpo, he just did a cliff dive, nose dive, head first off the cliff, man.
Do you know, Joe, you were just saying though about them not replacing Diaz. Before he went, we were on one of the streams, and Brian was talking. Well, I think it was just Brian and I were on, and we were talking about Diaz. And we were saying, like, we know he's good, but he's coming up to a certain age. We can raise money for him that we need. And we were both saying, surely in South America, surely there must be other young kids in South America who, are fast with the speed and who we can get, bring over. And that was the time when they should have jumped and nabbed someone and brought them in, and they didn't. That was the thing, wasn't it? I thought, well, it's just like it was a vacuum after he went.
But the January before he left, Kvaratskhelia went to PSG.
Yeah.
And we knew this guy, Luis Diaz, has been harping about going to Barcelona for how many years before? He was talking about Barcelona as soon as he got here.
Yeah, and his dad, wasn't
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I understand his dad got kidnapped and that terrible. That's terrible. It is, right? So he had a bad season that season, didn't he? That season, right? But the following season, okay, he played a lot better. But he was harping on about Barcelona. Soon as his dad got free from whoever kidnapped him, they're harping on about Barcelona.
Well,
and then Kvaratskhelia is available. I mean, why? What are we doing? Just twiddling our thumbs in the office.
But Joe, can you imagine your dad's kidnapped, and your family is distraught, and they release him, and the football club you're playing for in England brings the whole family over on the private plane of the club, puts them up in luxury accommodation, looks after them and makes sure security-wise they're protected. And then you're wearing a Barcelona shirt with someone to go to Barcelona.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
exactly. It is disgraceful. That's why I was shocked when I saw Kvaratskhelia going to PSG for, what was it, 40 million? How much was it? Like 40 million or something?
Oh, it's ridiculous, wasn't it? When you think of the talent of the guy.
And we're twiddling our thumbs.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then we had Michael Elise doing all kinds of stuff under our noses, right? Under our noses, he goes to Bayern Munich when
I think what it-
needed Salah's backup for a long time.
Yeah, I think what it is with English clubs, they'd rather sell abroad. It's weird. Like Palace don't want to do business with us, even if we wanted Elise. I would just got that feeling.
Yeah.
Look how much stress that Isaac deal took. You know, words bank. It's about to like bank from foreign countries and that. As soon as you're trying to do any business with British teams, they don't want to do it.
Yeah, because they don't want you that the player doing better for you than they've done for them.
That's the main part for it. But we do waste time and just fucking around and waiting. Like, you know, how many years like FSG been with us? Yeah, 15, 16, won 2 league titles in a Champions League. That's not for me great. You know, yeah, it could be the manager, it could be this, whatever. But the reason it should be more league titles there. And what it is, these guys never put the cherry on top of the cake. That final piece of the jigsaw, they never do it. Never have, never will.
When they needed to, JK.
Yeah, when they
The
need
only
it.
thing I will say though is that Manchester City madness did hurt us and hurt them. Everybody got hurt because of what Manchester City did with what they allegedly did at this point, right? So that's the only thing I can say to them, because they were playing by the rules, but that club weren't playing by the rules.
Do you know what? It goes back as well. Do you remember Mancini getting the brown envelope as well? How long ago was? Yeah. How long ago was that? You know, like they've been dodgy ever since they were bought.
Yeah, they said they wanted to pay him an extra $1.5 million a year, so they basically invented a job as a consultant on football or something, and they paid him $1.5 million a year.
Is this with Mancini? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what kicked the whole thing off. That was the first thing they got caught for. That was the first thing. It was like, yeah, he's your manager. We're only paying him $1 million a year, but he also has this side gig that he does for us. We pay him fucking $10 million a year to do that.
Wow. He did the same with a couple of players as well, didn't he? Like Tevez and like people like Yaya Toure and that they brought in.
But they just did it. Look, they went into football and basically what they just said, well, look, there's no rule that says we can't do this. Like I said, when you walk into a pub, there isn't a sign there that says don't piss in the corner. Because you don't expect, you know, so Manchester City went to piss in the corner and said, well, there's no sign that said you can't piss in the corner. So now there has to be a sign. That's what they did. And then they hired a big fat lawyer to say, well, there was nothing wrong. You know, they just went in and broke rules that, you know, people didn't think you would kind of have to invent rules to say you can't do this. Oh, okay, you're doing this. Right, now we invent rules. Same with Chelsea. You know, they get rid of these guys in the end, but it's just like they break the trust. They break the fucking ethos of the whole thing. It's like, yeah, there is no rule that says you can't walk in and, like I say, take a piss in the corner. There's no sign. Okay, now you did it, so we have to put a sign up. And it took 2 years to get it passed. And all the while we were trying to put the sign up, you were coming in every week and taking a piss in the corner.
But, you know, they've ruined...
That's what they did.
They've ruined Pep's legacy as well, because he was a brilliant manager. But he now knows his managerialship has been tainted by all that. No one will ever really... give him the kudos that he should have, because people think, oh, well, he got it under a cloud. Whereas Klopp did it, did his best with what he had.
Yeah, they're the Lance Armstrong of world football, aren't they? That's what they're going to be looked at and when obviously they get the charges and stuff. Even if they don't get charged, I think everyone would still view it that way.
How long, though, Sonny, does it take for that? Like, it was a year ago, it was decided what the charges would be, and they said it would take them 12 months to announce them. It's all a flipping whitewash, and they waited for the World Cup and everything. I mean, just get it out there and let us see what they're being charged, and let it be fair, for to the clubs, because it should be a huge deterrent to other clubs in the Prem and the lower leagues to say, you do it fairly and you don't do it the way they did it. You cannot buy your way. It should be. This should be given as a deterrent to other clubs. They've got to be punished. I don't know. I don't care what they do, as long as it's seen that that they're punished for what they did.
I don't think it's working whatever they're doing, because Chelsea are just continually, reoffending. They've had 3 transfer bans and it doesn't bother them. They just keep breaking the rules. And I think City will probably do the same, to be honest. I think City will just take the charge, whatever it is, and they'll probably just continue going on what they do, breaking the rules.
Well, didn't Chelsea buy their women's team or something? Did they buy their women's team in a hotel or something?
No, they sold them. They sold the women's team and a hotel. Yeah, they've been selling off all sorts.
Bricks, everything. I've seen a thing today. In the last 10 seasons at the Premier League, played 380 games, everyone. Man City got 865 points. Liverpool are second with 801. And then you got Arsenal with 726. Chelsea 670, Man United 662. So when you take that, all them money things that Man City did, we're top of that tree in the last 10 seasons.
Yeah, I agree with
you. Know what I mean? So that now when I seen that table today, I was like, damn. If Man City didn't spend that extra money, we would have smashed a lot of league titles in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
That's bad.
How about that one, JK, where we lost to them by 1 point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happened a few times.
And that's one of the reasons why I do get onto FSG, but until that verdict comes out, I have to give them a bit of grace. I can't be 100% on their neck until that comes out.
Well, at least we know we've been run well. That's one thing. Even if we're not happy.
Yeah, but not well enough for me, Bernadette. Like, for me, they never put the cherry on the cake. Extra mile, man.
This is a guy that
the Brighton manager, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's Fabian Hurlitzer there.
What's he doing?
Last season. Yeah, last season. There's old Fab. Looking good, right?
Fabio Aurelio.
No, that's Fabian Hurlitzer, Brighton manager. Last season.
Who's that?
The Austrian. He's an Austrian, isn't he?
Oh, is he good?
He's a German.
He's the Brighton manager for the last 2 seasons, is it?
Last season, yeah. He's very young. He's only like 32 or something like that. I mean, he's no Stevie G, but he's got a fine head of hair on him. You can't deny that, right? Fine head of hair. Oh, yeah.
I don't think anyone's got a Stevie G mop, have they?
No. It's wrong. It's wrong. So basically, yeah, that's Fabian Hurlitzer last year, 31.
Uh-oh.
This is here.
Show us. Show us.
This is him today.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That was quite satisfying.
Syrup, lads. He was wearing a wig.
Really?
This is a man. This is the same guy this season. This is the hair transplant going on.
Brian, put that other one back so we can have a look at his hair.
That was him last year.
Oh, it's a wig. Yeah, look at it.
That's a wig, lads. It's a wig.
Yeah. Oh,
he managed.
He's got a wig.
You know what?
He spent a year managing in the Premier League, wearing a wig, and nobody copped it. Because that's him right now. He's got the full turkey head. That's something like him and McAllister going full turkey head.
Yeah, he's just got back from Antalya.
There people are fucking need to get over themselves, man. Look, man, I've got a bald head. I don't give a flying.
Get on with life.
Yeah, man. Like, who cares? Who cares, man?
My friend's husband had a comb over, and it got to the stage where it was coming from his ear, and it was like about 3 strands of hair going over a bald head from one side to the other. And and he said to me, "Oh, have you got any hair lacquer I can borrow?" And he used nearly a can. And I said to him, "Where's my hair lacquer?" And it was like a piece of wood. If you touched his hair, you thought it was going to break. You know, it was like with the hair lacquer. And I said, "Why don't you just cut that
The man's
off?"
going to hang on to it. The man's going to hang on to it. He is going to hang on like a fucking.
Everybody knows.
He's going to hold on.
Yeah, everyone knows you've got
Clinging on for dear life.
And you know what she said? My friend said it's even worse. He dyes it because it's grey. And she said he uses the whole box of hair dye on 2 strands.
Oh, God. But yeah, he was wearing a wig. He fooled us all last season in the Premier League. Fair play to him, I suppose. But yeah, like Joe, I mean, it's everybody now is getting a fucking hair transplant.
Yeah,
that's what they're all doing.
It's a sissified society, man. People are becoming sissies, mate. Like, who cares about your hair? You think too much of yourself.
Yeah.
It's the same with Vinicius Junior. Like these footballers and mad. It's just mad. Like the way they act. Like it's like it used to be like a bit of a manly game in like the 80s and the 90s, but now like the way they act, like Vinicius Junior, like he does. Oh, I don't like to be chin. I'm going to get plastic surgery. Just like back in the like, just real men would just grow a beard. You know how easy would it be to just grow a beard and hide your chin if you didn't like your chin?
Sonny, can I ask you a question? Because I mean, obviously, you're a young guy from Liverpool. You're out there. Like I've just been watching Australian Survivor, and you know the Aussies. Like the Aussies are always like the Australian rules and the football, and they're big butch guys, aren't they? I've been watching this Survivor thing where, you know, the last man standing, and they're hugging each other and crying. And then one of them is like, when they're sleeping under like a, you know, they've had to erect like some sort of like thing. And one of them's sleeping on the other one's chest, but they both got wives. And, you know, they're supposed to be macho. And I'm thinking, is this, you know, Joe just said sissy. That was one of my dad's expressions, you know, he's a sissy. But is this the new male thing now where everyone's hugging and crying over each other or something?
Well, me and my mates wouldn't do that. You'd get absolutely terrorised if you acted like that.
Too much soy in the food, man. I swear. I don't understand it. I just don't get it. Like I saw, and look, man, I'm not judging anybody, but I am. Okay? Like I saw Barcola the other day, like, wearing his stuff. I'm like, man, what? Am I just old now or something? Like, what are you wearing, mate? Like, I don't want you. If you're gonna wear what you're gonna wear, but just avoid the cameras, man.
They all think they're Michael Jackson in the fucking Billie Jean video, don't they? All of them.
Oh, man, it's just weird, man. It's so weird to me.
Joe, do you know what? They're all wearing the dreadlocks. Wear the dreadlocks if you suit them, not just because they're dreadlocks, if you know what I mean. I mean, Barcola's face is far too chubby looking to wear dreadlocks. He looks ridiculous, I think.
And what's with the blonde thing? You know, the blonde thing for me, you know what I mean? Fair dues if you're already blonde, like, and it suits you blonde, you know what I mean? But, like, what, like, I just don't get why they dyed their hair blonde. It looks fucking stupid.
Ekatike's got nice hair, but then puts a blonde.
A bit of blue. What about now blue rinse?
Oh, no, that Pogba stuff, getting all stuff rose into his hair and that.
Araujo's got this blue bullshit on. He better take it off.
Yeah, that ain't going to work on Merseyside, is it? I don't think so.
Imagine he turns up on day one and he's dyed it red, completely red.
Probably will have.
Well,
white and red.
You might get a few fans. You might get a few fans if you did that.
Do you remember if you wore a different colour football boot, you were seen as a poser? Now they've got different colour hair. You know, the pose.
No, you have to earn them, Bernie. Like even on like, you know, 5-a-side to pitches and that. Like to me, when I seen like a player like bright orange or red boots, I'd be like, oh yeah, he's a striker, he's a winger. You know, he's the killer in the team. Yeah. And now when you turn up, like you say, every single one of them's got like predators, Merkel, rapers, like all the nicest shoes, the boots you can imagine. You know what I mean? It's just like, and there'll be chip players as well. Like back in the day, though, to me, you have to be like a really special player to earn something like that.
It used to be Prima King, Umbro, and you're done.
Yeah.
You get on there and you play. None of this flipping pink and orange bullshit. Yeah, it's not always like and like I purchased some Adidas World Cups the other day, right? Because I started playing again. I'm actually playing for the first time today in 5 weeks. And
But you're playing studs or blades.
no, I play on artificial turf, so I'm playing with AG. So it's like they got quite a few smaller studs, if that makes sense. But I think it's like 18 studs underneath rather than the normal 8 or 10 studs. Yeah. So I went to the shop to go and buy them. All of the maybe a bar, the Puma Kings and the Copas that I purchased, all of them were like bright blue, bright yellow, bright pink, bright orange. This is the thing they love now. This is it. But I gotta go. I'm coming. I'm gonna start playing in a sec and see how I get on. So I'll catch up with you guys another time.
Yeah, see you, Joe. Good luck.
See ya.
See you later, Joe.
See ya, mate. See you guys.
Yeah, they're like neon, aren't they? Some of the boots, like glow in the dark sort of colours on them. But it's more the posing now, and the clothes. I can't be doing with it. I just think, just be a footballer, get out there, show us what you've got. Because how can you'd feel ashamed having a rubbish game and then walking out with your man bag and you these suits, oversized suits with the oversized trousers and everything. I just think to myself, if you want to do all that, yeah, but play great, because if you're not going to play good, you haven't
That's
got
why I love Roy Keane, even though he's obviously a United legend, but like the way he used to terrorize his players in the draft. And he said the only players I let get away with stuff like that were like special players that deserved it. Mavericks like Ronaldo and Bex. He said, I'll give them a pass, like because they turned up on match day and win the game for us. But anyone else that would come in doing stuff like that, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to deal with him.
Yeah, he had a shit World Cup though. Sonny had a shit World Cup. You can't be buying him when he had a shit World Cup.
How do you mean with Ireland?
Got relegated with Forest, had a shit World Cup. What are you doing, boy? Roy Keane? Come on, man. Come on.
Do you know when you
had a shit World Cup. He got relegated. Roy Keane got relegated.
Yeah.
Andy Robertson got relegated. Wijnaldum got relegated. This team did shit with that guy in it. Irrelevant. Roy Keane got relegated with Nottingham Forest, and Man United broke the record to sign him.
Do you know when he wrinkles his nose up though and goes, "It's your job. It's your job. Just get out and do it. It's your job."
Yeah.
I do love the way he's no nonsense and everything.
He's got fucking my Ross. You go to fucking my Ross where he's from. People don't have nothing. People don't have nothing where he's from. My Ross is a rough fucking spot, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to fucking fight for everything.
Just can I just say something quickly? I wasn't gonna come in this late, but when you guys started talking about Barcola and the way he dresses, I said, can we leave this until he joins, not before? Because he could be listening to us. We're taking a piss out of him before he even joins. Can we just hold back on the criticism until they join? Because we're a bit short, guys. Barcola, if you're listening, I love the dreadlocks, fucking predator looks, all that shit. It's great,
Who's slagging? I had to step out. Who's slagging off Barcola? We don't.
No, Brian.
His fashion sense on his hairdo.
Oh yeah, he's a bit mad.
Yeah, we don't agree with all the Slim Shady stuff he gets up to, like.
Oh, okay. Right, okay.
So Zia's got a picture of Barcola sat there with his YouTube, on his phone, and he's going. I'm going to try and do me. Is he French, Barcola?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So he's going to say, let's put on the Anfield Irishman and let's see what he's got to say about me in case I come to Liverpool.
Not bad.
You don't know. I don't know. Do you think they actually listen though to these shows and Instagram?
No,
they must.
No, they absolutely do not. They do not.
They don't?
I would if I was a football player. You know what I mean? I would. Yeah.
I would.
I would.
I wouldn't. I'd be like, well, these guys are like purely like we're speculating. They're like, if these guys had even a half a clue what was going on behind closed doors. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some of them do. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine many
I
of
bet
them
a lot
do.
of the younger lads at the academy, I bet they do, and see if they're mentioned. Or
Oh, but they're not sitting like I say. Yeah, they're not sitting here all night watching us talk shit. But yeah, they're aware of course. Yeah, you're saying, do they listen to us? I would say, are they aware of channels like this? Of course they are. They're aware, not our channel, but I mean fan channels. Of course they're aware. Yeah. If I was a footballer,
you better not ruin this
I'd
transfer,
love to
Bernie.
fuck around and go into chats. Like seriously, if I was a professional,
Yeah, I'd always do it, mate. I'd always drop into chats and speak to the fans, mate.
I'd blow people. Yeah, Sonny, can you imagine going and blow people's minds? Harvey Elliott's dropping it. You're talking shit. I'm going nowhere. What?
Imagine that just drops in the show. What are you going on about, Brad?
Yeah, blow people's minds, man. That'd be great fun as a footballer. All of us here talking shit about he's going here and he goes in. It'd be great fun. The real actual player. I'd do it it'd be great.
The funny thing is, they never do it though, do they? That's the thing.
Yeah, they're tired.
Who would you pick out the current team if you could get them on a show? Who would you pick?
Oh Jesus!
I'll let you pick out of past players as well if you want to. If you know what I mean. If you want to.
No. It's a good. No. Out of the current squad is a better one. Out of the current squad, if I could have someone on the show, it'd have to be Joey Gomez because Joey's been here so long.
He's seen it all, hasn't he? Been there, done it, seen it all.
Yeah. You could ask Joey. Fucking, what was it like when Brendan? You could ask him questions about Brendan, Klopp. Yeah, fucking everything. Yeah, probably Joey might not be the best, but definitely he'd be. Like I said, he'd be like the fucking. I was here when this was all fields, that kind of stuff. He was like, yeah, he's been here. Brendan, he's been here. Jurgen, he's been on the slot.
He's been for everything, innit? Before the acts had come, before the new stands got put up, literally everything.
Yeah, he'd be definitely. But if it wasn't him, then I'm not overly inspired by a lot of these guys. Yeah, obviously Virgil and all that. So, but yeah, Joey would be the one for me.
Do you know what? It just shows you, though, Brian, all the personalities have gone, because Millie would have been good to get on. Robbo would have been good.
Robbo would be brilliant, yeah.
Yeah, Trent even would have been good to get on. Salah would have been good to get on. But, I think what we're left with, there's not many personalities at the club, I don't think.
They're kids now, aren't they, most of them?
Yeah, that's the thing. Sabo said that's the most important thing. He said, these guys are gone, yes. They don't, if we can see it, these guys work with these people. They live and breathe their lives with these people.
Yeah.
So they know what's walking out the door. If we know, there's a lot of experience walking out. These guys are like, yeah, fucking tell me about it. Yeah. So Sabaza is coming and said, yeah, it walked, it's gone. It's up to the next batch.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It's now up to those people who were maybe sitting in the shadows thinking, I don't need to push forward. I don't need to push myself to the front of the queue because Mo's there. Blah, blah, blah. Nope. Step up, guys. Let's go. Mo's gone. Babysitter is gone. Vert, step up. Isak, step up. And that's what's going to happen. That's when, we had leaders before these guys. We had leaders 60 years ago. It's not just one group of leaders. You get these guys come in and say, okay, well, Mo's gone. Now there's no excuse. You have to step up. So who's going to do it? We'll find out pretty quick who's good enough and who's not. The Arne Slot blanket is gone. The fucking Mo blanket is gone. The Robbo blanket. All those things are gone now. Young players, new players, step up.
That's why I think kudos to our lads who've stayed because it's if you work somewhere and if all your teammates or your workmates were all going to different foreign shows and that the whole vibe that you all had together is being broken up, it'd be easy if you got someone knocking at the door saying, look, I've got a contract here for you. Do you fancy coming here or moving overseas or something? So to actually stake your claim, I give them a lot of kudos for that. I think they're committed, to do, the one, well, apart from Endo and Kaiser, but, we've talked about them, but the likes of Dahlman, Virgin, Ali, if they're committed to the new project, well, good on them.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, it's Liverpool. It ain't fucking Crystal Palace. It is Liverpool. This is the peak for a lot of these people. I see it like that. I mean, I don't thank them for staying. I think they should thank us for, giving them a chance to be there. That kind of way. I mean,
Yeah, but
you're right. You don't want to fuck off.
I think that Araujo, even though he can't speak like I don't know what his English is like, but he's been a former captain before for Barcelona. He'll bring something with him, I think, as well. Like the way he plays, you know what I mean? He's a bit like in your face footballer, tenacious. Like I think Liverpool fans will take to him like very quickly as long as he stays fit.
I don't know, man. I think
Blue head on him.
Yeah, let's just see what he turns
head.
up to. Yeah.
Yeah. Come out with a bit of
He's not going to turn up like that, is he? That's an old picture that someone's stuck with blue hair on, right?
Oh yeah. He doesn't permanently have blue hair. I'll give you that.
No, so he's not going to turn up like that, is he? Because he's going to look like a right dick if he does. It's just wrong.
How'd you spell his name? Araujo. Araujo.
Araujo.
Araujo.
How'd you spell it, Sonny?
Arauju.
Arauj. I was just saying to be he speaks English. Is that his name? Ronald? Ronald?
Yeah, Ronald. Yeah.
Somebody said, is he good? We have him as the outright best attacking centre-back in Spain last season. Again, per 90 minutes, his lack of playing time hurt his numbers significantly, but no other centre-back matches his per 90 in the last 3 La Liga seasons. And so Araujo, I can't even say his name, Araujo, is one to watch a possession rather than a defensive force. That was 4 hours ago.
I seen a thing that was like on Redmen TV, and then someone put a comment. It was like a big Barcelona channel, and he was basically saying like he's not happy that he's left. He was basically thinks that like Barcelona have done this to like maybe clear some wages off the books or to maybe move another player in. Maybe it helps with the Rodri deal, but he was basically saying like during the dark times of Barcelona when all the financial stuff happened, like he was like the saving grace during then. Like he was one of the superstars during that period, and he was a captain, and he obviously won the league with them numerous times, and obviously he's had his injury woes, but they still like obviously love him, and like they didn't want him to leave, like, and they still thought like he offered something to the team.
Yeah, it says here what was he left, and it says Araujo's exit reduces the wage bill and provides scope to register new signings. Barca have been waiting for years for one of their highest paid players to leave, and this provides the club with some financial breathing space.
Wow. Well,
I like this. I like the signing. I just wish it was a permanent signing. It's just a bit weird the way it's a loan, but maybe like I don't know, like maybe that helps with us obviously financially. That like maybe we've said to Barcelona, you know what I mean? We'll take him on loan. We'll buy him next season.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. I mean, if he joins and he's good for us and he's enjoying a new lease of life, maybe he'll want to sign. Hopefully.
Still at a decent age as well. It's not like he's old, you know what I mean? Like, I'd understand if he was like 31, 32 or something like that, like a bit like a Rudiger or an Alaba style signing, but he's still 27. I know he's had his injury problems, but so's the majority of like the players that we've looked at. Like a lot of people like Coney, he's been injured before. People were talking about getting Murillo from Forest. He's had injuries before. Like pretty much most of the players that you're going to sign have all had injury problems at some stage as well.
Yeah, but he's got problems in his head, though, hasn't he, as well?
His head?
Well, people were just saying that going through some mental health issues or something.
I seen a thing, or watched a thing about him. Supposedly, when Javi was there, that's when he was unbelievable because Javi loved him and like got behind because he loved that sort of player. But as soon as like Hansi Flick's come in, supposedly them two don't really get along, and Hansi Flick plays a high line, which obviously sometimes they're kind of expecting him to do what we expected out of Kanate a lot of the times. Like he'd have to cover the right back all the game, and plus being a centre back, and it forced him to do a lot of things and kind of get himself caught out, wasn't necessarily because of that system. Where I don't think we'll be playing like that at Liverpool. It's a lot different the way Araujo plays. So I'm just hoping that he can. Last season, his injury, it wasn't really the fact that he was injured last season. He just didn't really use him because Kabasi obviously come out of nowhere, and he's arguably one of the best centre backs in the world right now. Just won the World Cup, so he's just unlucky that he come out of nowhere really for Barca.
So, as I say, he's highly capable of speaking and communicating, and he's explicitly known for being one of the loudest voices and key verbal leaders on the football pitch. The question of whether he can speak English often relates to two main contexts regarding his high-profile loan from Barcelona to Liverpool. His communication style and leadership on the pitch, he's highly vocal. He's previously noted that he talks through the entirety of a match to keep himself focused and to organise his defensive line. Following his sudden transfer to Anfield, journalists and commentators highlighted that his strong communication and vocal character exactly what Liverpool manager Areola needed to restore leadership to the squad's back line. Well, it doesn't say much for Verge, does it?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah, when you think about it this way as well, he obviously speaks Spanish, but we've got a Spanish manager now, you know what I mean? And we have got a couple of Portuguese, Spanish speaking players in our team, like, so that helps as well with him, really, you know, to bed in.
Well, it says that although he's fluent in Spanish, it says he's developed working English proficiency, allowing him to communicate directly with English-speaking teammates, referees and coaching staff. Oh, so that sounds decent, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that's good. It's good news, I suppose. Oh, man. The thing is, I don't know. I mean, I think this is the most analysis that we've ever done on a loan signing in the history of Liverpool Football Club in these last few days. I mean, did we do this for Arthur Mello?
You know what? That blue hair is to match his strip, isn't it? He won't be having that here. Yeah. You know, like imagine the Evertonians if he turns up with blue hair.
Oh, God, they go.
Yeah, that would not go down well.
Yeah, it's not going to go well at all. So have we signed Barcola yet, or have you ruined it, Lady Pig? It's not happened yet, no?
Not yet, but I have it on good authority from Ray that it's going to be within the next couple of days.
Let's just hope so. Let's hope so. I just want to see those two, because the way I see it, right, it's really simple. I was thinking about it in the car. I said, okay, you're not going to give me the DM or the defensive shield that I need. Then just give me some proper guns, yeah? So I can shoot my way to the title. Yeah? Give me that at least.
Shoot your way to the title.
Yeah, just give me the attacking talent I need. Yeah, because last year you added some, you got some like half-filled bullets for us last year.
You want to come and make K-47s?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. And Bay and Bradley and then you got what's his name? The Spanish lad that we bought, and then you got Rio, innit? At least those four are very active. Yeah, and then you've got Isak and Bertz as well. You know, you've got a nice rotating lot, and a
couple of bazookas.
A couple of bazookas up front. Yeah, give me that. Yeah, if we can't defend, just give me that. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Imagine Anfield. I was going to say, sunny Anfield is going up in smoke.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
see, he's turning up like bloody fucking Rambo outside.
Rambo, you know, with the he's going to have that belt across his chest with all the bullets in, and a bandana on.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think we are probably the only team that came the closest to winning a league by just scoring our way to a win. under, was it Brendan Rodgers? Yeah.
Yeah. It was all out
Because-
attack pretty much that season. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. There was no sort of.
We
proper
nearly got away with it, didn't we? We nearly just got away with it.
Yeah, we were one slip away, weren't we? That's all it was. Sorry.
Don't you mention that? How dare you?
Oh, I know.
I actually don't blame Gerrard, though. I blame the person who passed the ball to Gerrard in that dangerous situation like that. Like whoever did the, I can't remember who it was who passed the ball, but I blame him more than Gerrard, and and also Henderson. Obviously, I think did he get injured or red carded or something? He wasn't in that game. I think if it would have been that game, it would have been a whole different ball game.
It would have been. Yeah, Henderson was suspended for that game. He got sent off against Man City. Sorry.
Yeah, that was pivotal. If he would have been in that game, like it generally thought, but like I put my house on it that we probably would have won the league if he was still in them games.
Well, and where was the defence? Sonny, like he was so far back, wasn't he, Gerrard? Like where was the defence in that? Do you know what really upset me about that? It wasn't. And I still can't watch it. It's
no, that was a bad day for me, Benny. That was my birthday. I went out with all my mates, a couple of them United fans and Everton fans, and it just ruined my day, man. I literally just walked, booted the door open off the pub and just left and went home. Didn't speak to anyone. I was fuming.
And do you remember before, we were getting really cocky because we were winning everything, weren't we? And you saw them in the huddle, and Gerrard, we had them really wound up. They really thought that they had it. But when he went down, it wasn't the fact that he slipped. It was the speed he got up because he knew what it meant, and the speed he tried to get back and couldn't make it. That broke my heart, because I thought, this is all on that guy's shoulders, trying to save everything. And I didn't think it was fair. I never thought it was fair, and the stick he's had for it, he's had to live with it, hasn't he, for the rest of his life?
Yeah, yes. And it's like, do you know what? It says something about your character, because a lot of players would have had a mental breakdown after that.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that's missing from his medal collection, really. And it's a shame.
But you do it like you hear players like I've heard like Zlatan Ibrahimovic saying that he'd sacrificed like 10 of his league medals that he's won, throughout his career at like different clubs, like just to have one Champions League. So like it all depends on how you what you want. You know what I mean? If I was like Gerrard, I'd be like, I didn't get the league, and it wasn't really my fault. It was down to Liverpool at that time. But I stayed true to my word, stayed at me home club, didn't take money, didn't jump. I could have went to Inter Milan, Real Madrid, Chelsea, United numerous times over, and I stayed at my home club and dragged them across the line. And that Istanbul night will live in our memories for the rest of our lives. And I don't even think it's a big thing that he didn't really win the league just because he won the Champions League for us.
And do you remember the game? I can't remember who it was against Cardiff, where it was the cup final, was it? And he took a free kick and won the match. And I always think it was a cup final, I think.
Yeah.
I always think with Gerrard, you know what? When the chips were down and he had sometimes a rubbish team around him, if anyone, he was like, he was like Superman. He knew that if anybody could do it, he had magic in his boots, Gerrard. And when he'd run onto a ball and like full volley score on one kick, and I think I just used to. I honest to God, I can't. When I watch his goals, his greatest goals and all the rest of it, I just think he's the best thing since sliced bread for me, Gerrard. I thought he was fantastic.
I mean, that's why apparently I got so annoyed when we had this Henderson as a better captain than Gerrard.
No, not even the same. That's fair.
No, absolutely.
One of the worst opinions I've ever heard in my life. Like Jordan Henderson, praise him all you want. Praise him all you want. Say he did well for us. Say he was good for us. Of course he was. But don't even say a better captain than Steven Gerrard.
Yeah.
And then, but I was saying, Bernie, I was saying this last night. This is a problem Stevie has. That Stevie is known so much by people who understand the game that as this super captain, super motivating kind of Royal Rovers captain guy that just, drove So it kind of gets completely ignored just how fucking good a player he was.
Oh yeah.
Just go and watch 10 minutes of Steven Gerrard. The guy was a phenomenal footballer. So you kind of be,
Didn't have
Gerrard,
didn't have one single weakness, did he?
No.
That's what I mean. It's just, I mean, when you think about players, this is the problem. Once you've seen him, right? You know what? I actually find hard to say Messi is sometimes the best player ever. Because when you've seen Steven Gerrard perform do 8 out of 10s in various different positions all over the pitch, it's difficult to actually say. I mean, to me, that is a footballer of the highest. Do you know what? And also, sorry, just one last thing. That era where we weren't a good team, if you were to take from the year 2000 till the day he retired, I actually call that the Steven Gerrard era. I don't call it anything else. That's what it is. You had all the greats before that.
I know more.
And then, do you know what I mean? And then in between, you had his era. He defines that era where we won. We weren't the best.
This is what Arsenal fans said. Morton is correct. Last season, this is why Arsenal are hated. It's because of these.
Yeah, Declan Rice, man. Oh my god!
Last season, as soon as fucking Arsenal won a league, all these Arsenal fans started talking about, is Saliba the best of all time? Is Rice the best of all time? You people are just saying Declan Rice is better than Steven Gerrard.
I mean, he's a good player, but he's mediocre.
Because they win one league. Come on.
Yeah. But you know when I don't know if you read his book, but you know when he slipped, Gerrard, when he wrote his book afterwards, he showed a picture of his X-ray of his pelvis. He had a fracture in his pelvis, and he was on. He was on
cortisone injections, wasn't he?
Yeah, to get him on the pitch, and he knew how important it was, because they were going for the league, and so he wouldn't go off on the bench. He wanted to play, so they had to, put injections into him to get him going. I just think the guy was amazing. Absolutely, I don't care, in a certain year about he's done this off the pitch. I'm just talking about what he did on the pitch. On the pitch, he was all over, and his passes as well. Forget his goal scoring. Look at his long passes, pinpoint passes to somebody's.
And the one big thing you could say about him as well, like look at what he was able to do with not met, and I think he had maybe like 2 decent teams in the whole period. You know what I mean? And he was still able to get across the line, winning pretty much everything other than the Premier League. And we got close doing that numerous times as well. It was more to do with our owners not backing the club at the time, nothing to do with him really. But then he's. To me, he's when you look at the legends that we've had, King Kenny was viewed as number one. He was that good that he was able to get above King Kenny, and it's monumental in itself. You know what I mean? So some of the things he's done at this club, it's ridiculous. And then when you think about it, imagine if he was in a good team. Imagine if he was in the 80s team, or say for instance Klopp's team, what he would have done. Can you imagine how much more we would have won then?
Yeah. Oh my god, it'd be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I think he was quite humble as well. You don't see him bragging or anything. No. Even, he bigs up everybody around him, doesn't he? At the club, he's a Liverpool fan first and foremost. Before he, I remember that when he said, "I wish I could do it all over again, but you can't, can you?" Sort of thing. He hated retiring, didn't he, Gerrard? Absolutely hated it.
If there was ever a parade of all the legends at this club, you'd have the current lot, going forward. And then you'd have a bus with just Steven Gerrard on it. And then after that, you'd have all the ones from the 80s and all of them, Kenny, etc., and everything else. He'd be on a bus by himself. That's what I'd do. Seriously.
Yeah, he is Mr. Liverpool, isn't he?
Kenny. You got Kenny. There's Kenny. There's basically Kenny. And then for me, there's Gerrard and Barnes and Rush.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't. Are you serious?
And you got the other, but Kenny for me is, some people say obviously Shankly, but when I grew up, I didn't know anything other than Kenny Dalglish. Kenny Dalglish equals Liverpool. That's all I ever knew. Kenny Dalglish equals.
No, I feel we had some other great players at that time. Come on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when I grew up.
Yeah.
In my world, that's you're playing word association. Kenny Dalglish, Liverpool. He was, we had obviously other people, but Kenny was just. You live in Ireland in the 80s. There's no internet. It's very simple stuff. Everybody knows Kenny Dalglish, Liverpool. That's it. This guy, man, is just, to me, has always been the heart and soul of Liverpool.
But you know what, Brian? Because
And I never saw him play, but I rarely even saw. I didn't even see him play on TV. Didn't show nowhere.
Brian, but I'm like you, with Kenny. But one thing I will say is, when you look at all of Kenny, because he was a fantastic player. When you look at all his, his play on the pitch and everything, and his skills, he was in a good Liverpool team. Gerrard wasn't. So
no, I'm not comparing Kenny to Gerrard. I thought we were moving on. No, but it's almost like, to me, so Man United, Alex Ferguson, Liverpool. Kenny Dalglish. This guy is just right up there for me. That's what I grew up with. Especially. Obviously,
I think if you even asked Gerrard that question, he'd probably say that himself. To be fair.
Oh yeah,
I can't think of anybody more fucking Liverpool than Kenny Dalglish. Like,
he mentored him, didn't he? Gerrard, Kenny Dalglish, he mentored Stevie.
When he came back, when we got rid of Roy and Kenny came back.
Man, it was brilliant.
Unbelievable.
But take in mind, I was obviously I didn't get to see him as the manager before, so when he come back, it was just like, oh my God, I'm getting to actually see like this amazing person I've heard so much about, actually, up close and personal myself.
Actual tingles when he came back. Just.
Do you know what makes me laugh though about Kenny? Whenever you hear him in the dressing room, like this team talks, no one can understand a word he says. He was so broad, Glaswegian, wasn't he? I was like, here. And I used to think, imagine the foreign players trying to understand what the hell he was saying.
Especially the ones that I don't know. He used to play with Jan Mulvey, didn't he? And them lot, what's it called? From the.
Yeah, he was a good player, Jan Mulvey.
Yeah, he was. He was from. Was it Norwegian? Was he
Norwegian or Danish? One of
No, he's Danish. It's Danish.
Yeah, Danish.
They had a couple of Scots as well at that time, didn't they? It was like Souness, Steve Nicol, Dalglish. Who was the other one? There was a couple more as well. They had loads.
You forgot the main one. You forgot the main one.
It was like Man United got the Irish and Liverpool got the Scots for some reason.
Yeah, sure. What was it, Bernie? Fucking 60 years we never won a league title with a Scotland team.
Yeah.
That was a fact. Like, we never won a league title with a Scot in our team until, I think, the first one under Jurgen, maybe. No, sure, Andy was in that.
Andy was there. And
yes,
Andy
I don't maybe haven't ever won a league title without a Scotland team.
So, that's why Calvin Ramsey must not be let go of.
Fair play. Yeah, all fair.
Yeah. You've got to keep him as a mascot or whatever shit. I don't know. Just the league title winning mascot we got.
Yeah, I'm kind of go with that, actually. Yeah. Trying to stay for something. Yeah.
When you look down now at Dom, when he does free kicks, and he's got a wall in front of him. And I'd say that I'd be looking now and I'm thinking 70% he's going to get that. That he's got the capability, Dom, and he could get better. With Stevie, when Stevie was in front of the wall, I'd be thinking it's 95% on this. He just thought he could do it. You believed in him, and it was like magic. He's sort of like, he never let us down in big games, Stevie, as well. That was the thing. He turned up, and he dragged everybody with him. That was the thing I loved about him.
I think, Bernie, you're going to see changes now that Mo's gone, yeah. So when some of these attacking players are in that final third, they're not going to be looking. If they can think they can get the shot on, they'll take it now, rather than, adhere to Mo's position or something. Because I think that was one of the biggest problems last season anyway. And even before that, it's been a problem for a while. So I'm hoping that, Dom will now take charge. There is one thing that worries me about Dom. Like for Hungary, he kind of like, he's their hero and he kind of failed for them. get them to the World Cup and stuff. And I just hope that sort of same aura and sprinkle of dust or whatever shit he's got on him doesn't impact Liverpool in the same way.
I don't know. I think he's really confident. When you look at
Yeah.
him,
No, I'm not doubting his confidence. It's the luck element, the fact that he seems to be, he just can't get it over the line for his country at the moment. I need him to be successful at Liverpool at least.
But that's the thing. I'd rather he was successful for us and he fails at Hungary.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So just hope he does it. So a bit sort of worried by it. So,
Don't you think though that I think that's the beauty of football, because you can get a new manager in, tweak a few players, and all of a sudden a player who had ability but wasn't doing it to their maximum potential can all of a sudden, like someone's turned, put a switch on, and I think we could, we haven't seen the best of Szoboszlai. I think if Araujo plays him right, I think we could see a really good player there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we all had a go at Gravenberch, but I thought he was brilliant for the Dutch in that World Cup. I didn't even realise it was him that was doing a lot of the dribbling up front and stuff. And he was doing things I didn't think he was capable of, that I've never seen him do for Liverpool. So
did you see in the second half when he come on though against Jones? He was.
It was terrible, absolutely terrible, from what I heard.
I don't want to see him in that pivot again for a long time. Like him and Jones, that can't be a thing next season.
No, well, we probably won't because one way's going to go. So it's right.
You think one would spark the other, and get a bit of speed out of them, but the two of them appear lazy. The dozy, the pair of them, and I think to myself, how is Gravenberch? We know Jones can't fit under Areola's system. I don't know Gravenberch can either, because how's he going to speed them up? Because they just sort of seem to play at one speed. That's it.
Well, what can you do? It's just the way they are, aren't they? It's just being silly, I guess.
Fabinho wasn't fat, wasn't speedy, but he could cover the ground, couldn't he? And he was quite accurate. I think Gravenberch is just a bit hit and miss. If he played the way we've seen him play sometimes every week, I think we'd have another Fabinho on our hands. But he just
I think Brian's summed him up perfectly. He can see what's going on. He just won't do anything about it.
Just don't give a fuck. Just don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, wow, this is a terrible situation. What is happening here? Surely somebody should intervene in this set of circumstances. It's like, no, yeah, Ryan, that's you.
They're supposed to do it.
Yeah. He's just like, look, wow, how did he get all the way over there? Oh man, what the fuck are we doing with this kid? I mean, like I said, Jones doesn't see it happening sometimes because Jones doesn't see it coming. Like Jones is like, hang on a minute, where did he go? Oh fuck, I better do something about it, kind of thing. But it's too late because he's Jones. And Grab is just like I said, he just watches it unfold.
Grav does exactly what Trent used to do, just ball watches. He'll just there'll be times in games, like I've watched them up live as well, and like actually when you go to the game and you'll watch him and like as you say, like so you'll just watch someone running past him and he'll just like be sat there just like slowly jogging back, and it's like the lights are on but no one's home, and it's like he's thinking about what he's going to do after he's finished playing, like ordering the shop, going, I need to go and get some bread, need to go and get some milk. Like you can just tell he just doesn't know, like he's got no defensive awareness at all, and like he just dawdles and just sits there. He doesn't even attempt to get back into position.
Do you know what though? How the hell have they got are they still at the club? Because they're passionless. There's no passion whatsoever. You want someone who's going to lie down and die before a defender gets past them. And like you said, we've got them standing there watching it. And Jones as well, standing watching.
Die for the club.
Yeah.
Die for the club, Bernie. Die for the club. Die for the fucking club. Barca, like you see, I don't care if it's not your man, if it's not your run, if it's not your space. There's a guy with a football that's just run past you. Fucking do something about it.
Get a Spurs on
Just
and get a header.
do something. Exactly. Say this ain't going to happen. Not against me. Not today. He might not be my man. Blah blah. Whatever it is, I don't care. Stop it happening. Be
Yeah.
fucking proud of the fact that you were standing there going, "Shit, Jesus, I can't wait to find out whose job it was to track him because they're in trouble." I'll tell you.
Worst case scenario, you know what I
Jesus,
mean?
man.
You take worst case scenario, you take him out, or
Yeah.
you share pull his ass down to the floor. You take the card.
Show people you give a
Yeah.
shit. Just show people you're like not on my watch. Not, I mean, it should be your man. I don't care. Sonny,
Yeah.
if me and you are playing in a team and someone runs off you, I'm not saying, oh well, I can't track him. Sonny, that's your man. I'm gonna if I can go. I'll go. Fuck it. Hey, he runs. I'll do it. You'll do the same. Barney, you'll do the same. Oh well, I can't. I can't intervene here because it's not my job. It's Brian's job. No, you fucking do it. You act like you care, for fuck's sake. These
I watched
300
Shankly.
grand a week.
I watched Shankly on a documentary, and he was saying, like, he was giving a team talk, and he was saying to them, "We've got this lot coming in today," and he said, "Who the hell do they think they are trying to play yous? Like you're the best. You're absolutely the best. These think they're taking you on. And he said." A load of rice puddings, knock the skin off them, or something like this. He said, and what you call it, and you could see like our players running onto the pitch with their chests out, thinking, "Who the hell's coming to take us on at Anfield?" Like the confidence. It was. I mean, it was brilliant, Shankly, wasn't he, for that? But like you're saying, Brian, I mean, obviously I'm a woman, I don't play football, but. If it was my job, I'd be thinking, "Who the hell do you think you are to get past me? This is, this is our area, our defence. You're not coming in, and they're out, aren't they? You stop them any way you can, and you've got Gravenberch with his hand on his hip, standing, looking."
Yeah.
And Jones, oh my God, I watched again the documentary. George Best. He was a player, and he's standing with the whole of the defence in front of him, in front of the thing, and he's deciding who's he going to go through because he knows he's going to score, and he's got his foot on the ball and his hands on his hips like a matador waiting to go because he knows he's going to score. I watched Jones like that with his foot on the ball, but he's doing it because he's a lazy git who doesn't want to.
Yeah, exactly.
He's resting his leg. He's resting his leg.
If George Best existed today, oh God. That, like you said, that guy, I mean, it was a little bit different in terms of, you could just stand there, but he like, it wasn't Harlem Globetrotters or something like you're saying it, some people might sound like it sounds like Harlem Globetrotters. He would literally just put his foot on the ball and go, right, I'm just going to dribble past those four guys.
Yeah.
And that talent would still be existent today. He's one of the, he has a short career and all, he has his issues. But
amazing. I thought it was amazing.
Incredible football. What an incredible fucking football.
Oh yeah, and he knew it as well. His confidence, Brian, wasn't it? Fantastic. But it was like he would he'd actually say to them, "Come and get me," sort of thing, wouldn't he? He knew he could run through the lot of them.
Yeah, some people are born. You can tell someone is born with something. You just tell straight away. So, he's good. He's trained.
Yeah,
I know, Sonny, you'll know. So you'll walk into a gym and go, "Jesus, he's good. He's trained. He's coached well." And then you look at some guy. Jesus Christ, that guy was just born to do this shit. Born to, and you can tell instant. Good coach guy.
Yeah.
Then you see some guy. Fuck, this guy came out of the womb. Best was like that. Best was just like, give him a ball. Literally a joke. In today's money, oh, Jesus.
You couldn't buy him. You couldn't.
No.
Well, Madden Barnes in today, like, he'd be the best winger in the world.
Well, do you know what? With Basti, he was the first superstar footballer. So,
100%.
he opened a nightclub. He opened
Oh,
like
champagne and models and all that kind of
yeah.
stuff.
He opened a nightclub and he opened like what you call it, like shops, where for clothes, like
Clover.
yeah, and that. But the thing is, he'd be out in the nightclubs till 4 a.m. and then turn up late for training, and he'd get absolutely roasted. Would it be Mark Busby then? Would it, Brian?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And then, but after, like he would train longer than anybody. And Roy Keane said that's where he got his commitment to training, because he knew
Yeah, he
that.
did weird stuff. Yeah, he was the biggest party animal, and then this animal trainer as well,
Yeah.
which is weird. But then by the time he was like 27, he was like, "Fuck it, I won the Ballon d'Or, I won the fucking European Cup, whatever it was."
Yeah.
By the time he was like 26, 27, he was off to America. No, but it's the classic story about George Best. Is he's in a hotel in London, and the room service guy or whatever walks in, and George Best is there with a half-naked Scandinavian model and his bottles of champagne and money all over the bed. And he's like, "George, where did it all go wrong?" It's sort of
Yeah, she was a Miss World. Miss World on.
Of course, Miss World. Sure. George Best, of course, Miss World. He only Miss.
Yeah, Miss World.
Basically, George Best only sleeps with Miss World. That's the kind of mythology this guy had.
And
that's
he said,
the mythology of him. Like,
when the guy said to him, "Where did it go wrong, George?" And he said, he said, "I've earned a fortune." And he said, "I've been out with 5 Miss Worlds." He said, so
that was George. No, I'm sure it never happened. Though, where did it all go wrong? No bellboy would walk in and go be that philosophical about things. But
that didn't go wrong. He went too right for him.
Yeah, but
But do you know the story of him? Is he didn't drink, like George Best to start with. He didn't drink, but
none of them start off with it. None of them start off with that way. We won't get into that one, Brian. That's a bit grim. What happened?
Oh no! But he introduced his mum to drink. She wasn't a drinker, and she got a hold on her, and she became an alcoholic.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a rough one.
No, so he said that's what.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
So that's how he got into it, because he felt guilty, over his mum.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, that's the dark side of it, But look, he was this guy today, he did like Bernie said. He just like decide, I'll just dribble past you, and then stop and dribble past you again. That kind of thing that doesn't really happen anymore. Well, like I said, that's just pure, utter natural talent. There's very few to come along like these guys. I don't like to. Best would be better than Messi. Just nonsense. Who cares?
They're both
incredible players. Like, if you put Best in today's, best natural talent as a footballer today completely thrives. Better nutrition, better all that stuff. George Best, born tomorrow, becomes a top player. Of course he does.
I was going to say, there'd be like 10 players from the opposition in front of him, and he'd toy with them, wouldn't he? And he'd really relish it, and they'd all be standing facing him, trying to block him, and he'd still get. He
was like the Beatles. He was the Beatles of football. He was the pop star. The long hair, the sideburns. Everybody wanted to be Georgie Best. It's a great name as well. It's great. Georgie Best. It's a great name for a footballer. It really is.
I remembered him singing. I'm sure there was one documentary I looked at, and he got 6 goals in the game.
Like, I'm just going to go on a limb and say, if George Best's name was Frank Sidcup, right? Let's just say his name was Frank Sidcup. There's no way he's as famous as he is. Being that good and be called Georgie Best is that's Mark. If his name was Frank Sidcup, Frank. what's that side bottom? Something like that. One of these clunky, horrible old fucking English names.
Oh yeah, like a Yorkshire name or something.
Yeah, horrible fucking Georgie Best. Like that's what you call a comic book footballer.
Yeah.
You know, it just rolls off the tongue. Georgie Best. Yeah, but it's same as Steve. Yeah, exactly. Steve Sidwell. Yeah, it's like no one wants to be. Yeah, it's just it's Georgie Best. You know, it's just such a class. It's just perfect.
And you know that Simple Minds, that song, the Belfast Child. They played that for him at his funeral. I watched his funeral, and it was, oh my God, it was so moving, you know. And that was an amazing song, that actually. But just thought, you know, and his family said he would never have believed. He wouldn't have believed that they gave him the funeral that they did. You know, he thought he was finished in Belfast, but they really rolled it out for him.
Yeah. Don't make them like they used to, do they?
Well, they don't make him like him anymore. I'll tell you that much. Listen, guys, that's a ridiculously long fucking show.
No, this has been a long show, man. You started at 6.
Oh, well, it's been an evening. Yeah. It's definitely been an evening. That's what we do here now. Anybody that is new, anybody who hasn't subscribed at this fucking stage, Jesus, what are you doing
Anyone
here?
who's still awake.
Yeah. Look, we've got over 20. You know, we got over 20. Like I said last night, we're called a low view channel, you know, by Trudon. Called the low view channel. I don't know if you are. As I said, consistently, absolutely ratioing the shit out of all those other channels. I know, I'm just saying. Look, I won't take any slander on this gig, though. We do a lot of work here to keep everybody entertained that wants to come in, but we're keeping ourselves entertained more than anything else. Nobody is here trying to entertain all of the people. I wouldn't be so arrogant to think that we are entertaining ourselves by being here and talking to you guys are here as well and all that stuff. If you wanted to be part of the channel, not part of the chat. So it's not like there's us and you. I don't want to put it like that. So again, once again, you know, many people in here all night. If you want to like, you want to subscribe, if you want to support the channel, you can scan the QR code. We don't do the monetization on this channel. You all know the drill now at this stage. You got to mention it. 6 hours and I've only said it twice. Come on. But yeah, I should probably do it when there's more people in. That's probably, yeah, don't mention the fucking buy me a coffee when everyone's gone. 6.5 hours later, there's only 20 people left. Don't mention buy me a coffee. It's probably pointless. But you know. But take care. Yeah, definitely everyone's saying good night and goodbye. But we'll have a match tomorrow. First match back at Anfield. You know, we'll do something around that. Anybody tell me what time it is? Tomorrow, assuming it's like at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's 3.
It's 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, sure. That'll be played. Yeah, so we'll have done a show. That'll be played, and we'll do not exactly a post-match reaction or anything because I won't be able to watch it. But yeah, we'll do a show after that. So yeah, we get to see the first day. The coach, like I said, not so much with the new signings or anything. There won't be so many.
2:30 tomorrow. Brian, 2:30. Yeah, 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah, 2:30.
What time does the dentist start work? 2:30. You know, 2:30. You know, sure. Look, there we go. All right, guys, we'll leave it there. Bernie, thank you so much. See you.
Cheers.
Everyone that's been in, everyone that's here, and enjoy your evening. What's left of it, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Mark Dicko, take care. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, Bernie.
Bye.
And Eric.